we are live with the final day of the Freestyle Final Grand Slam South Africa. मेरे साथ है GM Sahaj Grover. Sahaj भाई, welcome to the stream. I think freestyle एक छोटा सा बढ़िया सा होता है ना, कई बार छोटे पैकेट में बड़ा धमाका की तरह आया है हमारे पास. एंड अर्जुन, इवन दो डे 2 को हारे, कल उन्होंने खतरनाक प्ले किया अगेंस्ट हैंस नीमन एंड नाउ ही विल बी फाइटिंग फॉर 5th प्लेस. भाई वेलकम भाई.
Thank you so much, Sahil bhai, and welcome to the chat as well. आज last day है, so we are going to see the final of the Freestyle Grand Slam Tour. Magnus is of course playing against Levon, and Arjun is going to be fighting for the 5th spot against Fabi, world number 3. बहुत मजा आएगा. I think same time control, 30+15, 2 games. फिर उनके बीच में एक बड़ा छोटा सा ब्रेक रहेगा chat, तो be prepared for that. But yeah, bhai, who are your picks, Sahil bhai?
Who are my picks, bhai? I think 4 games hai. First of all, we can already see final, jo main final, that's between Magnus and Aronian. I'm going to pitch for Magnus. I think no surprises there. Magnus Carlsen should be the favorite. Although Aronian एक tournament जीत चुके हैं. So you never know when he can cause an upset, especially World Cup type के format में. पहला game, if you manage to win with the white pieces, then all bets are off. But Magnus all the way. Saj bhai, what's your prediction?
अरोनियन एक बार जीता है, बट मैग्नस 2 बार जीता है, एंड मैग्नस ऑलरेडी ग्रैंड स्लैम जीत भी चुका है. तो इट्स लाइक वो एक भूख नहीं होगी मैग्नस के अंदर. आई फील जो टूर्नामेंट जीतने की भूख होती है, बिकॉज इज ऑलरेडी वन इट. बट दैट्स व्हाई इट्स अ बिट ट्रिकी,
साज
बट आई
भाई,
एम स्टिल गोना गो विद मैग्नस.
15 साल से भूखा है मैग्नस भाई. 15 साल से इतना इतना पेल चुका है, तब भी भूखा है. उसकी भूख खत्म नहीं होती है. I think that's why he's the GOAT. That's why he's analyzed. I agree with you. I think in principle, I think maybe he's a bit more relaxed now. He's won the tour. He's already in the finals here as well. But कहीं ना कहीं अगर वो गलती से पहली गेम हार भी गए, तो he'll be turned on. The ideal format is पहला गेम ड्रॉ करो and second game में catch Magnus off guard somehow, and he doesn't get a chance to come back.
We saw this yesterday where Magnus had to win on demand against Sendarov with the black pieces, and we saw him preparing sort of on the board, on the table itself, not with anybody else, and he delivered. Yeah, I think he played that match fantastic. And then he also managed to win once again with the black pieces, that too in tie breaks. And by in the end, what was that save जो मैग्नस ने सेंडारोव के साथ किया भाई, डेड लॉस पोजीशन में? व्हाट वाज दैट? दोनों बिशप मार दिए भाई, B4 और B3 के. दैट वाज इनसेन टू सी. बट या, मैग्नस आई थिंक डेफिनेटली इन फॉर्म, तो क्लियर चॉइस वुड बी हिम. बट अरोनियन आई
Yeah,
थिंक like 40-60 is my pick.
yeah.
And Arjun and Fabi?
Yeah, I think before we move on, I think Chad will say career. Magnus at the board, playing with himself, freestyle chess there, very, very important, by the way. And starting position, if you have a look at it, very similar to the normal position. Like left side, जो 3 squares है, they just as it is normal to normal chess. So queen side काफी similar है. The queens and knights have been traded. किंग भी सेम पोजीशन पे है एंड रुक भी सेम पोजीशन पे है. सो इट्स वेरी वेरी सिमिलर. क्वीन और नाइट ही है 2 पीस जो अपनी नॉर्मल पोजीशन पे नहीं है. साज भाई, नॉर्मल चेस बहुत ज्यादा एप्लीकेबल होगी यहाँ पे.
That's a very good point, Sahil bhai. I'm trying to understand कि एक पीस स्वैप करने में इतना फर्क होगा क्या? Because okay, I guess the queen on G1 might be the sort of the dark horse in this situation, and knight usually जो F3 पे बैठता है हमारा, जो knight G1 से F3 पे आता है, वो possible नहीं होगा. Actually, I'm gonna say that in this position, for me at least, the queen is not the problem. It's the knight that's the problem.
हाँ.
Because this knight will kind of take up space. या तो यहाँ पे जाएगा तो ये knight किधर जाएगा? अगर E3 पे जाएगा तो maybe you have problems developing the bishop on C1, and maybe the
Yeah.
queen on G1 might not be able to get out. But yeah, very similar to the classical position.
आई एग्री. यहाँ पे ना वो सिसिलियन डिफेंस की ओपनिंग्स जहां पे आप बिशप G5 खेलते हो, टेक ऑन F6 एंड यू कंट्रोल द D5 स्क्वायर, that could be like an improvement because आपका knight already coming to E3 and D5. So in some openings it might be a benefit, but of course you're correct. I think knight on D1 could be the problem piece. Let's see how white pieces and black pieces solve it. And meanwhile, coming back to the Arjun game that you mentioned, I think what a performance yesterday by Arjun, crushing hands and even 2-0 in the tiebreaks. But Sahaj bhai, now he's facing a much stronger opponent. It is Fabiano Caruana, world number 3, as we discussed earlier as well. World number 2 on average पिछले 15 साल से रहे हैं, right behind Magnus. This is a tough challenge for Arjun.
I world number 3 Fabi को बोलना somehow doesn't feel right because Hikaru classical में उतना active नहीं रहा है. And Fabi has been playing every single event and he's been performing. He's been consistently 2800 for a super like very very long amount of time. तो उसको world number 2 ही बोलेंगे. तो yeah, I think very tough match for Arjun today. But freestyle है, rapid format है, so maybe that kind of favors or tilts things in Arjun's favor. So let's see what happens. And chat के लिए just बताना चाहूंगा there are two other matches also happening. There is one match between Vincent Keimer and Sendarov. And there is Parham versus Hans. And before I give it to you, Sahil bhai, मैं एक बड़ा crazy prediction करना चाहूंगा. For me, Parham is going to take over today.
Wow.
Thoughts on that?
Chat, would love to know your thoughts. Welcome to the stream. साज भाई, आई एम इन दैट बोट विद यू. यूजुअली मैंने बहुत बार देखा है जो लास्ट प्लेयर होता है, ही विल ऑलवेज कॉज अ बिग अपसेट. चाहे वो हाईएस्ट सीड को हराने वाला सिस्टम हो, चाहे वो लास्ट दिन को कुछ क्रेजी चेस खेलना हो. I think मेरे हिसाब से भी Param Maksudlu should be the favorite, especially because Hans Nier might overpush. Yeah, because he might think, okay, Param is not in good form. वो पहला point जो कल मिला, it might change the trajectory completely. But meanwhile, hand 6 on the board. Arjun Erigesi game पे चलते हैं. It is D4 by Arjun and pawn to F5. क्या लग रहा है starting moves के बारे में साहज भाई?
We have the Dutch. अगर हम normal position को उठा के देखते हैं, D4 F5 is known as the Dutch, and he goes knight D to C3. So already fixing the problem with this knight, and I'm guessing Arjun का point ये है कि ये knight उठा के हम F3 पे रख देंगे, and then it's very similar to the normal position. The only problem is भाई queen किधर जा रही है?
Oh, that's a great idea by the way कि आपने एक नाइट यहां रख दिया, दूसरा नाइट घुमा के यहां पे आ जाएगा, एंड देन द ओनली क्वेश्चन रिमेन्स कि नाइट F3 पहुंचने के बाद हाउ डू यू गेट द क्वीन आउट. एंड मेरे हिसाब से आल्सो डिपेंड्स ऑन वेयर यू पुट द बिशप ऑन F1 साज भाई. इन दीस स्ट्रक्चर्स यू माइट इवन गो G3 बिशप G2 समटाइम्स, सो इन दैट केस द क्वीन इज इवन फर्दर स्ट्रैंडेड.
I remember like in classical chess, like Vidit has played amazing chess in against Dutch, and he always goes for these knight F3, G3, bishop G2 wale setups, and with B3, bishop B2 karke, and he just completely squeezes out his opponents. But yeah, this queen on G1 looks a bit weird to me. I'm guessing, Sahil bhai, that at some point White is gonna throw G4. कि भाई आप F pawn से मारो and I'll go queen takes G4 and okay, my queen is more or less active. That probably is fair to assume here. But right now, Fabi thinking.
Yeah, and also all the white players played one D4, so very interesting कि ये साथ में बैठ के जो उन्होंने डिसाइड किया है, they are sticking to it. And two of the four players who have played a move have played F5. So very interesting. And meanwhile, अगर आप एक नजर मारेंगे परम की गेम पे साहज भाई, look at that position. भाई क्या चल रहा है यहाँ पे?
I was just about to say the same thing. He goes knight c6, knight b5 आया, and it was a slight, not actually an inaccuracy. Knight e6 आया and d5, and now ऐसा लग रहा है कि आपका knight मर रहा है, but actually में नहीं मर रहा because you can go knight cd. But that's a blunder. भाई बोला था हांस नीमन आज नहीं होगा, पर हम is completely winning on move 4 itself. Knight a3 is the move here, chat.
Only one move. Question for you, chat. कौन सा knight खेले a3 पे? Come on, chat. Knight 1 to a3 ki knight 5 to a3. One of them is winning, one of them is losing. Come on, chat.
Oh, भाई मैंने भी गलत बोल दिया. Knight. I said knight. Okay. But chat को guess करने दो. But मैंने भी गलत बोल दिया भाई, because मैंने देख के भी गलत बोल दिया भाई.
Chat, this is tricky. This is tricky. And oh, he finds the correct one. Param Maksudlu is on fire today. क्या ये शतरंज खेल रहे हैं? साथ में, can we show what was the problem with the other knight?
If we go knight 1a3, which is the obvious choice here, black could go takes, and ये knight move करने की बजाय black could play a6 here. कि भाई, if you take on e6, then I will take on b5. And black, if you can believe it, black is borderline winning here. If you can believe it. So very, very weird position. And Parham finds the best move, knight 5 a3. And now the difference is, to explain to the chat, that if you go knight c5, by the way, played, you can simply go e3 and hello, ये knight जो center में पड़ा हुआ है, इसके पास कोई घर नहीं है.
Oh my God. Are we going to see resignation in 5 moves by Hans Niemann? I would not be shocked.
No, not a resignation, I feel. Yes, and he is just a piece up.
Can we go full screen?
Maksudlu is just a piece up in this position. I don't think he is going to resign, but I think he will play because there's a...
Wow, Saj bhai, I think it would not be a shocker for me at least because piece आपने दे दिया आपको दो pawn मिलेंगे. First you take the C2 pawn, now you take the D5 pawn.
Mm.
But I feel white का development इतना natural है. The only problem piece is the queen. Yeah, so knight C3 attacking the queen. Next, if you bring the queen into the game, you castle as white. I think black resigns.
हाँ या क्वीन को जस्ट G1 से हटाना होगा, दैट्स द की हियर, बट अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट वेरी वेरी डिफिकल्ट फॉर हांस टू कम बैक बाय ऑन मूव 4 itself. The the chosen one, Hans Niemann, is completely lost against Parham Maksudlu, who has not had the best tournament so far. Let's remind everyone that his score is what, half out of 11, if I'm not mistaken. Half out of
Yeah.
11 is his current score.
Yeah, and I really want to stress one point, chat. जब भी आप चेस खेलना चालू करते हो, फॉर यू द स्टार्टिंग पोजिशन इज लाइक अ फ्री स्टाइल पोजिशन. If you have never played it before, you have no clue which move is the best. You understand the rules of the game कि piece ऐसे चलता है, but you have no idea which is the best, right? And then we blunder, we think, अरे यार मेरे को चेस खेलना आता नहीं है. But this freestyle position is equivalent to what you might face in that situation. In fact, it's even worse for you because you don't even have strategic principles in mind. And यहाँ पे 5 सालों में a world top 20 player blundered a piece. सिर्फ 5 चाल लगे. You see how tough chess is, Saj bhai. I mean, it's insane.
Wow, wow, nicely summarized there, Sahil bhai. He goes f3, by the way. Black plays e5 with queen. जैसे ही play में आती है, आपने mention किया queen f2. Maybe he finds a way to castle on the short side. He's just a piece up. And chat में कुछ लोग बोल रहे हैं कि भाई 2 pawns. आकाश भाई बोल रहे हैं 2 pawns. You are right. Black does have 2 pawns, but when there are so many pieces on the board, उन 2 pawns की value कम रहती है, because
Yeah,
pawns की value तब आएगी जब pawns advanced होंगे. नहीं तो pawns मर जाते हैं बहुत जल्दी.
true. And also, I think the point is black के जो pieces है, they are all at home right now, right? Development wise भी white is doing well. ए बस एक queen, बस एक queen. एक queen, if a queen f2 खेली, bishop खेला castle, certainly black has nothing. So यहाँ पे Hans Niemann under huge pressure. By the way, Param Muslim completely winning. बाकी तीनों games में भी white has a slight edge. Let's jump to the Arjun game, Sahaj bhai, because वहाँ पे भी, the knight has jumped to b5. Some threats in the position, huge threat, a royal folk.
Ooh, knight c7 is a threat, and black has only just one move in this position, which is knight a6. That kind of saves the day. I have to say that a more logical move for me in such a scenario is to play bishop b4
Oh,
check and bishop
oh,
a5, and he goes king
भाई
d8. Mistake.
भाई रॉयल फ्लश मैंने सुना था, रॉयल फोर्क भी आज देखने को मिल रहा है. किंग इतना कांप गया, इतने पसीने छूटे उसकी पीठ पे कि भाई बंदा खुद ही चल पड़ा भाई सुखाने के लिए. एंड नाउ C7 पॉइंट डिफेंड कर दिया. बट नाउ कीप इन माइंड रूल्स ऑफ फ्रीस्टाइल चेस सेम एज चेस. यू कांट कैसल एनी मोर. वो किंग काफी टाइम तक D8 स्क्वायर पे रहने वाला है. इमेजिन अ क्वीन और अ बिशप कमिंग टू G5 चेक एंड स्टिल अ रूक कमिंग टू D1 आफ्टर वाइट कैसलिंग. Long-term pressure for Erigesi Arjun against the world number 2.
And also, I believe he has an edge on the clock itself. I'm not sure 8 minute or 6 minute क्यों दिखा रहा है, because it should be more than that.
Wait,
Are
that's a
we
good point. Yeah, it's an error,
mistaken
yeah?
here?
Hey,
Must
oh,
be an error.
acha! Oh, acha, maybe the losers bracket has a shorter time control because I see the time control being same for Hans and Arjun. Oh my God, it's going to finish early.
Oh, so Hans and Arjun will, that means we might not get a break. That's good.
Oh, that's
That's
amazing. I
amazing.
love that.
That's एक घंटे का break नहीं होगा भाई. Let's go chat. मजा
Let's
आएगा
go,
भाई.
chat. Aaj action hi action, bhai. Let's go chat. And maza aega because now we can focus on these two games right now. And then we can
Yeah.
focus on Magnus and Vincent, yeah?
Yeah. Of course. We can keep switching like however we wish. But भाई एक घंटे का break वो जो था ना बीच में, वो मतलब वो vibe थोड़ी kill कर रहा था. But आज नहीं होगा भाई. वो बहुत 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 बढ़िया है. This is amazing.
बहुत बढ़िया, मजा आ गया. एंड बाय द वे चैट, लेट्स कीप इन माइंड कि अभी वाइट को क्या चलना चाहिए. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल क्वीन G5 डेफिनेटली कम्स टू माइंड बिकॉज बिशप E7 के बाद देयर इज क्वीन G7. But do I want to grab that pawn? I think white could also just develop. Yeah, for example, knight D4 is one move, attacking the queen and the pawn on F5. Knight C3 is another one I would love to consider. So I think white के पास बहुत options है.
Sahil bhai, can we try something different today? Like I'm thinking के I'll switch off my engine. ठीक है, मैं बार
हाँ
ऑन रखता हूँ, मैं engine ऑफ रखता हूँ, but आप देखते रहना. And if something
हाँ,
crazy is happening, then just give me a cue and just let me know. तो इससे बड़े वो
डन.
raw thoughts भी आते हैं. I think it will be fun for I think everyone
या
in
साहज
this
भाई
sense.
इज अ बिग फैन ऑफ रॉ थॉट्स. आई थिंक पता है मुझे. बिल्कुल साहज भाई, बिल्कुल डन. Meanwhile, knight
I should have
d7 क्या
known.
है चैट? दादा knight d7 क्या करिए चैट?
97 कौन सी मूव में आ रहा है मेरे भाई?
I think knight
आर यू
d2 you
टॉकिंग
mean, yeah?
अबाउट नाइट डी टू? बट नाइट डी टू का कोई पॉइंट नहीं है ना भाई, आप F3 पे रख नहीं
हाँ.
सकते नाइट को। तो क्वीन G5 चेक का पॉइंट था बेसिकली। बिशप E7 के बाद आई एम गेसिंग क्वीन टेक्स G7 इज व्हाट यू वांट टू टेक, एंड प्लेड बाय द वे बाय अर्जुन एरिगाइसी।
Wow. And by the way, look at this. Bishop e7 के बाद, you can, I think, take on g7, but even better is actually knight d4. But okay, he defends with the queen. But now I would even just take on f6, Sahaj. I think the end game
या,
itself is so tempting, yeah?
two double pawns on the F file. You get F5 is of course weak. F6 is weak as well. F4 ka square is a potential outpost for us. I think Arjun looking amazing to me so far. And
Yeah.
let's not forget black castle नहीं कर सकता. White castle कर सकता है but black castle नहीं कर सकता. That's a great like resource for Arjun here. By the way,
Yes. And
Magnus के गेम पे
हाँ.
सिर्फ दो ही चालें हुई हैं भाई.
भाई वो लोग आराम से 30 मिनट के मोड में है. सो आई थिंक अर्जुन एंड दीज गाइज आर गोना प्ले फास्टर. बाय द वे, ओ no queen trade, and now there is a huge threat in the position of bishop to g5 winning the queen. Black has to play the only move at 6 right about now.
H6, why not bishop E7? Bishop E7 looks also logical. अच्छा, मैं castle नहीं I keep forgetting मैं castle नहीं कर सकता यार. That is
हाँ,
that
bishop
is a
e7,
problem.
knight
So
c3,
तेरा तक
knight
castle हो
d5
जाएगी.
incoming. Yeah.
Ooh, okay, H6 played. Knight C3 now could be possible. Or bishop F4 also looks interesting.
I think knight c3 would be my move, but somehow, Sahaj bhai, I'm not sure of this move, but the
Oh,
Indian loves e4.
ooh, that's weird. Bhai, a cool tactic here for the chat. I'm not sure if it's working, but I can play here H4. And if you go Knight C6, I have bishop G5, I think. Is it working? Hey, it's working.
Oh, it's kind of working. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
H6,
Nice.
H5, H5, and your rook is hanging and your queen is hanging. It's a cute little tactic. Okay, anyway, he goes bishop F4,
Yeah.
D6, and knight C3. This is the current position. And we see a blue arrow with black having, black is being forced to play C6 here.
Yeah. And now look at this. The best move for Bat. Come on, chat. Can you guess? Oh, arrow dikha raha hai. It's long castle. The only move for white. And that's a brilliant one. Done and dusted by Arjun. Threat hai, bishop takes e5, winning the knight.
भाई कितनी सारी ब्लू एरो पे ब्लू एरो दिखाया जा रहा है. मैंने इंजन बंद कर दिया बट लेकिन ब्लू एरो पे ब्लू एरो दिखे जा रहा है.
Blue arrow पे
क्रेजी
blue
एंड
arrow, blue
प्लेड.
arrow पे blue arrow, blue arrow पे blue arrow. ये 2.5 कदम का घोड़ा.
व्हाट? ओके,
Sorry, man.
नाइट D7 के बाद B5 के नाइट पे प्रेशर. व्हाइट वांट्स टू प्ले नाइट D4, आई एम गेसिंग, टू कीप द नाइट सेंट्रलाइज्ड. Another like idea that I feel is important is just by E4 fact though. Like if you go C takes B5, I'll not even care about it. I'll go knight D5 and bishop B5 and maybe I have some counter play there. भाई मजा आ रहा है यार ये देख के. E4 looks
साथ भाई,
interesting. How is E4 here?
what a
I'll
move.
buy.
E4, yeah. And वो move देखते ही मुझे 4 छीके निकल आई भाई. What a move.
Is it actually working?
Yeah, it is working. It is second best move
It
in the
is.
position.
Ooh, nice, nice, nice. Let's go, Arjun. Play E4. Sack the knight.
No, I don't think he'll do that though. I think knight d4 maybe. But okay, black is also hitting g5 by the way. So regardless of what you play, you have to be ready for g5, f4, pushing those white pieces back. So Arjun का decision बहुत crucial है, and time भी, you're already down half the time. 4 minute pending है. He needs to think very quickly and very well.
He's now officially down on the clock in comparison to Fabi, and his knight is under pressure. So I think critical position for Arjun. He has to make a move quickly. क्या खेलोगे भाई? And by the way,
साज भाई,
Magnus game में crazy. Oh,
h4 में
H4.
यही कहने वाला था. It is working still. Your move h4 is still working. Not the best move, but it is an idea. Now cb5, only move for Caruana. He cannot back down. In for a penny, in for a pound. Pound लेके ही जाना पड़ेगा. Rate 120 पहुंच गया है. Come on Caruana, take the right.
भाई अगर CB5 मारा तो मैं बिशप G5 खेल रहा हूँ या फिर मैं नाइट D5 खेल रहा हूँ?
That's a good question. Bishop g5 is the best move, apparently. Pawn takes, and now basically queen goes anywhere. You pick up the rook, and black is still slightly better. But I think with the king on d8, वो better बहुत symbolic है.
बट भाई मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा, why can't I just go rook h1? Like rook h1, gf6. I have queen for 3 pieces and technically it should be better for black, but I see white has a good advantage.
या आई थिंक वही है ना, जो दो पीस है उसमें तीन में से बिशप C8 रुक A8, दे आर स्टक एट होम, या इट विल टेक अ लॉन्ग टाइम टू डेवलप देम, एंड मीनवाइल
Also
आई एम
pawn
रेडी विद
structure.
E4 नाइट B5, क्वीन G8, एंड इट्स वेरी हार्ड फॉर ब्लैक टू काइंड ऑफ कोऑर्डिनेट.
I think for Fabi, like अगर इसने h4 के बाद cb5 अगर उसने मारा, which is by the way the only move, bishop g5 h5 h5 के बाद, I think it's a very difficult decision to not go rook h1 here, क्योंकि आपके दिमाग में रहेगा भाई तीन पीसेस है मेरे पास क्वीन के लिए, तो let's just go for it ना. You have rook, bishop and knight. Rook is 5 points, bishop is 3 points, and knight is also 3 points. That's like what, 11 points for, of against a queen. So technically, materially, you are at least better.
टाइम 3 मिनट और 10 सेकेंड. Caruana needs to make this decision very quickly. You might as well make a slightly dubious decision, but make it quickly, because अगर आपने बहुत टाइम ले लिया फिर फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता साज भाई. अब कुछ भी खेलो, and it takes the knight. Let's go. We are going to see fire on the board. Bishop G5 takes, and Saj bhai, we'll get to know what option he chooses.
Really think Rook H1 is the obvious choice here. Queen F7 is so hard to play and to allow Rook. Rook भी एकदम 8th rank पे पहुंच रहा है, and it's going to target the king on D8 as well. Looks so difficult to play.
What I love is जो crucial choice अब Caruana के पास है. Arjun has done his part, and the engine evaluation says minus point 0.3. That means Arjun has taken a very nice practical bet, and Queen S7 played, by the way.
Tough move. By the way, just doing a quick action replay to show everyone in the chat that after H4, C takes B5, Bishop G5 was a brilliancy, by the way, played
Wow.
by Arjun Erigaisi. I think the
And
first brilliancy
Sahaj
on
bhai,
finals.
F4, beautiful move. The only move for Arjun is to find queen to E1. Anything else, and Caruana is close to winning, because B4 and queen A2 भी आ रहा है lines में.
Why, but B4 pe I have 95, I think. But Queen E1 also, like in retrospect, looks nice because I might need the queen on A5 or B4, something like this. Queen F2 या H4 पे क्या, H4 पे तो खैर knight D6 है आपके पास, वो तो मैं खेल ही नहीं सकता. H2 पे मैं रखूंगा नहीं, H2 पे क्या पॉइंट है क्वीन को रखने का. The difference is F2 और E1. Either these are the two squares
No,
that you choose
H2
from.
also, like, at least I might consider once, right? मतलब थोड़ा बहुत कि maybe I'll
F4
consider
के
it
पॉइंट के लिए,
once. हाँ,
F4
and
के
also
पॉइंट के
F4,
लिए.
also my queen can come into H7 maybe. I'm not sure, like I'll keep it in mind as an option maybe at least.
लाइक प्रॉब्लम ये है कि भाई क्वीन H2 के बाद अगर मैंने नाइट G6 खेला ना, तो आपको रुक हटाना जरूरी है. लाइक यू विल पुट इट ऑन H7 और
Ah,
H5, एंड देन ये क्वीन एकदम फालतू लग रही है H2 पे.
true, true, true. Come on, come on, come on. By the way, 3 minutes and 30 seconds for. Oh, I can see different clocks for some reason. Oh, Queen F2
Queen F2
played.
mistake by Arjun Erigaisi. Queen F2 was the logical choice. I have to give it to him. And now Rook D6 is a threat because Bishop is pinned. Maybe Knight G6 he can play. Maybe B4 he can play.
By the way, Knight G6 जब भी आएगा, White has to give the rook for the bishop. He can't afford to bring. Oh, he does bring the rook back. Oh. And now B4 is the idea basically for black. Basically, कुछ भी करके queen को A2 पिलाने साथ भाई. B4, Knight D5, Knight B6.
Oh, but that's hard. That's very hard. No, 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 no. I don't think that's going to happen. I think he
और
goes
साथ
like
भाई
A6 or something to
but again,
defend
if you
this.
Knight B6 के बाद, you can't really take, right, because rook की file भी open होगी. You might have triple
But
pawns to the B file. अच्छा, तो queen भी है. Oh,
but Queen
oh, he
B6
plays
check है ना भाई. हाँ.
Knight B6 पहले
Knight
खेला उन्होंने. Now do
B6
you play
आया.
A3?
मैं तो सोच रहा हूँ मार के Knight D6 मार दो, but Queen A1 check है आपके पास उसके बाद. तो या A3 looks good. Let's play A3. 2
Chat, by
minute
the
by
way,
the way for Arjun.
आपके लिए सवाल. अर्जुन विन ड्रॉ लॉस बता दो भाई, जल्दी से फाइनल प्रेडिक्शन कर दो इस गेम के लिए. पहली गेम जो जीतेगा, ही विल हैव अ ह्यूज एज. 2 गेम का मैच है. जो भी पहली गेम जीतेगा, ही विल बी द लाइकली विनर एंड क्वालिफाइड 5th प्लेस. कम ऑन चैट, लेट्स गो. साज भाई, व्हाट्स योर प्रेडिक्शन?
I think Arjun draws this match. Looks difficult to draw this, but I think he will draw it.
लॉस. अज्जू भाई विन. लॉस. जीत जाएगा. लॉस भाई, आज तो मतलब अर्जुन पे आई थिंक हरीश रेड्डी जी बहुत ज्यादा थोड़ा सैड है परफॉर्मेंस से. E4, बाय द वे, नाइस मूव. एंड नाउ बिशप D7 इज द ओनली वे फॉर ब्लैक to maintain his advantage. Not an easy choice. I think FE3 also looks tempting.
Very tempting. Fe3, Queen E3 के बाद, I think Arjun is more or less back. Bishop D7 is not an easy move. We can see it from the blue arrow. But I think bigger problem is Arjun's time right now. I feel his time is really, really bad. Less than half the time he has of Fabi. And it was 10 plus 5, so it's really going to count. Parham, by the way, completely winning against Hans still. Piece जो था अब उसके पास वो अभी भी है. Hans trying to fight back, but I don't think he's going to be able to make it.
भाई 5 चालों में ऐसे पीस खोते हुए टॉप प्लेयर को देखना बहुत रेयर है. सो आई थिंक
Yeah,
जस्ट आई थिंक एआई कुछ भी कर ले, नौकरियां छीन ले, बट चेस को सॉल्व करना मे बी इट्स नॉट दैट इजी. या
for sure not. And by the way, just showing very, very quick look for everyone in the chat. This is Vincent versus Sendarov's position. वो दूसरी चाल पे अभी तक सोच रहा है. Just putting it out there. Going back to the current Arjun versus, but second move पे अभी तक सोच रहा है Sendarov, like for the last what 13 minutes or so.
भाई सिंधारा को थर्ड प्लेस चाहिए यार. नया
अब
अपार्टमेंट आ
उसको
चुका है ना. जब भी आप नया अपार्टमेंट लेते हो साज भाई, तो यू वांट गेट सम स्टफ नाउ,
पता थर्ड प्लेस क्यों
फर्नीचर.
चाहिए?
क्यों?
क्योंकि 3 BHK का फ्लैट था ना.
ओह दैट्स
अब
सिंबॉलिक.
समझ.
वाओ ब्यूटीफुल.
थर्ड प्लेस ही चाहिए उसको.
By the way, Bishop D7, best move played by Fabiano Caruana. So he's still in the running to push here. Maybe Queen D4 now, preventing B4 from black. It could be a crucial idea. But black also has Rook C8, C5 पे भी खेल सकते हैं.
भाई रुक सी थ्री मार दिया उसने तो क्रेजी इम्बैलेंस आ जाएगा बोर्ड पे. ओके नाउ मे बी नॉट बिकॉज़ वाइट क्वीन से वापस मार सकता है, बट या रुक सी एट स्टिल लुक्स वेरी लॉजिकल. भाई B5 नहीं मर रहा क्या? बिशप B5.
आई थिंक उस टाइम पे तो क्वीन A2 मरता ना, बट मे बी बिकॉज नाइट जाना पड़ता B5 पे, तो A2 वुड हैंग. सो मे बी नॉट येट.
हम्म. रुक C8 played. 1 minute 20 seconds for Fabi, 1 minute 40 seconds for Arjun. ओ 36 एक्चुअली. मेरे यहाँ पे थोड़ा डिफरेंट आ रहा है, थोड़ा ग्लिच हो रहा है.
सहाज भाई को संगत का असर हो गया है, बिल्कुल. कमेंट्री कर करके अर्जुन की. सहाज भाई ऑल्सो मेकिंग सम बोल्ड डिसीजंस इन लाइफ. फॉर एग्जांपल कमेंटेटिंग फ्रॉम दिल्ली. सहाज भाई कैसा लग रहा
बढ़िया भाई, एयर प्योरीफायर ले लिया है, थोड़ा बेटर लग रहा है पहले से.
है?
किंग B1 रुक C5.
Oh, that's a slight error apparently. Not easy to see why. Queen B4 and Queen A5 is the plan apparently.
1 second, साहिल भाई, just 1 second.
साज भाई ने बोला 1 सेकंड. उस 1 सेकंड में मेरे को 5 छीके आ गई भाई. But Queen B4
Okay,
I
I'm
think is
back.
the move.
No, I was just reminding my mom to take the air purifier to her store ताकि वो like last time उन्होंने नहीं किया था. That was the reason. But yeah, I'm back now.
Oh,
Okay, knight
blunder by
takes.
Arjun. What? Oh, that's completely lost. Wait, what did he just do?
Yeah, it's two rooks versus all the minor pieces you can imagine and more.
Bhai, this is
Arjun
gone.
is dead
D5.
lost.
D5, this is
Why?
over.
If I could just go back 1 second, उसने knight B5 bishop B5 सोचा था, but ये possible नहीं था chat because white had queen takes C5. ये pin हो रहा था. And I'm guessing that rook B5 bishop B5 के बाद E5 D5, and Arjun in some way misevaluated this position as not so bad for him, but it is dead lost.
Yeah, I think he missed D5 is my guess.
Hmm. Bishop C6 he plays, maybe C4. Let's strike now. If you don't strike now, then you won't be able to strike at all.
What I want to do is get the queen in, and A4 A5 feels perfect for that. कि A7 अगर मुझे मिल जाए, suddenly I might have some checks. By the way, King C7, excellent move by black. Now
Yeah,
A5,
I
there is
think
knight C8.
Fabi in full force.
आप किधर हो साहिल भाई? आई
Yeah.
एम इन पनवेल नाउ यार. मैं शिफ्ट हो चुका हूँ परमानेंटली. शादी के बाद गृहस्थी बसाने में लगा हुआ
भाई तो
बट
फिर इनवाइट कब कर रहे हो यार टू योर
आ
न्यू
जाओ भाई. मैं
प्लेस?
तो पहले भी कहा था भाई. आज बाय द वे C4 भाई, खतरों से खेलने का शौक अर्जुन का खत्म नहीं हो रहा भाई. C4 व्हाट अ मूव. अगर मारोगे तो क्वीन D8 मेट इन वन.
Yes, sir. Queen D8. He goes Queen F5. Does not fall for it. 30 seconds, by the way, for Arjun. Check. King B2. अभी भी
आज
डी
भाई
पॉन को
क्वीन
टच करना
E5.
जरूरी नहीं. भाई मैं
क्वीन
तो कह रहा
E5
हूँ
इज जस्ट
A5
ओवर.
अबे यार क्वीन E5 तो मिस ही कर
क्वीन
दिया था.
E5 इज ओवर. नो, इट्स रिजाइन्स आई थिंक.
Yeah. And played. Queen takes D4 check के साथ आ रहा है. Yeah, you'll get the D5 pawn, but the material is too much.
Thank you, Abhimanyu bhai. And material is indeed too much. मेरे पास नहीं है बट वो भी आ जाएगा, बट फिलहाल के लिए आई थिंक ये डी पॉन जो है इट्स नॉट गोइंग एनीवेयर, ब्लॉकेटेड बाय द बिशप ऑन D6. This is just over, yeah.
Yeah, you have to capture. Like, and the moment he moves the king away, he black will capture on d4, and this is just GG.
Yeah. By the way, bishop
17
B4, bishop
seconds.
A5 is hanging. किंग आराम से D6 पे लिटरली बैठ सकता है. You
भाई
can
सब
literally
कुछ ही हैंगिंग है तो.
give like king D6 here, right? I don't see an issue.
Yeah, you can. But why would you? Because bishop को भी तो एक्टिव रखना है ना, तो किंग B8 जाओ, सेफ रहो.
मतलब फ्लॉन्ट मार सकते हैं किंग को आगे बढ़ के. ले भाई. ऐसे. ओ किंग D8 he goes.
किंग सेंटर में रख रहा है वो, गुड चॉइस. इफ यू टेक देन आई कैन कैप्चर विद द डी नाइट, या ताकि रुकेचेट भी ना आए. नाइट इज
अरे
नाइसली
भाई नाइट D3
डिफेंडिंग दैट
चेक आ रहा है
स्क्वायर.
यार. दिस इज जस्ट ओवर
नाइट
यार.
D3, बिशप D6.
So Arjun likely to lose the first game. That means अगली गेम में ब्लैक से मस्ट विन रहेगा उनका.
टफ, वेरी टफ.
You know, टफ ही करता है अर्जुन. आई थिंक अर्जुन आसान चीजें करता नहीं है साथ में. सो होपिंग कि ही कैन स्ट्राइक बैक. आई एम वेरी शॉक टू नो यू नो पनवेल इज अ रियल प्लेस. बिल्कुल भाई, इट्स नॉट नार्निया. कि यू नो जल्दी चलो सुबह नार्निया निकलना है. पनवेल इज अ रियल प्लेस विद रियल पीपल एंड रियल इमोशंस.
हो गया हॉगवर्ट्स. एक बिल्कुल हॉगवर्ट्स की तरह ही है पनवेल एक्चुअली.
हाँ. यू नो CST स्टेशन मुंबई से वो प्लेटफॉर्म नंबर 9 पे जाके दीवार में टकराना पड़ता है एंड यू रीच पनवेल.
हम्म. बहुत बार मारी हुई है टक्कर उन्होंने वहाँ पे वैसे.
हाँ.
B4 ही प्लेस. बिशप E7, ये भी मार दो. G5 का पॉन सिंपल. अरे
हाँ भाई.
यार.
पता घोड़े से मारूंगा, बिशप से नहीं.
लुक एट दिस. इफ ही गोज रुक E1, व्हाइट किंग को नाइट टेक्स G5, एंड लिटरली पूरी फाइल खुली है, बट आप कहीं 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 नहीं जा सकते.
Oh, look at this move. Look, H5 holds the. I mean, Rook are supposed to be active. बेचारा प्यादे बचाने के लिए H5 पे आ रहा है भाई. Just imagine that trauma. And
हम्म.
Bishop E7 anyways.
और कोई चाल ही नहीं है भाई. और तो कोई चाल ही नहीं. लाइक आई डोंट इवन नो व्हाट यू प्ले हियर एज. आई मीन मे बी ही वांट्स किंग E2, किंग F2 एंड G3 टू गेट द F pawn रनिंग, बट उससे हो क्या जाएगा.
Yeah. मैग्नस गेम
अभी
अभी
तो बिल्कुल.
देखेंगे. आई थिंक आफ्टर दिस गेम एंड्स वाइस फेस रिवील हो जाएगा भाई मेरे खुद के चैनल पे. आई थिंक वीडियो आने वाली है आज. आई थिंक एट 5 PM 3 मिनट में. और
ओहो, क्या बात है.
and दिव्या ने कमेंट्री करी है. सो बायस्ड. डोंट लाइक दिव्यास कमेंट्री देयर बट
Yeah.
बट ओवरऑल इट्स अ गुड वीडियो. बाकी आई थॉट इट वाज ओनली फ्रॉम अ मीम. नहीं नहीं भाई, इट्स अ रियल प्लेस. बिल्कुल.
बिशप E7, B5 आता है, टेक्स A6, पॉन टेक्स A6, पॉन्स गलोर. बिशप टेक्स D5 पे, और बिशप D5 पे रुक D1 है, ठीक है, उससे बच जाएगा थोड़ा. वो भी लॉस्ट ही होगी खैर.
Oh, King C5,
आ,
best move by the way.
यार, दिस इज सच अ डिप्रेसिंग पोजीशन एक्चुअली. बिशप टेक्स D5, अरे यार सब बचा हुआ है.
खत्म.
नाइट्स डिफेंडिंग
खलास.
एवरीथिंग. रुक A5, स्टॉपिंग B4, मे
By
बी
the way,
नाइट
Param
C4.
has one.
और नाइट
One result
C6.
there.
भाई
Oh,
नाइट C6.
oh. Knight
रुक D5, रुक
C6.
B5 मारोगे, बट आई हैव 3 pieces.
Even just Bishop C4 and next Knight C6. Like,
ही जस्ट सेज वो भी नहीं, नहीं चाहिए आपका रुक, रखो आप.
भाई
बिशप
क्या
G5, रुक
ट्रॉमेटिक
D6. ओ
पोजीशन है ना
बिशप
ये.
F6, बिशप F6.
ओह खत्म खत्म. खत्म भाई.
Knight takes F3 probably is winning. Knight C4, अरे यार. And bishop D4 hanging. Okay, now you should resign, yeah?
Yeah. Which
Now
channel?
it's
Sahil Tikku channel pe bhai. And that is done. So Arjun loses the first game to Fabiano Caruana. But I think, yeah, Caruana played an excellent game today. Yeah? No mistakes whatsoever.
absolutely 91.6% accuracy. I think with the black pieces, he completely took over by sacrificing. Sacrifice तो क्या ही था, क्या rook against two minor pieces था, फिर rook against two minor pieces फिर से हो गया. And yeah, it just shows the power of the minor pieces altogether. So both of the matches जो losers bracket में थे, Parham has defeated Hans and Arjun has lost against Fabi. And now we are switching to Levon versus Magnus. This is the finals in the winners bracket. भाई मैग्नस के टाइम को क्या हो गया.
मैग्नस के टाइम को लेट्स हैव अ लुक. 8 मिनट. अरे बाप रे भाई. मैग्नस कार्लसन क्या अपने विनिंग पार्टी की प्लानिंग कर रहे हैं भाई. ये क्या चल रहा है.
Crazy actually.
इसलिए
Which
कहते हैं कोई भी फंक्शन हो पार्टी प्लानर हायर करो, खुद प्लानिंग मत करो, बहुत टाइम वेस्ट जाता है साज भाई।
which channel is released? भाई मैं लाल देता हूँ चैनल। टिक्कू पे ही होगा ना?
भाई मैंने नाम चेंज कर दिया उसका आज ही सुबह। नाउ इट्स
साहिल टिक्कू कर दिया।
साहिल टिक्कू।
चलो मैं वो लिंक डाल रहा हूँ चैट। ये है चैनल का नाम एवरीवन, तो डू चेक इट आउट, अभी रिलीज होने वाली है।
हाँ तो रिजल्ट मुझे बताना नहीं भाई प्लीज। आई डोंट वांट लर्न अबाउट द रिजल्ट ऑफ द गेम, बट मीनवाइल
क्या आप हारे
मैग्नस
थे?
कार्लसन। पता लग जाएगा वीडियो में भाई। बाय द वे मैग्नस भी ठीक है मेरी तरह भाई, समथिंग मैग्नस एंड आई हैव इन कॉमन, वी बोथ हैव अ कोल्ड।
How about the fact that you're both also married?
ओह वाओ, दैट वुड हैव बीन बेटर
वो तो
एक्चुअली।
भूल ही गए आप।
भाई इतना टाइम नहीं हुआ ना भाई, ये कई बार मुझे लगता है कि यार यूजुअली वुड मेक डिसीजंस अलोन, नाउ यू आर लाइक ओ माय गॉड। भाई देयर आर अदर
समझ
पीपल
सकता हूँ,
इन दिस डिबेट।
समझ सकता हूँ, समझ सकता हूँ। अर्जुन वेरी बैड, अरे यार ऐसी चीजें मत लिखा करो चैट यार। इट हैपेंस, बहुत सारे अदर फैक्टर्स रहते हैं, वहां तक पहुंचता भी तो है वो भी तो सोचो।
And I don't think this was choking. Yeah, this was just a harsh game. I think usually that might be true in some cases. Like World Cup was one of them, but this was just a loss. Yeah, I mean, I think he got outplayed basically. So आज की game is not really
I
choking,
don't
I think.
think I don't think he necessarily choked in World Cup. I think that's very harsh to say. I think उसने लेको को हराया, उसने अरोनियन को हराया. I mean, he was beating Wei as well, but it's like किसी ना किसी ने जीतना होता है वो इवेंट. And I understand कि someone has to play consistently well, but you have to also consider कि एक महीने का इवेंट है, literally with no breaks in between. You're preparing all the time, and आपकी एक से छोटी मिस्टेक कितनी ज्यादा मैग्निफाइड हो रही है. So it's difficult to be in that situation, I think, as a chess player.
True. And Salva, did she take your name? Bhai, I think that was on the table, but to be honest, इतना मुश्किल होता है नाम change करना. I can't imagine if I had to change my name. Bro, how many forms would I have to fill, Sahaj bhai, if you had to change your name? Imagine. आज के ज़माने में ना, it's like a week's job, yeah, to do everything. So it doesn't make sense to me, at least, to take
Bro,
so
why
much
would you
effort.
change your, why would you, I mean, that's,
अरे वो मतलब
also आप करोगे भी क्यों?
he's talking about
अच्छा
my wife, no,
शादी,
like usually, हाँ, बात है।
okay. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes
So
sense.
it's a huge hassle actually. Did Arjun qualify for candidates? No, he did not. Orbital updates भाई clearly आप updated नहीं है, so catch up करें updates हमारे channel पे. It is definitely difficult to do such a public facing job. कौन सा public facing job की बात कर रहे हो अनीशा जी?
Think हमारी, probably.
हमारा काम तो बड़ा आसान है भाई, चिल कर, देखो जुकाम की हालत में भी वी कैन वर्क. वी कैन जस्ट पुट अप प्लेयर कैमरास एंड अवॉइड द स्नीजिंग कमेंटेटर्स, इट्स सो इजी।
स्नीज भी इसलिए हो रहा है क्योंकि मैं दिल्ली में हूँ और साहिल भाई अभी दिल्ली में थे. Like it's
हाँ,
bad भाई. बट या इफ यू आर इन, अगर आप दिल्ली में हो तो भाई एयर प्यूरिफायर जरूर ले लेना, उससे आई थिंक बहुत फर्क पड़ा है मुझे. लाइक आई एम नॉट गेटिंग सिक एज मच.
आई एग्री। आई थिंक एयर प्योरीफायर और एक एयरलाइन टिकट, नॉट इंडिगो, बाहर की, ताकि आपको दोनों में से एक चीज तो चाहिए चाहिए, इफ नॉट
And
बोथ।
Magnus sipping water. He plays f4 and Magnus यहाँ पे सोचते हुए knight c5. We can see from the blue arrow the only move in the position to keep things balanced. Magnus is currently a pawn down in this position, chat. So accuracy is super important.
भाई इट्स लिटरली द ओनली मूव फॉर मैग्नस, या अदरवाइज इट्स ऑलमोस्ट +1. सो आई थिंक कहीं ना
Hmm.
कहीं पे यू हैव टू बी वेरी वेरी केयरफुल एज मैग्नस, बिकॉज पहली गेम हार गए तो इट्स गोना बी डिफिकल्ट. अरोनियन विल नॉट क्रम्बल लाइक सिंदारो, ही इज वे टू एक्सपीरियंस्ड and he might just find some way to get a dull position in the next game and it might be difficult.
Could be. Chat में कोई लिख रहा है, don't you think Arjun feels the best player in the opening but lacks and in-game tactics and sharpness, which Prag does the best? Um, Openings में I do agree. I think Arjun is the most fearless. I think he's probably one of the best prepared guys in the world. But Arjun का style थोड़ा बहुत sharp है. तो it's like it can also backfire. It मतलब प्रग के लिए आप ऐसे कह रहे हो because प्रग ज्यादा solid safe खेलता है and प्रग always goes for the long approach. Very much like Magnus in this sense. So Prag feels more complete. But yeah, Arjun is the type of guy जो किसी भी दिन किसी को भी हरा सकता है.
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
what would you rather be, Sahil bhai? Would you rather be more complete as a player, or would you rather be someone जो किसी भी दिन किसी को भी हरा सकता है?
I think it depends. So if you're at the top of a game, let's say if I'm world top 20, I would rather be complete because I want to stay there, right? Like I am already successful. I don't need to do anything crazy. I want to be complete. But if I'm somebody who's in the world top 200, for example, like somebody who's 2600 or somebody, I would rather have some edges. Like I might have certain weaknesses, certain strengths. And on my day, if I can beat a player who's in the world top 10 or world top 20, I might get more visibility from that. And I also know exactly what to work on. I have clear weaknesses. I work on them, I improve. So I think it depends on where you are as a chess player. So if you are at Magnus Carlsen, you have to be a complete player. If you're Prague, you have to be a complete player. But if you're somebody who's 2650, I think you need certain strengths, certain weaknesses. You know how to improve, and you also get a chance to highlight yourself in the chess world, which is not
But
easy.
then बट भाई फिर ऐसा क्यों होता है कि अगर हम हिस्ट्री वर्ल्ड चैंपियंस में अगर हम हिस्ट्री की बात करते हैं तो सबसे पहला नाम ताल का ही आता है भाई. मिखाइल ताल इज द आई वुड से वन ऑफ द मोस्ट फेमस वर्ल्ड चैंपियंस इन चेस हिस्ट्री. अगर हम ठीक है इफ वी गो द फर्स्ट 10 वर्ल्ड चैंपियंस की अगर हम बात करें, ताल इज द मोस्ट फेमस,
Yeah,
राइट?
yeah.
तो
I
इफ
mean,
यू
Tal is
वांट
a
टू
bit
बी
different.
रिमेम्बर्ड इन हिस्ट्री, बट
Yeah, yeah.
ताल वाज आल्सो क्रेजी नो इन दिस सेंस, लाइक
No, no,
बहुत
no. I think
इनकंसिस्टेंट, लाइक.
agreed. I think also, but now I think times have changed, right? Like earlier, you could have a strength which is like you could be so strong at something it carries you forward because the competition is not as strong, and this it's very difficult for somebody to catch up with you in that strength. Nowadays, it's very hard to be much stronger at any particular skill than somebody else because knowledge is so common. Like आजकल तो हर 2 साल में एक नया 2700 निकल रहा है, राइट? सो आई थिंक इट वॉज पॉसिबल अर्लियर टू बी दैट एक्सेप्शन कि मतलब मैं 100 मीटर ऐसा दौड़ता हूं कि भाई कोई कैचअप नहीं कर सकता एंड आई माइट सक एट 400 मीटर्स 800 मीटर्स बट आई एम 100 मीटर्स में ए नंबर वन हूं बाय अ ह्यूज मार्जिन. बट नाउ इट्स वेरी हार्ड आई थिंक. So but yeah, I think you in principle it's possible. But then for example, let's say there's a guy who's a world puzzle champion, right? Some guy who's like 2000 rated, but not enough people know his name now because you need like all round
वर्ल्ड
approach. He
पजल
might be the best.
वर्ल्ड पजल
uh,
चैंपियन इज काट्सपर, नो? प्योरन काट्सपर.
yeah, there was some puzzle he defeated MVL like in some puzzle championship of 2 3 years back, I remember. So
Bjorn Katzper is like a 2700 का player at his peak, but like 2650 around
no, there
now.
was
Maybe
another guy there.
2500 now.
Another guy, Puzzle
कोई
Rush
और होगा.
champion
अच्छा
होगा
अच्छा.
फिर maybe. Like he was 1900 FIDE, yeah,
पजल
1916
रश तो
FIDE.
वो जीता था ना अभी, रॉबसन रे को जिसने हराया था, क्या नाम है उसका?
नहीं नहीं नहीं, उससे पहले देयर वाज अ चैंपियनशिप जहां पे देयर वाज अ 1950 रेटेड प्लेयर सेमीफाइनल्स में ही डिफीटेड एमवीएल.
हम्म.
So he was like so strong. So I think why like more strength maybe nowadays is hard to emulate. But okay, I think it's a debate which is very interesting. Meanwhile, also do you think Parag will bring his A game to candidates as he had a mid last second half of 2025? I think he will, Saj bhai. What are your thoughts on this? Like Parag ka, how do you see the candidates going for him?
I think probably better than last time. That's my guess because I think अब उस पे प्रेशर कम रहेगा because उतने सारे इंडियंस नहीं खेल रहे हैं जितने पहले खेल रहे थे. तो ये एक वो चीज थी कि भाई उनसे बेटर भी परफॉर्म करना है आपको, एंड देयर वर मोर आईज, लाइक मोर eyeballs on you. But I think now he will probably feel a bit more free कि he qualified and he also has the experience from last time, and I think he will perform better. Whether he wins or not, ये आप किसी के बारे में नहीं बोल सकते अभी.
True, true. I think upper half में qualify करना is very likely because also candidates objectively is slightly weaker than last time. So somebody like Prague who's in the top half is likely to do better. But जीतना as Sajbhai mentioned is very hard to predict because कारू आना है, कारू है. Video release हो गई भाई 8 मिनट 7 मिनट पहले. And Arjun complete player. Arjun don't like to play end games. नहीं नहीं, Arjun does know end games. I think top players में तो सारे के सारे are kind of overall ऐसा कोई weakness नहीं है clear cut किसी भी player में. So they are all rounders for sure.
Hmm.
By the
Yeah,
way, bishop
absolutely.
e3 only move
By
for
the way,
white to gain the edge.
गेम अभी तक शुरू नहीं हुआ है अर्जुन का. डज दैट मीन कि वो लोग भी 1 घंटे का वेट करेंगे एंड वी विल आल्सो हैव दैट ब्रेक देन?
नहीं, I don't think so. That will be ridiculous. Yeah, कि एक गेम करने के बाद then you wait for 2 hours. Like, I'm hoping that's not the case. I don't think so. Maybe थोड़ा सा break होगा and then they will start. Yeah.
Okay, let's see what happens. He goes bishop e3, best move in the position, and Magnus का time is a huge problem here. By the way, taking a quick look at Vincent versus Sendarov as well. We haven't checked that game yet. Sendarov, by the way, at 98.9% accuracy. White had just played e4 and fe4 fe4 हुआ था, and now Sindarov has basically 3 pawn captures on e5 and e4. He can go d4, knight e4 or 95, or he can play d4 as well. And he has to think about कौन सी best move है amongst these three.
I'm still surprised कि time कितना कम हो चुका है. Sindarov has 8 minutes and the position still feels like कि अभी 4 5 6 चाले हुई हैं कुछ. Like for example, if you saw this position in the like you saw this position right now and you didn't know the time control and you only saw Sindarov's time, you would say it's 10 plus 5, yeah?
हाँ, but उसको 15 मिनट क्यों है फिर?
वही, like if you only saw Sindarov's clock, you would say it's 10 plus
Yeah,
5. You
yeah.
would say कि मतलब 10 plus 5 चल रहा है and they've used up 2 minutes of the clock and like it's like 5 6 7 moves in. So that's how much time they've utilized. So I think it's very interesting. Very freestyle, it's very hard for players to come up with the best moves. Like it's very, very incredibly hard, and they use up so much time in the first 5 moves or so.
भाई सिंडारोव की अगर हम कैंडिडेट्स की बात करें, like what are your thoughts? Do you think he has any chance of winning the candidates? Because he has defeated Magnus. He won, I think, winning World Cup, I think, is an Herculean task, which he did, defeating Wei at the end. What are your thoughts on that?
I think Sindharov, what we have seen is that chess players perform well in phases. Like they will have an amazing 6 month period, they will have an amazing year, and then they falter somewhere. Sindharov का जो golden period है वो चालू हो चुका है. He won the World Cup, doing very well here as well. कब तक वो चालू कर पाएंगे? So I think what he needs to do is not lose track of the goal, maintain that momentum जो चल रहा है, keep working hard on his chess, and I think if he does that, his that golden period might extend to beyond the candidates, and in that case anything is possible. So it would not be a shocker, for example, if he actually wins the candidates and challenges Gukesh. Like after the World Cup, it would not be like surprising. Although I would say more likely he might finish in top 3, but he might not really win the candidates. What's your take,
Let's
Saj?
also let's also talk about the fact that Sindarov is from Uzbekistan, and अगर हम इंडिया को नंबर 1 बोलते हैं when it comes to like support to the players, I think Uzbekistan would be a close second. Like कितने सारे events होते हैं उज़्बेकिस्तान में, like he also got an apartment, he also got he like president से उसको like एक award भी मिला and all of that. So my guess is के मतलब I think he will get a lot of support in terms of money, in terms of like resources towards the candidate, and that really that really changes things for a player. And if you are going
Sajna,
full
can we
force,
refresh the board एक बार? I think we have few moves in, I think now.
Bishop b4 तक ही हुआ था भाई,
नहीं,
मेरे पास तो वही है.
अच्छा, can we go to the game of Aronian, because I think he's winning or much better actually against Magnus. Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, sure. Sendarov की बात चल रही थी ना, so I thought maybe it's good. But yeah, so
अच्छा.
I think वो पूरा जो like पूरा की country का जो support होता है, government का जो support होता है, that also really matters a lot for a chess player. And Uzbekistan for me is a close second. So I think he
Yeah.
also could be a very decent contender to Gukesh as well. And I think Sendarov की एक बात जो मुझे सबसे अच्छी लगती है वो ये कि he performs really well under pressure.
True.
Really well.
True. And also, I think he did pretty well, yeah. Uzbekistan Chess Cup, maybe I think he was there, right? Who finished in tied first place, if I'm not
Yes.
mistaken.
I think
So
that's
it's not.
Nodirbek, the other Nodirbek who defeated Abdul Sattarov. I'm not sure how he performed Sindarov
No,
there, but
I think he was in tied first place, and then Prague, him, and Nodirbek, all three had a tiebreak, right?
wasn't it the other Nodirbek?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Although I might be wrong here,
Acha.
but I think regardless, he's had a great year. It's a great second half at least. And I think if he continues like this, anything is on the table, and that could include the World Championship spot. So it would not be a shocker for me, like if he does that. And meanwhile, coming to the Magnus game, Saj bhai, we all predicted that Magnus जीतेंगे, but are we gonna stick to our predictions? Because right now, Arjun kursi में भी नहीं बैठे हुए. That's how good his position is. +2 almost.
Yeah, and 3 minutes for Magnus is
Oof.
looking dicey, and another mistake by the world champion. And by the way, please spam mat kariye, because it ruins the experience for all the other people who are watching the stream.
By the way,
Please आप
Saj
spam
bhai,
mat करिए.
so आपने कहा कि ऑल द अदर पीपल, सो कौन कौन से हैं वो ऑल द अदर पीपल? एक बार सब लोग हाई लिख दो, वुड लव टू सी कौन कौन एक्टिवली देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे, एक बार हाई लिख दो चैट में। वुड लव टू सी कहाँ कहाँ से लोग ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं। बाद में क्वीन ऑफ 7 अ बिग मिस्टेक, बिकॉज नाउ बिशप C4 के बाद आपका घोड़ा पिंड है, and it's
Hmm.
very difficult to unpin that knight with f5 incoming, knight d6, queenside castles. I think Magnus Carlsen in huge trouble.
So Aronian and played Bishop C4 is on the board. By the way, 98% accuracy by Aronian here. He has played fantastic chess so far. I think Aronian is taking this one.
Wow, and chat is hyped up now. Let's see. सब लोग हाई लिख रहे हैं. Yo chat, glad to have you here. You know, chess calendar ऐसा packed हो चुका है. It's gonna be an amazing next 365 days, maybe even longer, because कोई भी महीने में ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई बड़ा event ना हो. So तैयार रहना. And the next up will be GCL. आज final day freestyle का, that starts from 14th. And उसके बाद, of course, then will be World Rapid and Blitz to end the year. Oh, by the way, Arjun's second game has started. So let's jump quickly. Arjun in a must to win, and look at the starting position. This is quite different to normal chess now.
Yeah, अब लग रहा है कि फ्री स्टाइल आया है बोर्ड पे. बाय द वे, अर्जुन इज प्लेइंग विद द ब्लैक पीसेस हियर. नाइट एकदम H1 पे, रुक G1 पे. कासल एक चाल में ही हो सकती है एज इट इज. I'm not so sure that this is like a crazy position for Arjun to kind of make a win, but let's see. Let's see.
Oh, tough one, tough one. And actually, right now, D6, E5 करके एक Philidor kind of structure है यहाँ पे black का. Although the king is on F8, knight on H8 is definitely an awkward piece. By the way, D takes C5. I think structure fix कर दिया है ताकि dynamism कम हो, and Caruana, all he needs is a draw.
Knight G3 he plays, and I think Arjun can respond with Knight G6. My guess is both players can castle like immediately, so they should probably go for that, develop the bishop, develop the knight, and okay, you're looking at a very like equalish type of game. And yeah, it will be difficult for Arjun to make a comeback here. Meanwhile, I think Hans also. Okay, Hans' की position थोड़ी सी better है, by the way, against Parham.
Oh,
So maybe
nice.
that match can go into tie breaks.
Saurabh from Switzerland really going for Arjun to win today. Let's hope so he can. by the way, मैं खुद आ रहा हूँ स्विट्जरलैंड 2-3 दिन के लिए. जैन फर्स्ट वीक में तो मिलते हैं भाई. कहाँ पे हो बताना भाई स्विट्जरलैंड से. अर्जुन ऑलवेज लूजेस व्हेन मैटर्स मोस्ट. नहीं नहीं, आई डिसएग्री. आई थिंक कई बार हम उनकी विंस को हम थोड़ा सा कम मान लेते हैं फॉर सम रीजन. आई थिंक बिकॉज ऑफ हाउ वेल 2024 वेंट. ही डिड काइंड ऑफ स्ट्रगल ऑन अ कपल ऑफ टूर्नामेंट्स, बट आई थिंक लिटरली लास्ट टूर्नामेंट ही वो जीते थे, वो भी विशी सर
Hmm.
को हरा के इन द फाइनल्स. सो ऐसा नहीं है कि ही crumbles when it matters most.
मुझे लगता है कि इंडियन फैंस ना 2024 में स्पेसिफिकली जिन्होंने चेस को फॉलो करना शुरू किया था, दे गॉट दिस लाइक अनरियलिस्टिक एक्सपेक्टेशंस फ्रॉम लाइक इंडियन चेस प्लेयर्स. या बट चेस ऐसे नहीं चलती यार. लाइक आई थिंक यू ऑफ कोर्स इट्स गुड टू विन टूर्नामेंट्स, बट नो वन इज, आई थिंक नो वन एक्सेप्ट मैग्नस कार्लसन इज दैट कंसिस्टेंट when it comes to any type of event. हम लोग कितना सब कुछ तो जीत गए थे हम 2024 में यार. ओलंपियाड, वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप, कैंडिडेट्स, लाइक so it set like this unrealistic level of expectations, and अब वो reality आ रही है कि ऐसा नहीं होता
True.
भाई.
True, and also I think very important ki you know it could happen again in 2026. So maybe 2025 wasn't the perfect year. Also, there was no Olympiad, no World Championship, no candidates. So year भी ऐसा था जहाँ पे जीतने की opportunities भी कम थी. And in terms of FIDE events, we basically had three major events. One was Women's World Cup, which Divya won, Humpy came second. Then it was
Exactly.
Grand Swiss, and then it was World Cup, and वो दोनों हम नहीं जीत पाए. But maybe the next year will be ours, yeah.
Yeah, I genuinely believe कि 2026 में जो candidates are like, especially in the women's candidates, I would expect, I mean, I would be surprised if an Indian player does not win the candidates in the women's section for sure. कौन होगा? Like I think I've already given my pick there, but I think इनमें से एक नहीं हुआ तो I will be shocked.
Yeah, yeah. By the way, Zurich में मैं एक दिन के लिए होऊंगा सौरभ भाई, फोर्थ को, आई थिंक 4th जैन को. ओके, सो नाउ A5 played, so A4 की तरफ बढ़ते हुए he's forcing that trade. The question is, do we want to consider F4 at the right moment, Saj? Is that a possibility, or is it just stupid because black can just castle? Yeah.
कर सकते हो, but I mean, F4 is an aggressive move. I think it's a bit unnecessary right now. I think it's important to keep things solid. Like you can play A4 also and just stop black from playing A4. And okay, the ball is in Arjun's court. He's the one who decides how to sort of play for a win here. अभी फाबी को कुछ क्रेजी करने की जरूरत नहीं है, in my opinion.
फेयर इनफ एंड राइट नाउ चैट हम देख रहे हैं एरिगेसी अर्जुन को फोकस्ड अगेंस्ट फैबियो कारुआना. द पॉइंट इज लास्ट गेम एनीबॉडी जॉइनिंग इन अर्जुन लॉस्ट द लास्ट गेम विद द व्हाइट पीसेस, तो ब्लैक से कमबैक विन करनी पड़ेगी. अभी फिलहाल के लिए व्हाइट लुकिंग वेरी वेरी सॉलिड. साज भाई फिलहाल के लिए विन देखना थोड़ा मुश्किल लग रहा है मुझे, बिकॉज स्ट्रक्चर इज वेरी सिमेट्रिकल एंड कोई भी इंबैलेंस थोड़ा सा दिख नहीं रहा है.
Also, the good bishop about to be traded and taken. Knight takes b3. Now, black ka bishop is a bit bad. White ka bishop is, I think, superior in comparison. And yeah, looks very, very equalish to me. I would play moves like queen e2, maybe knight d2 and knight c4 and try to trade off as many pieces as possible because Fabi ko sirf draw karna hai and fifth place is secured for him.
Yeah, and great point by Sahaj that the bishop on d8 is a bit stupid, right? Look at the bishop on d8. अब सारे ब्लैक के पॉन्स देखो, सारे डार्क स्क्वायर पे हैं. दैट मींस खुद के पॉन ही खुद का रास्ता ब्लॉक कर रहे हैं. अगर दोस्त ऐसे हो तो दुश्मनों की क्या जरूरत साज भाई. मतलब इट्स जस्ट अ सैड लाइफ फॉर द बिशप ऑन d8.
Very, very sad indeed. So yeah, I think Fabi looking quite good to me going into this. Yeah, but hoping that Arjun can maybe create some chaos on the board. But for now, it feels very, very unlikely to me. Sixth place hoga na Arjun ka if he draws. Sorry, if
Yes,
he draws, if
yes,
he loses this
loses.
match.
Yeah, yeah,
Got
yeah,
it.
yeah. Sixth place. That's not so bad, I think, in this field. But ideally, you wanna, this is the golden opportunity to defeat Caruana. And let's not forget that Caruana could be the next World Championship challenger. So it's always a result याद आता है कि यार last time मैं खेला था मैं हारा था उससे. So meanwhile यहाँ पे
हम
Rook
कह
D1
रहे
played. हाँ.
हम कह रहे not bad, not bad. भाई $35,000 का प्राइस है if you finish sixth. Like that's amazing. Like अगर आप फिफ्थ आते हो तो 40K, अगर आपका ड्रॉ होता है तो 35K. It's like 5K का मैच है basically.
Okay. I mean 4.5 लाख एक गेम के लिए I would say pretty good odds that alone, yeah, pretty
I
good
mean,
stakes.
like considering the appearance fees and all of that these players got, I mean, I'm not really sure. उतना high stakes वाले like first और second में बहुत बहुत बड़ा फर्क है. I think it's 200K and 120K. That's a
हाँ.
very big difference, I think.
True. True. By the way, F3 played. White थोड़ा सा solid लग रहे हैं. I think White is not interested in taking too many risks. So Black को ही यहाँ पे कुछ करना पड़ेगा. And F3 के बाद what can Arjun do? We H5, H4 is something that comes to mind, Sahaj bhai. Like pretty typical, right? When the knight is on G3.
Oh yes, then knight को आप kick करके वापस F1 पे H3 करके आप block कर सकते हो, I guess. For now, I think it's important that Arjun maintains more time on the clock,
Yeah,
which
true.
he is doing that.
Oof,
By
come
the way,
on, come
Hans
on.
also having a good position against Parham, so that match could technically go into tiebreaks. H5 played.
H5 played. Arjun pushing now. Look at the bar slightly in Arjun's favor. It's too early to say anything, but थोड़े chances लग रहे हैं. Also, a very interesting detail कि at some point the engine recommends this castling queenside. That to me is ridiculous.
अगर कुछ mess create करना है position में तो I think long castling makes a lot of sense. By the way, Levon Aronian now completely winning against Magnus Carlsen.
Wow.
Like I
But
think
Sahaj
plus
bhai,
three, plus four दिख रहा है, or something like that.
queenside castles पे literally queen a6 comes with check, yeah? So it's always hard to, and bishop b6 के भी threat है. So, to make queenside castles here would be still a risky choice for black.
Hmm, for sure. So what should he play here then? I'm thinking knight f1.
Knight f1, I think definitely an option because कभी ना कभी तो खेलना ही पड़ेगा. H4 might be incoming anyways.
Mm-hmm.
What else? Maybe knight h1. Is that a move you'll consider? Okay, not now.
Knight h1. That feels crazy. But bishop f2 f5 and Arjun seems to be back. I can see 0.8 advantage for Arjun here. That is great news.
Aye, and
Might
rook
see a
on
tie break
g8.
here as well.
Yeah, and rook on
Mm-hmm.
g8 is perfectly placed in the g file. If you take, I take with the pawn. Suddenly g file पे तहलका मच सकता है. And very very important, the bishop on d e7 now has a future. Could come to h4, trade itself off, or do something else. So suddenly black के सारे pieces game में आते हुए.
I guess bishop g5 also makes a lot of sense. Like, kabhi bishop d2 marke, you can go knight c4. But yeah, the good thing is
Yeah.
this bishop is no longer considered to be bad.
True. And Caruana हल्की सी smile देते हुए चेहरे पे, I don't know why he had that smile. Very interesting. Can we have that side angle of Caruana and Arjun on left and right? वो smile है कि मुझे लग रहा है साज भाई, क्योंकि मुझे लग रहा है.
I'm not so sure. अभी तो I think दोनों players are okay, yeah,
He's
sure. This is
creating an
Levon's
attack
game.
out of
By the way,
nothing.
look at this, Sahil bhai.
Oh,
Magnus
oh.
having a minute on the board. 1 minute on the board and he's dead lost, +4 position. Magnus about to lose his first game.
भाई 16-17 मिनट versus 1 minute. Have you ever seen Magnus with such time odds? This feels like a handicap match, yeah?
Bhai, crazy. 44 seconds for Magnus. Is he going to resign? Knight b3 check he plays. I don't think I have to take this. I can just move the
Yeah.
king away and keep my double bishop advantage.
Yeah, and look at the, the accuracy, by the way, 86.9 versus 94.7. So मुझे कहीं ना कहीं पे लग रहा है कि भाई Magnus Carlsen is gonna suffer a crushing defeat in the game one of the finals, and maybe we are really underestimating Levon's chances here.
No, we never underestimate. Bhai, he is a freestyle Grand Slam winner. Never underestimated that. But yeah, Magnus on paper तो हमेशा favorite ही रहता है. But yeah, right now it feels like he is absolutely destroying him. 16 minute का advantage, bhai. What is going on?
And look at this, by the way. After you could even just take the knight, and if you take the bishop on d3, there is a move which is insane. It is bishop takes c7 check. And if you
Yeah?
take this, there is rook d1 with queen f4 to come, and you basically resign.
अरे बाप रे.
The queen is trapped, yeah? It's gone.
Queen a6 gaya, queen f4 check, king c8 and some knight d5, yeah? And queen
Yeah,
c7 mate हो रहा है.
possibly. Wow. And that is crazy, but okay, he plays king b1. I think that's the human move. And now bishop
Knight
c4, bishop e6 incoming at some point. This is just gone.
50 seconds for Magnus. Pressure, pressure.
By the way, Hans doing better against Maksudlu, Fabi better against Arjun better against Caruana, now equalizing, Kamer better against Sindarov. So we might see a lot of results today, chat. Freestyle chess में results बताते हैं, तो बढ़िया है.
भाई कोई टाई ब्रेक की तरफ पढ़ सकता है क्या? Do you like if you could make a guess? Because Arjun is not that much better right now. He's better, but
True.
उतना नहीं है better.
And Hansby also,
Hans,
it's not like done and dusted yet. Yeah, matlab,
yeah,
it could be a comeback.
yeah, could be, could be. But let's see. Rook d8 by the way played and अभी Aronian पूरा time यहाँ पे use कर सकता है. He has 15 minutes. अर्जु भाई का गेम भाई लगा लेते हैं. Let's go back to Arjun's board. This is the current position. Bishop g5 was a slight inaccuracy by Arjun. Although makes a lot of sense, I think, to me,
Yeah.
because I would have loved to take bishop d2 and get rid of my so-called bad bishop and somehow take the c4 square in my control.
Agreed. And also white के options जो है top three, they're very weird. One is knight b1, one is b3, and one is knight e3. So either of the options, I mean, knight e3 is a bit natural, but it's not the first choice that comes to mind. h4 played.
h4, okay. Now, do I take on d2 or do I not take on d2? That is the question. To take or not to take? I guess
I
not,
think,
because bishop h6 feels more logical. Like keep the option.
yeah, I think the knight is not running away, literally can't run anywhere. So you can keep the option of just maintaining that threat. Although even if you take, it's not so bad. Okay, he doesn't take.
Bishop h6 and now knight e3 feels logical, just to get the knight to d5 and also provoking played, by the way. I'm not so sure if Fabi is that much worse here. I don't even know why he's worse here.
I think एक ही move है black के पास. That is bishop takes and f4. And then you maybe play g5 and you open the file.
Yeah. Yeah. And then you go long castle and okay, black थोड़ा ज़्यादा fast रहेगा उधर.
हाँ. By the way, Hutwal जी कह
एक
रहे हैं
बार
कि
knight d5 allow हो गया. Played, by the way.
हाँ played. Oh, queen e3 he takes. Very interesting.
f4 is still possible, I guess, but I think he wants to play queen d3 and put the queen on a slightly stronger square. या दैट्स हिज पॉइंट एंड नाउ क्वीन d5 खेल के आप ट्रेड कर सकते हो. नॉट रियली श्योर व्हाई स्टिल व्हाई ब्लैक इज बेटर हियर. बट ये क्या कह रहे थे हुडविन जी?
या वो कहते हैं कि भाई भाभी से हार गए यार, ऐसे कैसे चलेगा? मैंने कहा भाई भाभी से हारने में ही हमारी जीत है भाई। आई थिंक
तो आप हार गए मैच, कभी
हाँ
नहीं
भाई
बता
मैं
रहे
हाँ,
थे हाँ.
एक्चुअली लास्ट में ब्लंडर किया। इट वेंट फ्रॉम completely lost, I sacked my queen, and it went from completely lost to slightly worse to better, winning for me to slightly better for me to last move में it was dead equal, but I blundered in one move and lost, but nice game.
ओ, देखूंगा भाई आफ्टर द कमेंट्री आई चेक आउट द गेम.
हाँ, and meanwhile अज्जू भाई का गेम, नहीं 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 भाई स्ट्रीम पे नहीं, लेट्स गो टू लेट्स, अच्छा अज्जू भाई गेम देख रहे हैं। सो क्वीन डी थ्री प्लेड, एंड फिलहाल के लिए ब्लैक इज स्टिल थिंकिंग 5 मिनट, मे बी दैट्स द एडवांटेज अर्जुन नीड साहज भाई की, टाइम पे एटलीस्ट डबल से ज्यादा हमारे पास है, सो मे बी करुणा मेक्स अ मिस्टेक।
अभी तो लेकिन अर्जुन की चाल है एंड कारुआना की नेक्स्ट मूव क्वीन d5 इज वेरी लॉजिकल. I don't think he would have to spend any time there. And the
बाय द
problem
वे,
is that if you go knight e7, yeah, exactly. And now I can play b4. If I can play b4, then you cannot convince me that this is better for you. No ways.
या यू कैंट कैसल क्वीन साइड नाउ, दैट्स नॉट गोना हैपन।
Yeah, exactly. And your king is permanently going to be bad. So if you're now b4 is just there.
बाय द वे हैंस नीमन कंप्लीटली विनिंग अगेंस्ट परम मकसूद, तो वो गेम तो टाई ब्रेक में जाने ही वाला है। इट्स +14 फॉर हैंस नीमन।
अरे वाह. तो एक तो टाई ब्रेक आया भाई. ठीक है, तो
हाँ
ब्रेक
एक
नहीं होगा भाई.
कंफर्म्ड,
बढ़िया.
एक कंफर्म्ड।
अच्छा, तो कुछ तो इम्प्रूवमेंट.
चलो देखते हैं। मीनवाइल आई थिंक हैंस सीमन की गेम पे अगर हम जाएं एक सेकंड के लिए, साज भाई इट्स मेट इन 5 बाय द वे, रुक ई3, ओ रुक ई4 सॉरी प्लेड, एंड इट्स मेट इन 1, एंड देयर इज नो डिफेंस भाई। व्हाट अ फिनिश भाई, व्हाट अ क्लासी फिनिश, विंस इन 17 मूव्स।
Statement by Hans Niemann. There it is. Equalizing matters on demand. And now we head off to tie breaks between these two players.
Yeah, and meanwhile Magnus
Switching
Carlsen
back to.
also completely lost, so let's stick to Arjun's game, and let's keep in mind Arjun को जीतना है ये position। Fabi has just over a minute now, साथ में I'm still hopeful कि यहाँ पे Fabi थोड़ा स्ट्रगल करेंगे।
ये टाइम थोड़ा ग्लिच होते हुए दिख रहा है मुझे. लाइक मिनट तो दिखा रहे हैं बट मेरे पास 2 मिनट्स आ रहे हैं यहाँ पे somehow. Not really sure what the time situation is. He goes b3. Yeah, 132. Yeah,
No,
204.
204 actually.
See?
Oh, 204. Okay, it's not so bad.
Yeah. And now g5 perhaps. ये तो खेलना जरूरी है आपको. Why did he play b3 though? Does he want c4 c5?
I think knight
Does he want
c4 is
knights?
his
No,
plan.
no, no ways. Really? Knight c4?
I think knight c4, bc4 and
Ah,
c5
okay.
might be the plan. ये c5 आ जाएगा and you
हम्म.
undouble your pawns.
आप क्वीन से भी तो मार सकते हो c4 को. b4 के बाद c5 तो तब भी आ रहा है.
हाँ, you can actually do that actually, because मेरे को डर था कि black c5 ना खेल दे, but I mean my rook is on the d5, so no risk there for white actually.
हम्म. अब c4 को अटैक कैसे करोगे इस pawn को? Like there is nothing.
True, true. And now I
अर्जुन को
think
कुछ
black needs to
क्रेजी
decide,
करना
yeah?
होगा. rook d8.
Like, do you take on
Also
c4 or do you
bishop.
kind of open the g file?
Let's not forget if you go rook d8, there's a nice tactic. Yeah, bishop takes b6. I think might be working. Oh no, maybe not. There's knight c8 at the end.
Okay, chat. I think this is a crucial moment in the game. अगर यहाँ पे queens trade हो गए, I think Arjun के winning chances will disappear like magic. So he needs to come up with some complications here.
Yeah, Arjun, I think looking unlikely to me that he's going to score a win here, but let's see what happens. For now, I think knight takes c4 looks very logical. A move like g4 also feels a bit logical to me. But I
Oh
don't
man.
know. It
Yeah,
looks really,
g4.
really, really unlikely.
Look at this.
g4 is the
g4,
move?
knight takes d6 and rook d8 is the best way for black to move forward. Very hard to find it in time pressure. Hopefully Arjun uses this long thing that he has to come up with a
Queen
sequence of
c4?
moves.
Oh, this
Maybe
is good for black. Takes, takes, takes. And this is good for black.
yeah, rook d7
Okay.
and g3, yeah, or gf3 actually wins.
I don't. How do you even allow rook d7? ना gf3 तो है, but rook d8 check खेल के मैं मार सकता हूँ ये.
Ah,
I don't know why this is like so much better for black. Hard to evaluate this. Let's go back to the live board. This is the current position. Knight c4, Arjun in deep thought. I think basically by process of elimination, he has to understand कि भाई g4 नहीं खेलेगा तो position एकदम से simplify हो रही है, and then okay, he has no
Yeah.
chances to play for a win.
By the way, Vincent Keimer not change boards, but completely winning against Jakovic Sindavrov. So, that could also be a big, big win for him to take that third spot. Yeah, let's stick to Arjun for now.
याकूब हमने याकूब और सेंडारो बोला भाई जावा
Sorry,
के
Jakovic Sindavrov. Sorry.
याकूब के लिए बुरा तो लग रहा है भाई. He was right there in the semi-finals, and like चार में से तीन लोग candidates में जा रहे थे, and it had to be Yakuboev. बुरा
Yeah.
तो लग रहा है यार उसके लिए बहुत.
By
He
the way,
takes
Arjun
everything, plays g4.
takes on c4. I think that's a slight misjudgment on his part. But now, do you take with the pawn or do you take with the rook? Both are very interesting.
I guess rook, because you can go rook g8 later on. You can put pressure on g2 and h4 with knight g6, knight h4 type ideas. But if you go hg4, then you keep your pawns connected. And कभी g3 करके bishop trap हो सकता है. Knight g6, knight h4 तब भी आ सकता है.
Or takes with the
What's weird
pawn.
is he took fg. Ooh, g3. Wow. I didn't even consider this move. What a move.
By the way, best move in the position, g3.
Yeah, didn't even consider. F3 आप willingly allow कर रहे हो, yeah? Like protected pass pawn on the 6th rank is usually considered dangerous, but I think here it's fine. Yeah, I have a feeling this is not going into tie breaks.
Yeah, I just feel somehow ki Caruana stabilized now. I think it's gonna be hard to win from here. Although you never know. I think what Arjun can do is maybe create complications, play that second best move again, as he usually does, and hope ki Caruana fumbles under pressure. Is there a particular weakness that you feel Caruana has, Saj? Or do you think he's just so good at everything?
You mean here या फिर अच्छा you
In
mean in
general, in
general?
his play, yeah? Any kind of position you feel.
Faster for generally faster formats में बोलते हैं फाबी को तो यार I think faster formats में like I think उसकी weakness आती है, but I think he has fixed those for the most part. So
Yeah, so maybe what he needs to do is drag this game as long as
this
possible,
world,
maintain tension, and hope ki last ke 10 seconds where something happens.
yeah, absolutely. Like even in Blitz, Fabi ki rating is 2750 now. Like he's really good at at most things.
Yeah, by the way, Rook B1, best move, and now White is better actually. Caruana ji push karte hue suddenly out of the blue. Yeah, the things have changed. Tide is turning, and it could be a 2-0 victory for Caruana as well. Bhai.
Yeah, for sure. कोई पूछ रहा है what percent of agreed draws would become decisive if players had decided to play on. Bhai, this is I think so hard to evaluate because there are so many different variables um at play. I don't think like ये question कोई ये ऐसा है ये it's too broad.
It's incomplete. Basically, you need to set a rating barrier. Like let's say above 2700 ko if you consider, I think that will be very low. Like I think 99% will end in a draw. अगर आप उसको 2400 कर दोगे, suddenly it goes down to 95%. आप उसको 1000 कर दो, suddenly it could go up to 50%. Yeah, so it depends on the rating barrier. Oh, by the way,
Ooh,
Magnus
by
has
the way, we
lost.
have
Wow.
so Magnus loses his first game against Levon-Aronian. Levon on track to becoming to defending his title in Cape Town. Why insane performance by Levon there. Going back
He's
to Arjun's
one
board.
draw away from becoming the champion at this event. So Levon, let's go.
Defending champion, yeah?
Yeah.
Only one player has defended his title at Freestyle,
And by
and
the
that's
way,
Magnus Carlsen.
we have to have a look against the Kamer game. Look at the Black King right now on h5. What a position. I've not seen anything like this for a long time. Without Kui's attack.
Oh wow. There's some Rook G7, G4 type के ideas. This must be checkmate. It's not checkmate actually, it's +5 only. Yeah, that's a loss,
That's
but yeah.
surprising.
मुझे लगा mate हो रही है.
Rook g7 is a blunder actually. Then it's equal. Wow.
क्या बात कर रहे हो really?
Rook g7 is a big blunder.
Knight D4 आ रहा है क्या? And then knight D6.
Yes. Knight d4 is the move.
Got it.
So the best move is actually bishop f6. Just saving that bishop and maybe
Uh,
next you play rook g7 and then g4.
You just forget that this king is so exposed and you just go for the knight, basically. That's it. Material ke
Yeah.
liye jao.
Extremely tough position for both, especially black
By
here.
the
So
way,
Keimer likely to win.
switching to Arjun because he has 9 seconds on the clock and a must-win position. Come on, Arjun.
Okay.
Tie
Right.
break to do yaar. Let's go.
Yeah, we need that tiebreak. By the way, the only asset Arjun has is that pass pawn on f3. अगर black का rook game में घुस गया, I think Arjun could win this. It's all about, kind of, होता है ना कि आपने weakness create कर दी, अब उसको weakness का फायदा उठाना है. कैसे उठाएंगे फायदा? अभी वो clear नहीं दिख रहा है. White dominates the d file. That makes it so difficult for black to create counterplay.
Also, rook d8 पे भी आ नहीं रहा है because the bishop on g5 is guarding that square. He goes rook c6, putting pressure on the c5 pawn. Technically, I can just give it up as well. I don't think it really would be that bad. But Fabi goes c takes b5, going for the e5 pawn. Oh, Fabi's winning. He cannot even
Wow.
capture this because there's check and check. Oof, that's bad. Rook c4. Ooh, check. Advantage बढ़ते हुए और.
Rook f5 looks deadly,
Rook
man.
f5
Only
check.
move, by the way.
Ooh, only move. I thought rook e7 check hoga, but rook f5 check only move in the position. By the way, don't I have a draw here? Oh, by the way, rook f5 check played. Yeah, Fabi is too good. King g8, rook g6 check, rook g6 check. Oh, blue arrow मैंने भी दिखा दिया rook g6 यार. And played. The problem is king h7 पे rook h6 check है आपके पास. And if you go
So
knight
knight g7
g7,
only move, yeah?
then bishop h6, yeah, bishop f6. One of them. Bishop
Bishop.
f6, apparently.
Oh.
A problem है bishop f6 के बाद rook g4 भी और rook f3 भी मर रहा है. So I think Arjun is going to lose this one. No
The
rook
king
c3
is
check even.
safely tucked. Yeah, rook king is going to go to f4, yeah? Yeah, d4 even, like very safe.
Or just d3. By king d3 पे चले जाओ ना. rook d8 check भी नहीं है आपके पास. Oh, rook king f4 also good. King takes g4
Yeah,
incoming.
because f2, king g5, and I just win the game. Check and then king g5. Oh, king g4 now, actually. Why king g5?
Yeah. King
Wow.
g4, rook king f3, सभी मर गया.
Is that Divya in commentary? Do you mean in that video? Yes, Divya is commentating on that video. By the way, king g5 only move for white.
To win, yeah. To draw, there must be like 1,000.
Yeah.
To lose, there is rook f4. If you play rook f4, then rook takes e4 is winning for Arjun. King
Okay.
h3. That's a mistake.
Okay, still, you can't win this, yeah?
Takes.
I think very safe play by Caruana. I mean, it's just at best a
Yeah.
draw, and even that's unlikely.
Yeah, just king g. Point is king g2 पे ले आओ. Okay, he goes e5, but I was thinking king g2, rook e4, and rook f4 was there. Or rook
Rook
a2
a2.
only move to draw. Yeah, this
Wow.
is oof, so bad.
Oh, plays.
Played.
Sadhve, any
Maybe
chance
he
here?
has chances here. Maybe, yeah. Maybe.
But oh, okay. Now I'm a bit interested in this position, yeah, because rook a4 only move. Rook f2, rook e4, and suddenly I have two corrected pass pawns.
Yeah, but white also has two, and they are more advanced.
Yeah, but my king is in front of your pawns, right? So this is still on at
That's
least.
generally that's not a good thing, having a king there,
Oh,
because
h6
I can
very.
give you a lot of tempos. Yeah, exactly.
This is a nice move actually. Just if you take check and I pick up on b6, कारूना को draw ही चाहिए ना. h7 भी खेल सकते हैं यार. I would not be shocked.
Oh, rook b2 just, yeah, rook b2. Rook b2, rook b6.
Rook b2, rook b4.
Then I can take and play e6. Then king आपका
You're
उधर है ना,
faster.
तो मेरे पास
You're
tempos आ
faster.
जाएंगे.
Yeah.
Oh, he
You're
goes
faster.
g4. भाई उसको फर्क. He's just wanting to play for a win. By the way, time pressure तो है. a4,
a4,
g5.
g5. Yeah, white is stronger. White is faster, yeah.
White is winning apparently here.
Yeah. Not shocking though. I think white pawns are further advanced. Rook f7.
Oh, rook f6,
Rook
rook b6.
f6.
Oh, गायब. Rook b6 मर गया ना. Or he's just repeating.
He's repeating. Yeah, he's like okay. He can. Oh, he just draws. Wow. Wow. So Caruana doesn't even push. Yeah, he takes the draw and wins the match. इसके साथ ही Fabiano Caruana technically should have won that game as well. So gets a 1.5 victory over Arjun Erigesi, and he is the one who will finish in fifth place, and Arjun Erigesi finishes in sixth place. Sajbhai, I think a bit disappointing, but I mean a great show by Fabi.
100%. I think good play by Arjun, but I think Fabi was just a better player today. I think with both colors. Yeah. But yeah, hard luck for Arjun. Finishes at sixth place. Still pretty decent. 35K ka price. Let's go.
Yeah, and I think कल
Going
का
to
जीतना बहुत
Vincent's
जरूरी
board,
था.
by the way.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
let's
कल
go to
जीतना
Vincent's
was
board.
more important. अकेला ही game बचा, I think, Vincent का, if I'm
Yeah,
not
and chat, just to
mistaken.
sum it up. So basically, Maksudlu and Hans will play a tiebreak for seventh and eighth place. Arjun and Fabi is the only match which is finished, so that is done. Magnus and Aronian will play one more game. I think Magnus is a must-win situation, and Kamer and Sindaro will also play one more match. That will also be a must-win.
Absolutely.
I hope
King D3 खेला
जैसे ही
Kemer
गेम
ने.
खत्म हो, हैंस का टाइब्रेक चालू हो जाए.
Hmm. तो अर्जुन का तो मैच ही खत्म हो गया ना. देयर इज नो टाई ब्रेक्स. क्रेजी.
बाद में कोई कह रहा है फैबी ऐसे डर गया, डजंट विन द कैंडिडेट्स. आई वांट टू पॉइंट आउट 2016 में जब फैबी डिड विन द कैंडिडेट्स, उनका लास्ट गेम ग्रिश्चुक के साथ था. ब्लैक पीसेस से खेल रहे थे, एंड ऑल ही नीडेड वाज टू कंफर्म हिज स्पॉट वाज अ ड्रॉ, एंड ही हैड अ +2 इवैल्यूएशन. ठीक है, सो ही वाज विनिंग ऑब्जेक्टिवली, बट इट वाज कॉम्प्लिकेटेड. एंड अगर वो हारते तो आई थिंक अनदर रशियन, आई डोंट नो व्हिच रशियन इट वाज, could have possibly challenged, maybe नेपो था या कोई और था, would have actually
Karyakin
tied
होगा.
with Fabi. So in that situation, Fabi, instead of taking the draw, kept playing and won that game because he was winning with black. So he did not even take a draw when the draw was confirming his candidate spot. So I would say that Fabi is very bold in general. Maybe for this tournament, in the current situation, it just didn't make sense. Yeah, it was the last day, and it wasn't like the first place he was fighting for, right?
Yeah, I mean, you pick your battles. I think in that sense. So I
Yeah.
think what you are saying, जो आपने शब्द use किया, I think for Fabi is not very nice. I think it was the smart choice to make from his perspective.
Yeah, and it's also it's objectively wrong. I think Fabi is quite bold in general. Like that's why he's been world number two. You cannot like if you're not bold, you won't stay world number two for 10, 15 years, I think, on average.
Hmm.
By the way, Keimer about to win this. I think he has a bishop against knight. Usually a great combination to have when you have pawns on both sides. Pawn भी extra है, and a4 a5 खेलो, wait करो zugzwang का, king
By
आएगा c5 b6, should be winning.
दोनों के pawns better. दोनों side पे extra pawn है भाई.
अच्छा हाँ, दो pawn up है, sorry, my bad.
दो
Actually.
pawn up भाई. दोनों side पे pawn up है. And also like A3, it's sort of it's a nice principle of end games. Knight का जो सबसे बड़ा weakness होता है वो ये होता है कि knights cannot lose a tempo. That's why you see a move like A3 because this knight is controlling C5 and E5. और उसे बोला knight को move करके देखो because knights are the only piece that does not lose a tempo.
True.
So nice play by Vincent there. By the way, knight c5 check. Both f4 and e4 are losing because knight e6 check आ रहा है, तो king e3 f3 आना होगा. I think this must have been missed by Vincent.
Wow. Quite interesting. Oof, man.
So let's move the king to e3 perhaps. I think that's the only move. Yeah, and played king f5 वापस आया. Now move the bishop first so you can bring the king to d4. But then he's going to go knight e6. Or g4 check का maybe threat है. That's why he goes king f3. Nice move by Vincent. Let's remind everyone they are fighting for the third place. These two players, Sendarov and Vincent Keimer. So high stakes in this sense. Third place को 80K मिलता है, fourth place को 60. And also Vincent has won the previous edition of this event as well. Lost yesterday against Levon Aronian 2-0. And Sindarov, I think मुझे ज़्यादा खराब लग रहा है because Sindarov was defeated Magnus with the black pieces on demand. In second match, maybe he lost the first game, and second game, फिर से black pieces में he was completely winning, but didn't manage to convert in time pressure.
True. Vincent equal to new generation freestyle king. I think it's not just freestyle. भाई हर format में बंदा पेल रहा है भाई. Like I think if you look at this year 2025, दो प्लेयर जो कैंडिडेट्स में क्वालिफाई करने चाहिए थे वो विंसेंट और अर्जुन थे. एंड इफ यू आर्ग्यू बिटवीन देम, मे बी विंसेंट वाज द बिगर मिस, या बिकॉज ही वन सो मेनी इवेंट्स. सो आई थिंक विंसेंट नॉट जस्ट फ्री स्टाइल बल्कि across all formats, across all time controls, like he's been just dominant in 2025.
Hmm. बस वो कैंडिडेट्स ही रह गया उसका. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट आई थिंक ही परफॉर्म्ड अमेजिंगली थ्रू आउट.
True.
Plays king takes g4.
By the way, very smart, yeah.
And
Maintaining the corner pawn.
yeah, because it's the right color. Not that it matters here, you're just a pawn up everywhere. Black plays c5 in an attempt to kind of blockade this bishop. It doesn't have any escape spots, but it can escape via a3 and a5 and c3. Actually, white up c3 भी खेल सकता है, right? Because knight भी तो एकदम blocked है.
True, true. I think this is just over, yeah. I mean, I just can even play h4 because your knight can't move now. And the only way to release the knight is to bring the king to d6, but then your king is not stopping the h pawn. So this is just over, I think.
Yeah, h4 played as well. Goes knight
Let's
d4.
take on
मैं knight
c5.
d4 की वजह से मैं c3 खेल रहा था by the way. क्योंकि knight d4 भी
अच्छा,
allow नहीं करना. pawn भी नहीं दूंगा
got it,
आपको.
got it.
But even if he takes bishop c5, knight c6, surely that's winning as well because this knight feels a bit trapped to me.
Yeah, agreed. After bishop c5, knight c2, a4, somehow knight के पास square ही नहीं है.
Hmm.
By the way, look at
Yeah,
the
c3.
movement of the piece in Sindaro's hand. भाई क्या मतलब क्या स्पीड पे रोल कर रहे हैं भाई. Oh my God. भाई ये क्या
Yeah,
स्पीड है
high
भाई.
pressure.
He is the flash. Wow.
Oh, भाई तीसरा pawn भी मर गया है तो. Yeah,
Look
this
at
is
him go,
lost.
Sahaj. Again, look at him go.
Hmm. Crazy.
Hey, he's not stopping. Bhai.
Anyway, he goes bishop c7, stopping knight e5 check. Check आता है king h6, bishop f4 check now. Looks very logical. Actually, maybe not, yeah, because bishop is stopping both a5 and e5, तो knight की activity थोड़ी रुक रही है. And again, you can make like a move like king h4. क्योंकि अब knight हिला नहीं
Yeah.
सकते यहाँ से. king को h7 जाना force exactly. And then you play king g5 and h6. And this knight just doesn't have any active squares.
एक्टिव क्या स्क्वायर ही नहीं है बेचारे के पास.
Hmm.
Yeah, this is just gone. I think सही moment पे. You can just bring the king to the queen side as well. Just chop off these two pawns. I'm still surprised Sindar is playing. Yeah, he resigns. Yeah, he resigns. And इसके साथ ही Vincent Keimer takes the lead. And now it's going to be a must win for Sindaro with the white pieces in the next game. So classical section, or not classical, like rapid 30 minutes, 10 minutes second increment में. The next game starts at 7. The only question is, Sahaj bhai, ki, is the hands tiebreak starting? Do we have any information, Sahaj bhai? Starting, yeah? Great. ये
Okay,
तो
so
आज
let's
ही ब्रेक
begin.
होगा साज भाई.
हाँ, आज भी break लग ही रहा है मेरे को. Actually, by the way, the players are there. It's the only match that is left right now, and this will decide 7th or 8th place. Hans starts with g3, and the old trick in the freestyle formats to go queen takes b7 to capture your rook. The oldest trick in the book. Of course, he's not going to fall for it. Knight c6 would be logical here.
और c6
c6 खेलता है वो. क्या रोक कान.
also logical because आपका बिशप भी अब c7 या b6 पे बाहर आ सकता है, so makes a lot of sense. Although knight b8 का कौन सा स्क्वायर होगा आपको सोचना पड़ेगा.
Hmm.
By the way, chat में अपडेट दे रही है साहज भाई कि निहाल is winning his game. So Nihal could again, cross 27, 10, 27. He might be world number 26 if he wins.
Ooh, amazing actually. He already crossed with it, right?
Yes, he crossed him yesterday. I think he's point 0.2 rating ahead of Vidit. If he wins, he will be like 4-5 points ahead now.
There we go. e4 takes. Knight d6 आता है queen पे attack करते हुए. The queen has to find a safe spot. Without
You know,
like an engine, it's so hard to judge what's a good square here. Yeah, I was thinking
yeah,
queen a4 or queen g2, by the way.
yeah. I was thinking queen a4 as well, but the best move was queen h1, which is yeah.
हाँ भाई,
Try
वो तो हो
guessing
गया.
that one.
वो तो हो गया भाई.
Okay, already I kind of like white's position. Knight coming to c3 pretty soon. Bishop का आएगा f3 के ऊपर भी, or some other good square. And then white can castle queen side g5. Throwing a spear in the works here. थोड़ा सा complicate करने के लिए game को यहाँ पे. इससे पहले white consolidates. Queen b2 सेट था, knight c3 खेला यहाँ पे. And now do you take with the pawn or the rook, Sahaj?
Pawn probably, yeah. Pawn makes more sense because the queen is now super active on the g file. Rook f4 also looked interesting, but I just didn't like the idea of e5.
Hmm. Okay, I like bishop f3 now because अगर आप castle करोगे, I can even consider bishop takes c6 then. Just open up your king side completely. Also, bishop a7 could be an idea. So black का castle करना very difficult on either side. Wait, why is he laughing? Saj bhai?
Interesting. Why is he laughing? I'm not sure. I'm still thinking about it. Gf4 g 97 कुछ हुआ होगा कुछ वीडियो में. चैट बताना अगर कुछ पता चले तो.
हाँ. I think freestyle chess है ही ऐसा भाई. अंदर की खुशी बाहर निकाल दे. Freestyle chess. Does AISF organize any 960 tournaments? I don't think so. At least at the top level, not really. I have seen some local 960 events being organized, but 960 उतना भी popular नहीं है, and also like maybe there's not enough awareness, right? So when you organize an event, you need to make a profit on that as an organizer, and 960 maybe that's not as easy, right, Sahaj?
Hmm. Maybe. Perhaps. He go. By the way, long castle mistake. ये क्या चाल थी? Why is it a mistake?
Apparently, you have to just take on d7 and rook d7. There is some 95 maybe,
और कुछ
and
knight
that's
c6 आ रहा है क्या?
yeah, possibly. And if you take with the king actually after bishop d7, which is not
Okay, वो
easy
that
at all.
impossible. Impossible. क्या बात कर रहे हो? Rook d7 अच्छा नहीं है इधर. अच्छा,
नहीं
it's
भाई.
lost.
बर्ड, क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई? रियली? वाओ.
That is actually kind of interesting. Very funny. अगर if that is true. ये लॉन्ग कासल के बाद हांस यहाँ पे सोचते हुए 2 minutes for him. As we mentioned earlier, bishop d7 and knight e5 is the by the way played by Hans Neman. Rook takes d5 and now completely winning for Hans with knight e5 and he doesn't find it. He goes long castle,
वाओ भाई,
still
कितना
winning though.
मुश्किल है यार चेस, कितना
f6.
मुश्किल है भाई. ओके सो
Uh,
मैंने एडिटर्स को बता दिया भाई कि एक पंछी आया था बोर्ड पे उड़ता हुआ, तो मे भी शॉर्ट फॉर्म बन सकता है उसका. उस चिड़िया को भी थोड़ा सा सोशल मीडिया जरूरी है.
चिड़िया उड़
गॉट इट.
खेलेंगे अब वो
हाँ
apparently.
एग्जैक्टली, शतरंज से बोर हो चुके हैं. बाद में क्वीन g1 feels very natural here. a7 pawn की तरफ नजर. Yep, taken.
King b8 perhaps and knight e5 or knight c5 both look good. b6 he goes and now weakening the c6 square. Let's bring the knight to e5.
But Sajbhai,
ये
this
तो
looks
सिंपल चाल
scary.
है.
Yeah, c6 looks
For
so
who?
weak right now.
knight e5 मतलब बहुत लॉजिकल. मतलब मे बी knight e5 इज नॉट एज गुड क्योंकि f6 के बाद ब्लैक को भी टेम्पो मिलेगा शायद.
I mean, but knight e5, how do you defend c6 first? That's the question, right? It's not easy.
Rook c7 I guess and then you go f6 in the next move.
But I have queen g4 check ideas. I mean, it's not. Oh, he plays queen g2, so he attacks the pawn with the queen. And now I guess rook c7 anyways. Because king c7 would be a mistake, right? Because then knight e5 wins, and now your rook can't come to c7.
Yeah, that's true. King c7 knight e5. Let's show this to the chat. Queen c6 check is incoming. Although this is not also it is winning. Yeah, थोड़ा lag हो रहा था. He goes rook c7. Logical move.
Okay, now you need to reach the king before black develops the bishop. So a4, a5 looks tempting. Uh, Knight e5 anyways, I think also looks tempting just to attack the c6 pawn. I want to take on c6, then rook e1, take on e7 and just grab all these pawns one by one. If queen का रास्ता खुल गया, then black is done. Black is finished. Khatam. Over. एक बार, if you can force black to play
c5 provoke
c5.
कराना.
Exactly.
Queen
Oh, we thought at
queen
the same
एक
time. Yeah,
तब
nice. Nice.
क्वीन एट चेक आ रही है एकदम सिंपल। ओ किंग बी सेवन ब्लंडर, ब्लंडर, बिग ब्लंडर, व्हाई? कुछ कुछ हो रहा है इधर। बताना मत, रुको रुको रुको। ओ आई नो, नाइट बी फोर एंड रुक टेक सी सेवन, इज दैट इट?
भाई मैं अभी I think I'm setting up a speed record for the number of sneezes you can make in 10 seconds. So
ओ क्रेजी।
pardon me chat. दिल्ली
इस
के बिना भी I'm missing Delhi.
क्रेजी क्रेजी, बाय द वे नाइट बी फोर रुक सेवन था क्या आइडिया? उसने एफ आई खेला, चल ये भी विनिंग ही है।
Knight B5.
लोग
What?
कह रहे हैं समन समय विल विन दिस टूर्नामेंट टू बाय होप, बाय विशिंग द बेस्ट फॉर हिम। भाई ने तो क्रेजी कर दिया। भाई F6 क्या चाल थी? क्वीन H8, लुक एट दिस क्वीन। ये क्या चाल है
भाई
लाइक? छी।
भाई बिशप भी तो खोलना था। बिशप क्वीन को त्याग के बिशप
भाई
खोल
बट
दिया ब्लैक ने।
क्वीन को कौन त्यागेगा भाई? आपकी शादी हुई है
मैं
तो
तो नहीं,
इसको
मैं तो
समझाए,
नहीं,
समझाओ भैया
मैं तो
पर
नहीं
हम
भाई,
को।
मैं तो नहीं त्यागूंगा भाई कभी भी। बाय द वे प्रग चेस, फेक प्रग चेस लिख रहे हैं, 2 चैनल मिला के भी 200 व्यूअरशिप नहीं है भाई। अगर आप खेल रहे होते, आप क्वालिफाई कर गए होते तो हम होती व्यूअरशिप भाई।
हम्म।
फेक प्रग जी, लव यू भाई। बाय द वे रूक F C8 नाउ, C6 पॉन में प्रेशर आता जा रहा है, तो आई थिंक दे कुड बी आइडियाज ऑफ लाइक नाइट C6 रुक E7 और रुक E7 क्वीन C6, ध्यान रखना है।
Rook E7, Queen C6, Knight A6 is just winning. It's
या
checkmate.
बाय द वे 50 seconds फॉर हैंड्स, 1 minute 50 seconds फॉर परम।
Goes Knight, Rook E8 and Queen E2, Queen A6 check incoming. Risk, risk, risk.
रिस्क है तो इश्क है भाई, कहीं सुना था मैंने।
शादी पे सुना था आपकी। साहिल भाई के मन में तो बहुत चीजें आ रही होंगी बट चीखें आ रही है उसके साथ साथ, तो इज लाइक भाई रहने दे, आज तेरा दिन है। आज
दिल
बोलने
के
तेरे को जो
अरमा
बोलना है।
चीखों में बह के निकल गए भाई। एंड मीनवाइल क्वीन E2 के बाद, हाउ डज ब्लैक टैकल दिस? आई थिंक मे बी ही हैज टू ब्रेक विद E5, आई थिंक, जस्ट
भाई
टू
ये
काइंड ऑफ गेट द रुक
टाइम,
इनटू द गेम।
ये जो क्लॉक है लाइक क्या हो रहा है क्लॉक को? लाइक कभी 20 सेकंड आते, कभी एक, अभी 1 सेकंड है हांस के की क्लॉक में। आई एम श्योर दैट्स नॉट राइट। क्वीन एफ 80
भाई
प्लेस।
जीरो हो गया भाई उसका टाइम। जीरो हो गया लेजिट। वेट, 51 सेकंड्स नाउ।
हाँ 51, हाँ एक मूव में 50 सेकंड्स मिले उसको, क्रेजी। आपने नाम बता दिया कल? हाँ भाई बता दिया उन्होंने।
भाई वीडियो भी डाल
वीडियो
दी
भी
भाई
डाल
अब
दी
तो।
उनके, उनके उस पर जाके चेक कर लो आप। A4 played by the way, breaking the integrity of the structure. B takes A5 के बाद C5 का square will become a bit weak. And let's not forget, black cannot play A5 here because Queen A6 check is just GG.
सागर भाई ने स्ट्रीम पे मैग्नस और उनकी वाइफ को बुलाया भाई। एज लॉन्ग एज ब्लूपर नाउ, आई थिंक दैट्स ग्रेट। लास्ट टाइम फ्रीस्टाइल पे कुछ ब्लूपर्स हो गए थे। Meanwhile, E5 is the best move. Saj bhai, second best move is King A8, which is already so difficult to play. Oh, Rook FC8, mistake.
Blunder, Knight A6 आया वो। By the way, किसी को blooper याद है?
नहीं
क्या
नहीं
था
भाई,
वो?
let's move on भाई, let's move on, let's move on. Let's not go there.
Rook D7, Queen
मैंने क्यों
A6
ही
check
टच
and
किया
A5 है। छोड़ो ना यार, क्या फर्क पड़ता है। Rook F4 he goes. A5 पे Queen A6 check and now King B8 जा सकता है and the Queen defends B6. Knight D3 comes back. Queen C7 and now maybe B4 can be interesting.
वाओ, किंग A7 भाई, एक नाइट B5 आया तो मजे आते भाई।
Knight B5 तो पॉसिबल नहीं, King A7 पे हटा दिया उसने। And if B4 now perhaps this I'd go for something like B4 just to like, oh Rook H, wait what? I'm sorry, what is Rook H3? Like
भाई
Queen
जीरो
F4 Rook
आइडिया।
E3 is his plan. Like what is Rook H3? Unless it's too billion IQ with Queen F4 Rook E3, or you just wanted Rook G3 Rook G7. But what a like weird move actually Rook H3 from
भाई
him.
बट बिशप B3 आ रहा है भाई।
Bishop B3. Woo, he missed it. But Parham can actually make a comeback now.
Yeah, and Rook D3 Knight C5 is something I was thinking, but maybe not, maybe that's too much. But okay, E7 पे टाइम, सही टाइम प्रेशर डाल दिया यार फिर से उसने, है ना, बिल्कुल सही टाइम पे ही केम बैक।
Defending H4 with Rook H8. Queen E2 आएगा तो Rook E8. Grandmaster repetition draw right there, incoming. Knight f4, knight c5. Not really sure if Hans is... Oh, he goes
D4.
d4. Ooh.
Wow. भाई पर knight is coming to b4 now. So white has to strike
Ooh,
quickly.
d...
d5 खेला है. मार नहीं सकते.
Strike तो हो गया. Take and knight b5 check. Let's go. Taken, knight b5 check, and now rook c3 also incoming. Queen के पास घर है क्या? घर नहीं है queen के पास. Knight c5 आना पड़ेगा. Oh, knight e6. Oof.
Oh, takes rook c3. Oh नहीं, queen है क्या भाई?
हाँ, queen पिन थी यहाँ पे. तभी queen h4 मारा उसने.
Oh, rook e7 is winning.
Rook e7.
Rook e7, knight e6 winning the queen. Oh, crazy tactic for Hans. Even doesn't find it.
Missed. Crazy. Queen c5 played. Rook c3 and now queen g5 check in. Oh, rook c7 check.
Now. Khatam.
Bhai, how do you miss?
Wait, how is it
Come
not
on,
winning?
rook c7.
It's over, yeah?
Yeah, it is winning. Of course, it's winning. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
so
that
Hans
was
even.
very sad here. Queen g5 check was, I think, such a simple move. Just takes, and you're fine. But I think because of time, he blundered. He just completely blundered rook c7 check.
Wow. And Hans even
Crazy.
2 game लगा था जीत के. Now he is a draw away to possibly qualifying in the 7th place, yeah?
Yep. Last place की बारी चल रही है. And now Parham will be playing with the white pieces. Let's see what happens. भाई यहाँ पर उनका मैच तो 7 बजे शुरू होगा, right? When does the tie break begin?
Wow. Bhai, I don't know. I think it will take some time because अभी position आएगी. So maybe it's time to take a very short break, maybe Sahaj bhai, like a 10-minute break until they come back. But yeah, I mean, क्या ही crazy game थी भाई. वो tactic मस्त थी. Rookie 7. Can we show Rookie 7 tactic एक बार दो? That was so nice.
Yeah, for sure. So this is the tactic that Sahil bhai is mentioning. It was somewhere around here.
I think
King
Queen
b7,
F5
26.
के बाद.
इधर था.
Yeah.
Rook takes e7, rook takes e7, rook takes e7, and rook takes e7 में knight d6 check है मेरे पास, and that's the royal fork that Sahil bhai was mentioning. But maybe queen f1 check, like time pressure में ना queen f1 check दिखता है तो check नहीं है. But you can bring the rook back to e1.
Yeah.
And the queen defends this, so it was technically winning, but Hans didn't find it, and he plays queen g3, queen c5 के बाद rook c3, and queen g5 check. Should have just gone for the draw.
Yeah.
And maybe it's still better for white, but time pressure में Parham just blundered, and now Hans is in the driver's seat.
Wow. So chat, I think time to take a 5 to 10-minute break, and we'll be back on the other side with the Hans Neman final game, and उसके बाद फिर Magnus का final game. See you soon on the other side. एंड वी आर लाइव भाई विद द सेकंड गेम। साज भाई जल्दी से बोर्ड लगा दो बिकॉज द गेम हैज बिगन। एक नया पोजीशन, एक नया धमाका, और पॉन टू B4 और पॉन टू B6। क्या ही शुरुआत। लेट्स हैव दैट बोर्ड। लेफ्ट पे एंड राइट पे कैमरास। साजिद वेलकम बैक। क्या लग रहा है, क्या हैंड्स यहाँ पे यहीं पे मैच खत्म कर पाएंगे?
I think so. I think so. It's very hard to win on demand. And yeah, it's first team move हुई है तो it's very hard to say. Queen, by the way, in the same place as usual. B4 and B6 का point ये first of all to activate your bishop and secondly कि आपके opponent का bishop easily उतना जल्दी activate नहीं हो सकता. He goes
ट्रू।
E4 to try and play G3 later on. Black plays E5. Knight
काफी
F3 now
इंटरेस्टिंग है चेस,
perhaps.
राइट? पहले अपना बिशप खोलते हो, दूसरे का एक बिशप रोकते हो, फिर E4 से आप दूसरे का दूसरा बिशप भी रोकने की कोशिश करते हो। लाइक काफी इंटरेस्टिंग है चेस। एंड बोथ प्लेयर्स प्लेइंग सिमिलर मूव्स सो फार। एंड आई एम क्वाइट क्यूरियस कि किंग्स कहां जाएंगे। माय फर्स्ट गेस इज दे आर गोना गो टू द किंग साइड।
Mm-hmm.
ऑल्दो हाउ डू यू रिमूव द क्वीन? लाइक इट्स नॉट दैट इजी।
क्वीन को आई थिंक आप C4 खेल के क्वीन F4 ऐसे करके एक्टिवेट कर सकते हो. ब्लैक की क्वीन का थोड़ा ज्यादा स्ट्रेस लग रहा है मुझे.
पर साथ C4 के बाद D4 स्क्वायर जाएगा यार। मतलब आई एम नॉट श्योर आई एम रेडी फॉर सच अ कमिटल मूव इन लाइफ। व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
Just wrong timing, bhai, to say something like that. Very bad timing.
बाय द
But
वे
I
पूरे
think
के पूरे।
C4
हाँ।
नाइट C6 के बाद मैं क्वीन A4 वगैरह खेल के इधर प्रेशर तो डाल सकता हूँ ना. Or is that not good?
पॉसिबल। आई थिंक दैट्स डेफिनेटली एन ऑप्शन। मुझे पर्सनली थोड़ा डर तो लग रहा है C4 खेलने से। हम लाइक यार D4 स्क्वायर थोड़ा सा ज्यादा है। एंड बाद में पूरे के पूरे 80 लोग देख रहे हैं भाई। लोग जल्दी से स्ट्रीम लाइक कर दो भाई। आई नो अर्जुन नहीं है, बट शतरंज बिल्कुल चमकदार है भाई। यार अभी मैग्नस जी भी आगे खेलने के लिए। हैंड्स इवन क्या ही पोज ना के टेढ़े बैठे हैं साज भाई। ये क्या है राज इनके इस पोज का?
Look at the E file also, bhai. Completely occupied, yeah. Very
वाह
interesting actually.
राजीव
He
चौक
goes
मेट्रो
B4.
स्टेशन। बाद में D4 प्लेट सेंटर में ब्रेक करते हुए अब E फाइल से पीसेस टक 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 निकलेंगे यहाँ से।
So E takes D4 and knight takes D4 possible. Basically, हंस को सिर्फ ड्रॉ करना है चैट. Those who are just joining in, सिर्फ ड्रॉ करना है सिंपल सा. And Parham has to win to force the match into Armageddon. And Parham has already won his first game. So let's see क्या होता है. Takes. Let's also just take on D4. Let's simplify the position. This B4 move kind of feels a bit wrong to me now. Queen
या
D4, बढ़िया. Now knight C6. Ooh,
ओ
F5.
F5
Interesting.
ऑल्सो। यू नो आई थिंक हैंड्स को ड्रॉ चाहिए। ही इज प्लेइंग प्रैक्टिकल चेस। एंड ऑल्सो इफ यू टेक ऑन F5 फॉर एग्जाम्पल, भूलना नहीं है आपका बिशप H1 के ऊपर। एंड सडनली नाइट टेक्स
Hmm.
F5 एंड नाइट E3 पिंड है, बिशप H1 हैंगिंग है, क्वीन अटैक्ड है। एंड ब्लैक इज द वन डिक्टेटिंग टर्म्स ऑलरेडी। सो हैंड्स नीमन ऑन फायर राइट नाउ। टाइम पे भी आगे ऑलमोस्ट अ मिनट। एंड परम अक्सलू नीड्स अ मिरेकल टू समहाउ विन दिस गेम।
Yeah, nothing short of a miracle. Maybe he can go short castling immediately and just to ignore King B H1 को defend कर ही लेगा. But let's not
साजिद
forget
मेरा
knight C6 is also possible. ये B4
मेरा एक
कितनी घटिया
सवाल है।
चाल लग रही है अब नहीं? है या?
आई एग्री। एंड मेरा एक सवाल है। सो जब हम ब्रेक पे थे तो वॉचिंग 80 की थी, अब हम आ गए तो वॉचिंग 69 की है। व्हाट डज दैट टेल यू?
Okay, Harshad bhai smiling somewhere. That's what it tells me.
हर्षित भाई स्माइलिंग भाई। ही वो डॉल्फिन्स के साथ चेस खेल रहे हैं भाई एट दिस पॉइंट। So he
Oh,
is
long
smiling for sure.
castle.
Oh
Long
wow.
castle by Parham Maksudlu. Or it takes knight C6. I think that now maybe even Hans is better somehow. This pawn on B4 is a horrible piece. Oh, like horrible pawn.
Yeah. And by the way, H6 only move for white. कुछ भी और खेलोगे तो टाटा
Okay.
बाय बाय।
अब तो खैर better ही नहीं. I think only black is playing for a win here. I wouldn't prefer to be white in this position.
Maybe knight D5 is the last hope with some ideas maybe.
भाई वो तो बिशप D5 भी मर गया फिर तो पूरा इक्वल हो गया ना.
अच्छा हाँ, ब्लैक एंड कैसल। या ब्लैक एंड स्टिल कैसल। ओ आई फॉरगॉट।
Yeah. Also takes के बाद rook e1 queen g5 check भी है मेरे पास. That's another thing.
Oh, this is
Also,
just a
if you
draw
don't play
then.
knight d5, there's just rook e4.
भाई ये तो डिफिकल्ट लग रहा है फिर. Knight g4 played, by the way. I guess rook e1 could be natural. King b7 also a choice, which I like. Okay, he takes king b7 now. ये b4 पॉन को क्यों खेला है भाई? वापस डालो. पहली चाल थी b4, by the way.
हाँ.
First move of the
b3
game
पे.
was b4.
If you put the pawn on b3, I think okay, he has chances. Knight f6, mistake. Queen h8. Is that the move?
Oh, that's a nice move. Yes, best move in the position.
अरे क्या बात है. Nice. Queen h8 and the queen is pinned over here and rook f8 खेल के you can put pressure on this knight. Also, oh, he goes queen f8.
Also very tricky. एक तिरछी नजर से b4 की तरफ देखते हुए वहां पे pawn की तरफ. Now the queen is stuck defending the knight and the pawn cannot move.
Also, the point was कि you cannot go knight h7 because queen h6 check है मेरे पास. That's why he goes h4. ताकि अब मार के knight g5 वापस आ जाएगा and the pawn defends g5. Ooh, a5. Beautiful move.
Chat, by the way, black has opened up the A file now. I think Hans Neman taking over. कुछ ना कुछ यहाँ पे crazy करना पड़ेगा. Can I just pick up the H7 pawn Sahaj? मैं कह रहा हूँ तुम करो अटैक, मेरे को प्यादा दे दो. मेरे को भूख लगी है, मेरे को खाना है प्यादा. Is that working?
I think only chance for you is to take the pawn. At least कुछ तो मिलेगा आपको. Then maybe you can carry the game forward. But right now, time is really bad. And I would prefer the bishop in this scenario. The only great thing is this queen on d4, defending b4, defending the a1 square, defending the knight on f6. This queen is the soul of white's position.
Wow. And 1 minute है परम मकसूद लोग के पास. The time is, I think, slightly incorrect there. And chat ध्यान रखिए 7 बजे चालू होगा मैग्नस का मैच. एंड हैंड्स को सिर्फ और सिर्फ ड्रॉ चाहिए इस गेम में टू सील द 7th स्पॉट. एंड हमारे बॉटम हाफ के 4 रैंकिंग्स फिक्स हो जाएंगे.
Goes rook
Rook
e3.
e3.
Not really sure what the point is.
Yeah,
King d2
second
perhaps.
that.
I mean, rook c3 आप खेल नहीं सकते. rook a1 check आ रहा है. I don't even know what rook e3 was, but कुछ तो खेलना था. टाइम बहुत कम है.
And now
f4
somehow
maybe.
like Etsen भी नहीं मर रहा है. Yeah? So I'm not sure what rook e3 was exactly. And g4 feels too slow.
He wants to go g5 and fix the knight on f6, but king दूसरी side पे है, तो maybe this knight doesn't have as much use. He goes h6, g5 takes, and now h file भी खुल गई यहाँ पे, तो रुक h8 से भी आ सकता है h1,
भाई
क्योंकि
यहाँ
a8
पे
से
तो
a1
नाइट.
पे आना मुश्किल था.
भाई नाइट की अरेंज मैरिज फिक्स कर रहे हो, वहां पे किंग के लगे हुए हैं भाई. इट्स आई डोंट सी द पॉइंट. या मतलब ये क्या पॉइंट है एफ6 नाइट सीमेंट करने का? लाइक किंग ऑन c1 इज कंप्लीटली ओपन इन थिन एयर.
Hmm.
It's like being on hanging from a helicopter like Tom Cruise and getting a health insurance. Like I feel it's too late.
Maybe rook h8 and rook h1, queen a2
Oh,
खेला
queen
गया.
e2.
Oh, queen a1 check is just equal, yeah. At least it's equal.
Bishop a4
Queen
was
a4.
tempting. Okay.
अरे queen b5, attacking g5, pushing f4. भाई वो चाहता है golden pawn push किया जाए. 6
Why f4 is
seconds.
a blunder? F4 is a blunder. I played rook h8 like a winning move. Is that rook h8? Oh, queen f4 is the winning
Queen
move.
f
Oh, he plays rook
rook
h8.
h8 also
Also a
feels
nice one.
logical. Still better. Rook h1 check is losing,
Oh, it's
I
over.
think.
Yeah, -5.
Yeah, king b2 पे queen f1, I think.
Wow. Do you see how Hans played that move? He played such confidence. Pura h1 taking queen f1 now completely winning. Bishop a4 is one of the winning moves.
अरे bishop a4 is deadly. He goes bishop b5 slowly.
Oh,
Bishop
bishop
c4 का plan.
I think it's resigns
Queen
now.
d5
Queen
check दे
e4
सकते.
check.
Queen d5 check दिया
c6. Oh, sorry, not c6. Yeah, my bad. Hey, bishop c6 back then.
तो ये मर रहा है.
King
Yeah,
a3.
bishop.
Okay. Not sure what that is.
Queen a1
Rook
lost.
h3?
Queen a1 check. Rook.
Rook h3?
Bhai, queen
Queen
a1 is
a1. Oh,
lost,
queen a1
no?
is over. Yeah, right.
Queen a1 is also over. Rook h3, queen a4 mate. And there it is.
Wow. What a game and what a finish. Hans Neman crushes Param Maksudlu 2-0, who's just had a nightmarish tournament. And that's it. That's the end of his tournament. And overall, he scores half a point out of 13 games, Sahaj.
1.5. 1.5. He did win his first game today. So
Acha,
one and
right.
a half, I think. First game he won, I think, because Hans blundered, I think, on move 4 or move 5 or something like that. And uske baad, Hans has won 3 games in a row against Parham on the same day, which is, I think, an insane comeback. And he finishes at 7th place. And
Out of
Parham,
15, he scores
sadly,
1.5, right? Then I think 4
yeah,
games today. Yeah.
yeah.
Wow. So not the ideal tournament, but yeah, great show by Hans Niemann there to finish in 7th place. And now, Chad, इसका मतलब हमारे पास बॉटम हाफ के जो 4 प्लेयर्स है वो रैंकिंग्स राइट हो चुकी हैं. कारुआना इज 5th, अर्जुन 6th, हैंड 7th एंड परम मकसूदलू 8th. अब टॉप 4 का पेंडिंग है एंड वो हमें पता लगेगा 7 बजे जब दोनों चारों प्लेयर्स वापस आएंगे. मैग्नस लॉस्ट टू अरोनियन, ही विल बी इन अ मस्ट विन सिचुएशन एंड केमर डिफीटेड हु डिड डिफीट बाय द वे केमर?
Uh, Vincent defeated Sendarov, and उनका
Yeah,
second game
Sindarov,
अभी
yes,
होना बाकी है.
yes. So Sindarov will come back करना है. So I think the next game starts at 7 p.m. Sahaj. Any words before we take a very, very short break of 20 minutes? अरे यार.
Hoping for the best chess possible. Honestly, मुझे लगता नहीं कि टाई ब्रेक्स पे कोई भी प्लेयर जाने वाला है, because yeah, I mean that's just my feeling. But let's see क्या होता है. Excited for the matches, and we'll be back at 7 p.m.
See you, chat. एंड वी आर बैक। प्लेयर्स जैसे ही बोर्ड से उठे हम वैसे ही आ गए। एंड इसका मतलब कि अब साहज भाई 2 गेम्स पेंडिंग है। इट्स द बैटल फॉर द टॉप 4 प्लेसेस, द ह्यूज प्राइजेस। एंड कौन होगा विनर फ्री स्टाइल साउथ अफ्रीका का? हाँ, वी कुड नो विद इन द नेक्स्ट हाफ एन आवर। एंड टॉप बोर्ड पे होंगे मैग्नस कार्लसन वर्सेस लेवॉन, एंड मैग्नस इन अ मस्ट विन दैट्स यूजुअली एक्सट्रीमली रेयर।
Uh, True, but I mean, it happened yesterday as well. But Magnus did end up delivering on that with the black pieces against Sendarov. But अभी उनके white piece रहेंगे लेवॉन के साथ. And the second match is happening between Sendarov and Vincent Keimer. जहाँ पे Sendarov is in a must-win situation. That too, again, with the white pieces. So pressure build up on both boards. क्या लग रहा है आपको? Any tie breaks possible? Yes or no?
I think एक टाइब्रेक होगा is my guess. Just the law of probability. But as of now, Magnus has the white pieces and so does Sindarov. So maybe the odds of tiebreak are not that low, is my guess. Also, it feels like the position आई है ना, it might be slightly favorable for white because जो pawn to e4 खेला सिंधारोव जी ने और e5 के बाद already bar signals like a plus +0.5 plus +0.6 advantage. So maybe the white pieces have gotten a bit lucky, and maybe Magnus can weave his magic as he usually does.
But I think that was them analyzing the position, or is this like a actual position? This is the, by
No,
the way,
no,
the
I think
current board
Sindarov has
because
played,
Magnus.
although he बोलते ही गलती कर दी भाई d4 उसने, so maybe the happiness was short lived, but yeah, Magnus still thinking about the first move though.
So this is the position in Magnus. Magnus thinking on the first move. I think time थोड़ा उनका नीचे जाना चाहिए because the games have begun. Let's stick with Vincent because that's the game that has begun so far. And d4 has been played. Slight mistake. Why is it a mistake, Sahil bhai? Can I just take on d4 or what?
Yeah, I think you have to take, but the question is, it feels like it's not a big deal, right? Because I can't play g6. The bishop on h8 is hanging. But maybe what I can do is I can play knight e7 first, after ed4, queen d4, knight e7. And suddenly now I might threaten g6, and slowly but surely black is gaining tempi. And let's not forget the white king is on b1 as well. So kind of black थोड़े moves extra gain कर रहा है. And d4 maybe was not the best, and black has just taken on d4.
Yeah, e takes d4 taken. By the way, Levon versus Magnus has also begun. The first move is on the board. Magnus has chosen to move the golden pawn with f4 as his first choice. पहली move ही different, bhai. That's rare.
Yeah, and also it's not the best move in the position at all. So I think दिखाता है कि कितना difficult है पहली चाल खेलना यहाँ पे इवन एज द गोट ऑफ चेस. F4 से आपका रुक ओपन हो रहा है. ऑफ कोर्स यू विल लॉन्ग टर्म प्ले G3 और G4 as well to open the bishop. The knight can now come to F3, at least one of them. So white के piece placement काफी natural है. But somehow in this structure, Sahaj, I've seen this before when the kings are on B1 and B8. Always A4, A5 is a nice idea, and it seems to be again A4 one of the best moves.
Yeah, just like h4 h5 was a good move in different setups. यहाँ पे a4 a5 sort of serving the same purpose. Let's see how Magnus sort of reacts to this. For now, Magnus in deep thought. Knight f3, a4, g3 look like the logical moves to me.
Yeah.
And by the way, Sindarov की गेम में कुछ अपडेट्स हुई हैं after this. This is the current position. Actually नहीं हुई है. d4 के बाद he's still thinking whether to take queen d4 or not. भाई d4 इतनी जल्दी क्यों खेला फिर आपने?
Yeah, it's not so clear to me as well. I think काफी interesting game देखने को मिलेगी. That also means कि भाई both white players in with a chance to possibly win this. तो फिलहाल के लिए साज भाई, मैं जीसीएल का भी वो रन ऑर्डर देख रहा था. I don't know if you saw it. So आपका सब सेट है. Meanwhile, no moves by
रन ऑर्डर
Sindarov.
मतलब?
कुछ आया था ग्रुप पे, देखना भाई बाद में, इंटरेस्टिंग है. Like it's division now between India and global. काफी interesting है. By the way, G6 played by Levon-Aronian as well. So Bishop खुल चुका है towards Magnus' king. So Magnus को बढ़िया से खेलना पड़ेगा. E4 apparently is a nice move, opening up the diagonal for the bishop on H1. And again, A4, A5 is still a very nice idea. Black king के गले तक वो pawn पहुंचा दो basically. That's the idea.
So tough to play a4 so early on, I think. But let's see how he continues here.
And meanwhile, can we go full screen with Magnus on the left, Levon on the right? I think Levon, Filal playing with his hair a bit, relaxing. He looks very comfortable with the position right now. Magnus in deep thought. And again, let's not forget, हमने notice किया है, players take a lot of time. Magnus already 2 minutes behind. Saj bhai, like, are the stakes so high in the first 5 moves कि players, 10 minutes सोच रहे हैं, even in a rapid game?
Uh, Not sure why. I think शुरुआत में like you have to take a lot of time because you don't know what to do. And I mean like freestyle में ना कुछ भी clear नहीं है आपके पास. And yeah, not sure. He goes e4 by the way.
By the way, best move in the position. Now you take with the bishop and आराम से piece develop कर सकते हैं. And now you can combine with a4, a5. Yeah, you get both the pawn breaks. e4 भी आ गया, a4, a5 भी आ सकता है.
Oh yes, e4 looking very good. By the way, I just checked what you were telling me and interesting indeed.
है ना?
Sahil bhai.
काफी interesting actually.
Very
Would love to see
interesting.
this transition back and forth. Like, I can imagine Sahaj bhai be like, hey guys, we're going to look at a crazy tournament today. What a game by Gukesh, the world champion. भाई समझ नहीं आ रहा क्या खेल रहे हो Gukesh यहाँ पे, कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा. अरे what a beautiful
Yeah.
जो इंग्लिश हिंदी का ट्रांजिशन रहेगा, दैट विल बी फन टू वॉच. बट ओके, कमिंग बैक टू द गेम फॉर नाउ. Bishop on e4. Can we just play knight d6? Because I don't want to play knight f6 and block my bishop. Maybe just knight d6. थोड़ा सा bishop को थोड़ा सा ऐसे गुदगुदी करो e4 पे. भाई कहाँ जाने वाला है तू, यहाँ पे तो नहीं रहने दूंगा तुझे मैं.
Knight f6 I think also looks good, but knight d6 I guess is the better move out of the two because your bishop still remains open.
And also, I think after knight d6, bishop f5 is something I want to play at some point. Pointed towards the c2 square, which can potentially be a weakness, although maybe white has g4 at the right moment, so maybe it's not ideal. But knight d6, definitely a logical move. By the way, chat saying, Sajbhai, can you look at Nihal game, please? I think we'll look at maybe at the end of the stream, yeah? Nihal chat करिए कि जीत रहा है, जीत चुका है.
मुश्किल है यार, I
Still,
mean to switch I think for the producer
yeah.
sub as well, so let's stick to freestyle for now. But great that Nihal is scoring a W and is gonna go to 2712 I believe after this game. So yeah, I mean Nihal on the rise.
Absolutely. Rise पे तो बहुत चीजें हैं, including Indian players who played so well in the last couple of years. We went from having one legend, Vishy Sir, who was winning, dominating chess events across the world, to having so many now. Nehal climbing to 2712 is like like the fifth Indian on the list. That is just amazing.
Yep, very nice indeed. And he goes I mean, he's still thinking after bishop takes e4. By the way, let's switch to. Oh, by the way, Sindarov has made a move. It is queen takes d4, and now Vincent Keimer thinking slightly better for him. आपने यहाँ पे 97 कहा था, right?
Yeah. I think 97 also can move to c6 बाद में रानी को हर जगह से अटैक करो like for example 97 then g6 queen c3 then knight c6 like धक्के पे धक्के खा रही है रानी मतलब हरियाणा रोडवेज की बस में बैठी है क्या मतलब इट्स जस्ट क्रेजी
Crazy, crazy indeed.
by the way Saj bhai
Okay.
when you play over the board chess does your dressing say, what you're wearing like make you but I don't know why players are laughing I don't know what happened there both players giggling about something. Can we go to the other camera angle जहाँ पे we can see the side view? Would love to see if something is happening. Do we know what happened? I don't know. Maybe the bird had a
फिर से वो आया होगा. Resurgence, yeah.
yeah मतलब नादान परिंदे घर आजा and apparently उसका घर freestyle में साउथ अफ्रीका में है.
Wow.
Birds interfere क्या
Okay.
है? Definitely possible.
Really? That is true, क्या? Wow.
Chat
I
में तो
thought
वही
it
तो कह
was.
रहा है. I don't know. Bird आई कहाँ थी दो?
By the way, I just took a quick look at the engine over here, and 97 is the best move, but the second best move is A5 here. Then good luck playing that. What is
It's very
A5, भाई?
similar,
इसका तो कोई
right?
point ही नहीं.
Like it's very similar. जैसे
Yeah,
A4
but
था
come
वैसे
on.
A5 as well. Like black भी वही कर रहा है जो white करने की कोशिश कर रहा है.
Yeah, but here it's crazy, yeah, to play A5 in this position. Like it
True,
makes zero
true.
sense.
True, true. Agreed, agreed. So, meanwhile, both players think. So, let's jump to the Magnus game again. Jahan Magnus Carlsen is waiting for Levon's move. Levon, by the way, pushes the knight to f6. So, bishop को उन्होंने suffocate करने के लिए ready है just to gain a tempo on the bishop on e4. Now, where do you drop the bishop? I think bishop h1 feels like the natural square. Or bishop
Bishop
g2,
H1 or
actually.
Bishop G2? Bishop G2
Yeah.
maybe feels a bit more natural to go knight F3 later on. Hmm.
And yeah, bishop g2 played. And if bishop g4 now, do you kind of block with the knight?
Probably, yeah, knight F3. He goes
Oh,
C5.
c5.
Slight inaccuracy, yeah. Because it kind of loosens up the diagonal over here. You cannot block it with C6 anymore.
Exactly. Like, and you've kind of opened up both diagonals, right? Because first of all, it's the bishop on g2. Right? Usually जब Catalan ने bishop आता है तो हम कहते हैं let's play c6 ताकि उसको block कर सके. Now that's gone off the window. And second, let's not forget the f4 b8 diagonal as well. कहीं ना कहीं पे कल को d3 bishop f4 long term like that could be another dangerous diagonal. So c5
You mean
although
B3
engine says
bishop
equal है.
B2? You mean B3 bishop B2 bishop E5, or you mean bishop F5 for black?
Yeah, even just f5 at the right moment again in the future and then bishop f4, right? At somehow getting the bishop to the diagonal like could be dangerous. So c5 definitely a risky choice by Levon.
Yeah, I think for now, I'm guessing bishop F4 is not really a big threat because black has knight D6 incoming.
Hmm.
Interesting.
इतना सन्नाटा है चैट चेस बोर्ड और कमेंट्री पैनल दोनों में because the gravity of the moves being played right now is so
Chat
high.
में भी भाई.
चैट भाई जितने भी 80 लोग
Fun.
देख रहे हैं एक बार सबके सब लोग अगर 80 लोग हाई लिख देंगे तो सडनली चैट लगी क्रेजी चल रही है भाई जितने भी लोग हैं एक बार सब हाई लिख दो भाई
हाँ भाई, अब तो जरूरत है भाई. लेट्स गो भाई, फाइनल्स चल रहा है यार. और आप ऐसे एकदम शांत बैठे हुए हो. लेट्स गो भाई. गौरव भाई, व्हाट्स अप? कैसे हो आप? अरे
भाई
देयर आर टू.
दो बंद
गौरव भाई अपने ऑल्ट अकाउंट से भी और मेन अकाउंट से भी हाई लिख रहे हैं भाई. क्रेजी.
एग्जैक्टली गौरव भाई है भाई एवरी और एक भाई एवरीबॉडी इज गौरव भाई एक्चुअली चैट में जो 80 लोग हैं सारे के सबका नाम गौरव
Yeah,
ही है
we are all Gaurav at the end of the day.
कॉन्गो साहिल भाई थैंक यू भाई बट डू यू मीन कॉन्गो गौरव भाई
Knight d3 played by Magnus, attacking the c5 pawn. Slight inaccuracy, but practically makes sense. the weakness or sort of the disadvantage of playing knight d3 is that you can never play d3 and go bishop f4 like you mentioned earlier. But on the other hand, you are kind of provoking black to play c4 and queen c7
Yeah.
खेल के मजा नहीं आ रहा.
Yeah, it's a awkward move, right? Queen c7 as well, because कल को अगर bishop आ गया e5 पे, now it's coming with
Hmm.
2x more impact, right? So कहीं ना कहीं पे the choice for black is not easy. And of course, you can't play b6 because unfortunately your bishop on g2 will get a smile on its face. In fact, you might not even take the
ये
rook.
क्या
You
हुआ?
might just play queen f3.
What just happened? Did I just switch something by accident? Sorry, yeah. This is the
मुझे लग
situation.
रहा
Yeah.
है
I don't know
बर्ड
what
ने
just
ही फ्लिप
happened.
मार दिया. मुझे बर्ड ने ही फ्लिप मार दिया कैमरा.
Crazy,
स्वाइप राइट
crazy.
किया अपना बर्ड
93
ने.
and ये वो तो होते ही नहीं है यार आजकल.
Oh, Saj bhai
Uh,
sharing some
but yeah,
true
see,
feelings from his heart.
क्या करें भाई? Sad life.
Yeah,
मैगी बेट
yeah.
का क्या हुआ भाई? वो 30 हार गया था मैं, बट साहिल भाई ने अपना एड्रेस चैट में लिखा ही नहीं. तो लाइक आई डोंट नो हाउ टू सेंड इट टू हिम भाई. एक
अभी
बार
मुंबई
चैट में
मिलेंगे
लिखो
ना
ना
साज
अपना
भाई, so
एड्रेस.
we
व्हाट
can
इज इट?
we can blink it. We can blink it 30 Maggies in Mumbai. मिलेंगे ना अभी.
नहीं, अभी आप चैट पे लिख दो ना, घर पे भिजवाता हूँ सीधा आपके.
यानी घर पे डिलीवरी होती नहीं भाई ब्लिंकिट की. दैट्स व्हाई. आपके भले के लिए कि डिलीवरी
हाँ.
फी कम लगे.
नहीं नहीं, मैं
यू नो.
डिलीवरी करा दूंगा भाई, कोई ना कोई तो करा देगा चैट से डिलीवरी.
नहीं 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 भाई. आई थिंक वी वांट टू टेक केयर ऑफ डिलीवरी फी. चैट की क्यों ना हो. चैट की क्यों पैसे बात करें हम. बाय द वे क्वीन c7 प्लेड, नाइट f3 ऑन द बोर्ड एंड नाइट टू d6. फिलहाल के लिए ब्लैक पीसेस चंगे लग रहे हैं, डेवलप हो रहे हैं. ब्लैक सेज ब्लैक इज बेटर. सॉरी, बार सेज ब्लैक इज बेटर. बार ब्लैक तो बोलेगा ही बोलेगा. And the only question is, where do you put the bishop on c8? That's the one question in my mind.
I'm guessing to f5 just to put pressure on the king over here somewhere, and also the knight on d3 is a bit loose. You have to play knight e5 and then c2 ka pawn could be a target in the future. But abhi ke liye he's bringing out the knights, keeping the bishop, keeping the flexibility in that sense. Like bishop g4, f5, e6, all of those are possible. He goes queen e2, developing the queen, putting some pressure on the e7 pawn. Interesting,
But
interesting.
it looks like after bishop e6, if black can find it, black is actually getting better and better with every move.
Yep. I think that's fair. And by the way, in Sendarov's game, looks like he has a very sizable advantage with the white pieces already.
Wow.
That game has a higher probability of going into tie breaks, by the way.
I think you're right. But on the other hand, timer will not make it easy. So, फिलहाल के लिए anything can happen. Thursday चल रहा है. So let's see what happens. दोनों players same pose में है. Literally लग रहा है अक्षय खन्ना बैठा है right पे भाई. Doesn't it look like that? म्यूजिक
यार वो
बैकग्राउंड चाहिए हमें.
कौन सी मूवी देख ली यार आपने? मुझे भी देखनी है. इतने सारे रेफरेंसेस आ गए. इट्स फ्रॉम द
भाई
सेम मूवी ना?
हाँ, still he looks like Akshay Khanna actually on the right.
नेवर heard that before. So किसी, I think it's the first time किसी ने लेवॉन को अक्षय खन्ना बोला होगा.
भाई अभी तो
But
दुनिया हर
yeah.
किसी को अक्षय खन्ना बोल रही है भाई. दैट्स द ऑरा ऑफ द गाय. बाय द वे b6. सो आई वाज आस्किंग द क्वेश्चन कि बिशप c8 कहाँ रखना है. क्लियरली ब्लैक फाउंड द आंसर. इट्स ऑन b7 एंड c5 पॉन भी डिफेंड कर दिया. एंड देयर इज नो क्रेजी डिस्कवर अटैक, राइट? फॉर एग्जांपल नाइट f e5 to let's say attack the bishop. I can simply go bishop b7 and black is absolutely fine.
Yep, correct. And by the way, just switching back to the game of Sendaro versus Vincent, the same answer there as well. Black has played b6 and bishop b7 there too. The both players liking sort of keeping the bishop on the long diagonal over here. But however, in this game, Vincent feels like he's in some trouble. I'm not even sure how you continue here as black, because I mean the logical moves must be like g6 or d6 or something like that. And at some point I want to push f5. Like f5 क्योंकि मेरे को ये बिशप और ये बिशप like साथ में मेरे को ट्रेड करना है इन दोनों को. But I feel like right now it's too early. I have to go g6 first, d6 first, and then somehow prepare for the move f5 at some point.
Yeah, and also Vincent 5 minutes behind on the clock. So जो भी player आगे होता है, usually they end up taking more time because they are very very cautious about their lead. They know कि draw is enough. Um, But again, Sindarov is laughing, yeah? उड़ता पंछी, उड़ता ही फिरूं in freestyle में कहीं by. I feel like we need a different camera angle.
हाँ कोई वो
That is so nice.
हाँ
Can we remove the
आई
board?
थिंक
Oh, that is so cool.
but I think he was just pointing out to some like bird or something. They say, "ये इसको हटाओ यहाँ से," something like that. I'm guessing that's
Wow.
why they're laughing. That's actually quite funny.
Okay, let's have the board back. I think we should after that game ends, like we should have like a bird catching contest. The one who if it's like a Harry Potter thing, yeah. If you catch the bird, you win the event, regardless of what your rank is.
Hmm.
Paramaksulu will be very happy. Last rank से सीधा first rank का मौका.
Oh yes.
He's the
He
chosen
goes
one.
d6.
D6. Oh. Maybe just bishop g5
d6.
looks tempting.
Bishop g5. No,
The
I
idea
don't
is
like
to
that.
tempt f6, like force f6 and then just come back to.
Sahil, by taking a note out of the golden pawn book, f6 आते ही position खराब हो रही है भाई. Sahil भाई, now I have to agree with you.
सहज भाई, आपसे ही सीखा है, आप पे ही पेल रहा हूँ. दिस इज द ब्यूटी ऑफ चीटिंग. बिशप g5 नहीं खेला उन्होंने. नाइट d3 खेला. मे बी द नाइट कुड हॉप इनटू b4 a6. गॉड नोज कहाँ जाने का इरादा है उसका. फिलहाल के लिए ब्लैक मे बी कैन प्ले नाइट f6 नाउ.
Knight f6 looks interesting. By the साहिल
सहज
भाई,
में
जो
एक
आपने
मिनट
मुझे
एक मिनट
लिंक
में
के
आया.
बारे में बात, yeah, sure, sure, sure.
हाँ.
Knight d3 he goes, and now knight f6 looks kind of interesting for Vincent, and yeah, but still a good advantage for him though, because there's the queen is already on the queen side. The knight can join in with knight d4 or knight c3, and somehow some f4 e5 break at some point, and the queen side just looks really, really dangerous to deal with. Don't you think Magnus is being arrogant regarding Gukesh, as he has always passed cryptic comment on Gukesh, like in Candidates World Champion match or GCT? कौन से arrogant comment की बात कर रहे हैं आप, स्नेहा जी? Would love to know, because not sure आप कौन से comment की बात कर रहे हो. But I mean, arrogance, I don't know. Like, I mean, he is the goat of chess, and I mean, he has certain expectations. I mean, उससे उसमें गलत क्या है? अगर गोट को arrogance नहीं होगा तो फिर किसको होगा? Knight f6, by the way, played. If my opponent got into my prep, but he spent a lot of time and finds best moves. In that case, should I play fast and put pressure or think? Think, bhai. Always think. Because अगर आप bluff कर रहे हो, chess में bluff बहुत rarely चलता है. He is presumably weaker in this tournament like this. You mean in GCT? क्योंकि I mean ये known चीज है गुकेश के लिए. Like faster formats में like weaker player वो उसको general नहीं बोल रहा है. I feel at least that's how I took that comment. I think what he means is कि classical में Gukesh is stronger than Gukesh in rapid or blitz. Like वो उसको classical से compare कर रहा है उसको. That's what I at least understood from that. And yeah, बात अगर I don't think that's arrogant to say, it's factual to an extent. अगर आप Gukesh की rating देखो blitz में और classical में, there is a big difference between these two.
Hi, I think simple comparison is if you were the greatest player of all time, I think you would behave a bit differently. It just comes with
Yeah.
your accomplishments थोड़ा बहुत. I think if I was the greatest player, मैं तो भाई कुछ भी करता, भाई कुछ भी बोलता. I think I don't think
Yeah,
most chess players are not arrogant. I don't, at least not publicly. Very rarely would you find such a player. They're in fact very humble. Just look at the Indian players, yeah, like very down to earth overall. I'm sure like थोड़े बहुत players अंदर सोचते कुछ और होंगे, but in general, publicly, majority of very, very humble, very down to earth, very sweet. And if you come and talk to them, in fact, many people did during the World Cup. Yeah, like, for example, many people had booked tickets for the last few days. उनको लगा था कोई Indian होगा. They couldn't even meet the Indian players, but they met like Sindarov, they met certain players who were from other countries, and even they could bond with those players. Like they didn't regret like coming in the last days. So I think most chess players are very humble, and when you meet them, you realize that कि ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है. Like there is no ego there. Now on the board, that's different. Yeah, On the board, if you're sitting in front of such a player, like you will feel that, tension and that ego. But I think off board, they're very, very sweet.
On the board, I think चाहिए भी होता है, like a certain
हाँ,
type of confidence to play well. Otherwise, this is very psychological and वो चाहिए होता है आपको.
yeah, yeah.
By the way, साहिल भाई, जो आप लिंक की बात कर रहे थे ना, जो पहले,
कौन सा लिंक?
उसमें आप सबसे पहले वाला पढ़ो, जो आपने मेरे को अभी बोला जीसीएल का वो. उसमें
अच्छा,
सबसे
वो.
पहले वाला पढ़ो, क्योंकि
हम्म.
उसमें एक बंदा दो दो जगह कैसे आ रहा है. थोड़ा
आई एम
रिस्क है.
चेकिंग. नहीं, वो
अच्छा, वो दूसरा है, नाम गलत लिखा है ना.
पहले वाले में क्या चक्कर है?
वो
सही तो है.
सबसे पहले वाला है. नहीं है सही.
हाँ, सही तो है.
भाई, एक बंदा दो दो जगह कैसे रह सकता है भाई.
क्यों, कहाँ गलत है
बंदी,
भाई? सही तो है. किस तो.
गेस्ट को देखो.
नहीं भाई, नहीं है तो. अच्छा, मैं गलत पेज खोल के बैठा हूँ, सॉरी, माय बैड. वो एरर है, आई थिंक. आई मीन इट्स एन.
हाँ
इट्स एन ऑब्वियस एरर, आई थिंक. बेचारे हमारे स्पेनिश जी का नाम 2 बार मिस हो गया है, बट वो ठीक हो जाएगा, आई थिंक.
हाँ, मेरे को भी लग रहा है वो. But चलो, going back, by the way, queen e8, great move by Vincent Keimer, offering the trade of queens. And once you trade, I'll capture with rook e8, I'm guessing. And bishop f6, gf6 looks bad for black, but I feel it will, I mean, at least black will have double bishop advantage. So, position थोड़ी equalize होते हुए.
एंड ऑल्सो ब्लैक विल प्ले F5, वो डबल पॉन बहुत जल्दी हट जाएंगे. एंड I think as white, you still have to go for this. I really don't see कि queen b3 जैसी चाल how it's gonna help you. So I think as white, you have to
Hmm.
get anything you can, any slight edge you can, any imbalance you can. So queen e8, for example, you can't take with the knight because knight e7 hanging है, so rook से मारना पड़ेगा. And then you pick up the knight on
Mm-hmm.
f6 and you hope against hope कि यहाँ पे कुछ है तुम्हारे पास. That's what you have to do. Do you think anything else apart from queen e8, Saj, anything that deserves attention?
I think it's the only move. Queen b3 just feels wrong because your queen is getting to a worse sort of position. It just feels wrong. शायद भाई छोले भटूरे और राजमा, भाई राजमा चावल all the way. Come on. How is this even a question? मेरा मैच लगाओ, मैग्नस भाई बोल रहे हैं मेरा मैच लगाओ. भाई मैग्नस जी, आपकी पोजीशन काफी खराब है अभी ब्लैक से. अरोनियन जी लग रहा है कि ही इज गोइंग टू बी क्रूजिंग हियर. एंड लेट्स आल्सो नॉट फॉरगेट कि मैग्नस और लेवॉन की जो पोजीशन है, लाइक दिस डजंट फील लाइक अ फ्री स्टाइल पोजीशन. द ओनली वियर्ड थिंग इज कि मैग्नस का जो रुक है वो A1 पे अभी थोड़ा फंसा हुआ है. बट एज सून एज लाइक लेट्स से ही गोज लॉन्ग कासल, like this feels like a regular free sort of a classical position. कुछ भी उल्टा नहीं है. Maybe you can argue bishop h8 पे क्यों पड़ा हुआ है, okay, but that's not really a big difference. But without it, I don't really think this is a freestyle position. So I think Levon tiebreaker में के जाने के chances बहुत कम है. I think Levon के. What do you think, Sahil bhai, about that? थोड़े muted हो आप.
Yeah, sorry, my mute हो गया था. Yeah, of course, and look at how obvious Levon's moves are, right? Like c4, b5, like it's the first move you consider even in bullet chess. So c4 यहाँ पे दिमाग में आ
Hmm.
रहा है कि attack the knight, open up the b file. That's the best move, literally. So I think Levon की choice simple है, and that really makes it complicated. So for Magnus, of course, so Magnus needs something crazy. Let's see क्या खेलेंगे यहाँ पे वो white से. Yeah, ideally you want to attack, right? You want to play g4 ऐसा कुछ crazy, f5 खेलो यहाँ पे, for example. But black then plays c4 and suddenly black is just dominating. So for example, c4 इतना बड़ा threat है कि white की best चाल यहाँ पे c4 है. Which is so hard to play as
Oh
white. You
wow.
play c4 suddenly yourself, and I mean you ditch the e4 square, and even then after c4, मान लो white ने खेल भी दिया साज भाई on the board, then black plays b5.
Hmm. हाँ,
And you know
just
what white is
looking
supposed to
at
play? Chat
that,
white to
it
play.
just feels.
Yeah, chat white to play c4 b5. Anybody, I know लोग कम है chat में, but if anybody wants to take a guess, what is white's best move here? Come on, भाई, साज भाई. Any guesses?
भाई कासल ही होगा, I guess.
Exactly. You have to
कासल है
castle
क्या?
king side suddenly. So to
Hmm.
me, like it just feels like Levon is just dictating the flow of the game. So Magnus के chances बहुत कम है currently.
Yep, Magnus in some trouble. Also, he's thinking for quite some time. Big time difference there. Meanwhile, let's switch to Vincent versus Sandaro. This is the current position. he did end up taking queen e8, rook e8, bishop f6, gf6. So we are in the end game now. एक जैसा थैनोस कह रहा था, knight d4 played by Sindarov, and this is the current position.
Yeah, chat, you were right. Castles was the move, and current position में देख के लग रहा है कि white is structurally better slightly, but black has the bishop pair. It just feels like it's dynamically balanced. Both players with slight chances, but Saj bhai, we have to be on, like practical here. Kemer के यहाँ से हारने के chances are not that high.
अगर मेरे को बोलना होगा कि लाइक किसके ज्यादा चांसेस है टाई ब्रेक में जाने के लिए, तो वो काइमर है, लाइक आई जस्ट बीइंग ब्रूटली ऑनेस्ट हियर, बिकॉज
But
ठीक
that's
है,
because
लाइक
Levon
इट्स
is
द एंड
winning,
गेम,
right?
बट
Like in terms of purely this position itself, like I feel कि like very low chances. I don't know if you agree though.
भाई एक बार अगर नाइट एफ फाइव खेल दिया मैंने, फॉर एग्जांपल आपने नाइट एफ फाइव एफ आई मारा है, बिशप कितना घटिया है चेट पे, लाइक बिकॉज ऑफ दोज रीजन, एंड ऑल्सो जब भी कोई
Uh,
इम्बैलेंस आता है, लाइक दिस बिशप वर्सेस नाइट का इम्बैलेंस राइट इन दिस पोजिशन, तब आई
true,
थिंक जीतने
true.
के चांसेस ऑटोमेटिकली आपके इंक्रीज हो जाते हैं. तो मे बी सिंडारोव इज ऑन टू समथिंग हियर, बट आई एम नॉट श्योर अबाउट मैग्नस दो.
Got it. So let's hope सिंदारोव यहाँ प्रेशर तो डालेंगे, एटलीस्ट प्रेशर डालना बहुत जरूरी है. क्या हुआ अब तक? अरे कुछ भी नहीं भाई, बस गप्पे मार रहे हैं, बिकॉज नीचे की 4 पोजीशन डिसाइड हो चुकी है. अब टॉप 4 के लिए बैटल चल रही है. बोथ गेम्स में एक रिजल्ट आ चुका है. साज भाई, व्हाट आई लव्ड अबाउट द वर्ल्ड कप फॉर्मेट इज पहला गेम ड्रॉ ही होना चाहिए. अगर पहला गेम ड्रॉ हो जाए ना, सेकंड गेम इज लाइकली गोना बी अ ड्रॉ, बोथ प्लेयर्स हेडिंग टू द टाई ब्रेक्स. पहला गेम में अगर रिजल्ट आ जाए, then there is fire on the board throughout the entire match. So I think that's what we saw, कि पहले मैग्नस हारे अरोनियन से
लगता है
एंड सिंदारोव हारे केमर से, and now we are seeing fire on the board in second game as well because somebody is forced to win.
लगता है आपको अर्जुन वर्सेस अरोनियन का गेम याद दिलाना पड़ेगा भाई, बिकॉज दैट वाज गेम 2 इन क्लासिकल.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, but that's still rare.
तो
Like I think that's still rare. I think कहीं ना कहीं
हाँ,
पे like
रेयर तो
usually
था, वो तो था, वो तो है.
हाँ. तो 76 की वॉचिंग पर कमेंट्स रीड नहीं कर रहे साथ में. देखो फैल्कन भाई 88 की वॉचिंग है, सो एंड यू क्लियरली नो कि 88 पे पढ़ना कितना मोर डिफिकल्ट है. क्यों साज भाई?
भाई बहुत मुश्किल होता है भाई, स्लो मोड भी ऑन है भाई, थोड़ा आराम आराम से लिखिए चैट,
हाँ, आई मीन
क्रेजी हो रहा है.
जस्ट सॉ योर वीडियो साहिल भाई, लव दिव्यास कमेंट्री. थैंक यू भाई. बहुत बायस कमेंट्री थी, बट या इट वाज नाइस.
बट वो अब वो जीती भी तो सही ना, तो इट वाज राइट. C5 प्लेड बाय द वे बाय विंसेंट.
ओ बाय द वे, नाइट F5 सहज योर मूव. अगर अगर मौके पे चौका मारना है तो दिस इज द मोमेंट. इसके बाद नहीं मिलेगा. वापस चले गए तो सडनली ब्लैक टेक्स ओवर.
हाँ, आई थिंक नाइट F5 के बाद मे बी ही हैज सम चांसेस टू पुश हियर, क्योंकि ये बिशप बहुत घटिया है चेट पे. प्लेड बाय द वे. बट या मैग्नस, जो फैल्कन जी कह रहे हैं, मैग्नस, हाँ मैग्नस इज नॉट आई थिंक परफॉर्मिंग वेल इन द फाइनल्स, बट आई थिंक ऑलरेडी जीत चुका है वो ये पूरा ग्रैंड स्लैम. तो मे बी वो भूख होती है, मे बी इट्स नॉट देयर एज मच. या
या दैट इज टोटली ट्रू यार. एक्चुअली की भूख थोड़ी सी मिसिंग है बिकॉज इट्स 4 PM इन केप टाउन. लंच करे 2 घंटे ही हुए हैं सिर्फ, तो मे बी उतनी भूख शायद अभी नहीं होगी. डिनर में भी साज भाई.
बिल्कुल भाई. एंड नाउ बिशप G7, आई थिंक ग्रेट मूव.
क्या ही
आई
मस्त
एम
है
जस्ट
भाई.
मूविंग ऑन. बिशप G7 बाय द वे, लुक एट द आइडिया, यार वेरी क्लेवर. क्योंकि अगर आप बिशप B7 किंग B7 के बाद आप नाइट F4 खेलते हो, चैट आपसे स्ट्रेटेजिक क्वेश्चन पूछता हूँ. माय पॉइंट इज कि मेरे को नाइट D5 पे रखना है. लेट मी टेल यू, अगर मेरा नाइट D5 पे बैठ गया यहाँ पे, तो यू आर इन डीप ट्रबल. व्हाट शुड ब्लैक प्ले हियर? स्ट्रेटेजिक क्वेश्चन.
बाय द वे, इकलौती चाल है यहाँ पे, एंड यू हैव टू स्टॉप द नाइट राइट अबाउट नाउ.
एग्जैक्टली, बिशप से पिन. करेक्ट, बिशप H6. एंड नाउ यू अंडरस्टैंड कि उसने यहाँ पे बिशप G7 क्यों खेला, ताकि नाइट F4 ना आ सके. So Sindarov goes takes and rook DE1, and this is the current position. Uh, roughly balanced, but yeah, it's maybe slight preference to Sindarov here.
या एंड ऑल्सो आई थिंक अगर ये पॉन डबल नहीं होते, मान लो द पॉन ऑन F6 वाज ऑन G6, इट वुड बी इवन बेटर फॉर ब्लैक. सो आई थिंक कहीं ना कहीं पे देखते हैं क्या होगा. वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग, बट एज ऑफ नाउ लुक्स अनलाइकली कि यहाँ पे कुछ कमबैक होगा. इनफैक्ट बोथ प्लेयर्स अरोनियन एज वेल एज काइमर लाइकली बेटर विद ब्लैक. सो फिलहाल के लिए मैग्नस एंड सिंदारोव सपनों पे पानी फिरता हुआ, एंड सब ऐसा ही चला तो आई थिंक इन दिस केस द टॉप 4 रैंक्स विल बी अरोनियन, मैग्नस, काइमर एंड सिंदारोव.
Crazy. Huge if true. Rook DE1 खेला वो, but yeah. बाय द वे मैग्नस के बोर्ड पे कुछ अपडेट्स आ रही है, लेट्स एक्चुअली चेक इट आउट व्हाट्स हैपनिंग देयर। वो b5 c4 आ चुका है। बाय द वे knight f2 खेला था, b5 queen f3 knight f3 एंड ही गोस c4 एंड दिस इज अगेन लुकिंग लाइक अ नॉर्मल क्लासिकल पोजीशन। या जस्ट वो किंग रुक a1 पे बस घटिया है, बाकी सब बढ़िया।
वो तो हम कैसल का कभी भी ठीक कर सकते हैं ना, तो कोई बड़ी बात है ही नहीं। सो आई
हम्म।
थिंक फिलहाल के लिए ब्लैक इज द वन पुशिंग। मैग्नस प्लेस रुक f2 d, what's e1 I think, right? Yeah, rook e1 he plays.
या एक्चुअली इंटरेस्टिंग। नॉट इवन श्योर आप यहाँ पे खेलोगे क्या ब्लैक से, जस्ट e6 या सिंपल
Maybe rook e8. I want to not
रुक
really
ही है।
commit abhi. I like rook
यू डोंट
e8.
वांट टू
So rook
कमिट,
f8. Yeah, I
कमिटमेंट
mean,
इश्यूज साहिल
नहीं साज भाई, एक जगह कमिट कर लिया है तो दूसरी जगह कमिट नहीं करना चाहिए। दैट्स द ब्यूटी ऑफ कमिटिंग इन
भाई।
वन प्लेस। तो बाकी हर जगह हम अनकमिटेड है। सो रुक एफ ई एट,
हम्म
maybe just to even be more loyal to one commitment. Rook f8.
हम्म इंटरेस्टिंग। अनिशा जी, ठीक है, मतलब हर टूर्नामेंट में अच्छी फॉर्म नहीं होती, स्टिल द गोट। अनिशा जी इज बैक टू लाइक सपोर्टिंग मैग्नस। या शुरुआत में आई थिंक शी हैड अ लिटिल फेस जहाँ पे वो मैग्नस के अगेंस्ट हो गई थी। आई डोंट नो इफ यू रिमेंबर दैट साहिल भाई।
या बता रूट के बुद्धू घर को आए क्या? व्हाट इज दैट कोट? समथिंग लाइक दैट। भूल
क्या?
के बुद्धू वट एवर, समथिंग लाइक दैट यार। भूल के बुद्धू घर को आए। आई डोंट नो व्हाट द एग्जैक्ट कोट इज, बट
समय भाई, डू यू नो दिस?
चैट को तो पता होगा भाई, चैट बताएगी कोट एक्चुअल में। बट या, अनीशा इज बैक एज अ मैग्नस फैन। बाय द वे, नाइट d5 played, so offering the bishop trade. I think white has to do it. Not really a way to avoid this trade at all.
और उसके बाद आप
लॉर्ड के
जीतोगे
बुद्धू घर
कैसे
को है।
ये?
यस, सॉरी, थैंक यू पलक जी। पलक जी बिल्कुल सही है।
लॉर्ड के बुद्धू, आपने रूट बोला।
रूट के बुद्धू, हाँ पता नहीं क्यों बोला मैंने रूट के भाई। आई डोंट नो, मे बी मैं अपने मूड मूड की बात कर रहा
रूट
हूँ बट।
के बुद्धू घर पे आए, ओए वाह क्या बात है। बट या मैग्नस का तो नहीं लग रहा भाई कोई चांस यहाँ पे। बट या आई एग्री विद अनीशा, स्टिल द गुड।
लॉर्ड के टिक्कू घर के आए। ये क्या है भाई?
ये
गौरव फिजिक्स, ये कौन सी फिजिक्स अप्लाई कर रहे हैं आप? ये फिजिक्स मुझे समझ नहीं आई।
क्रेजी भाई। फैल्कन जी बोल रहे हैं आई थिंक इट इज अ बिट ऑफ बोथ लेवॉन प्लेइंग वेल एंड मैग्नस प्लेइंग बैड। फॉर्मर इज मोर लाइकली टू बी ट्रू देन द लैटर। आई डोंट, या maybe also like maybe just position, I mean freestyle में like maybe the type of positions you are getting are not like that much better। जब आपके white होते हैं, जब आपके black होते हैं तो शायद black को favor कर रहे हैं, जब आपके white होते हैं I mean, it could be that as well। but yeah, right now I think Aronian is in better form, that's for sure।
एंड ऑल्सो आई थिंक लेट्स कीप इन माइंड कि मैंने जो गलतियां करी है ना, दे विल ब्लंडर्स on a couple of occasions I can remember. So hota kya kai baar, when Magnus became a dad recently, he also got married I think a year back. So maybe he's not as focused on chess as some of the other players. Like he might be, I mean, of course, recent dad bane hai, तो of course he'll spend some time there. तो कहीं ना कहीं पे tactically you can be a bit weaker and you might lose a game or two just by a blunder, yeah, at the top level. So वो भी एक चीज है। And of
hmm
course Aronian freestyle को बहुत अच्छे से समझते हैं, feels like it's one of his strengths as he's already won an event and is likely to win another one. So 95 के बाद Magnus still thinking 12 minutes for him. By the way, 9 minutes behind Aronian, already a red flag.
भाई रेड फ्लैग इंडीड। बाय द वे साहिल भाई आपका कैमरा
हाँ मैंने ऑफ
बिशप
कर दिया,
टेक्स,
चार्ज हो रहा है भाई।
तो चार्ज हो रहा है, ओके ये बढ़िया है भाई। बिशप टेक्स h8, किंग टेक्स h8 आई गेस। यहाँ पे क्यों सोच रहे हो भाई, ये तो फटाफट खेलो। अच्छा वो है ही नहीं बोर्ड पे।
ये कितनी बार हमने किया ना, प्लेयर उठता है ओपोनेंट उसी टाइम पे पीस मार दो ताकि उसके 1-2 मिनट निकल जाए।
हम्म
प्लीज गिव मी शाउट आउट। भोसले की पूरी फैमिली जी को शाउट आउट भाई। कैसे हैं आप लोग? ये कैसे हैं आप लोग? बाय द वे, वेट कर रहे हैं हम लोग हेरोइन के वापस आने का।
You heard from somewhere that Levon didn't lose in this entire tournament. Is that true? I'm not sure first day पे वो कुछ आ रहा था कि नहीं। Actually
या
नहीं।
लेवन
I
हैजंट लॉस्ट
don't,
अ सिंगल गेम बाय द वे।
या फर्स्ट गेम में वो नहीं हारे थे, like first round में नहीं हारे थे वो, like I remember। You're right। Only unbeaten guy I think so far। मतलब अर्जुन के बाद वो हारे ही नहीं है कोई गेम। क्रेजी।
वाह। एंड मीनवाइल मैग्नस जी फुल ऑन ऑस्कर लेवल एक्टिंग करते हुए जैसे उन्हीं की चाल है। और इन्हें अगर पीक करेंगे पीछे से नोटिस करेंगे कि मैग्नस को लगेगा मैग्नस अभी भी सोच रहे हैं बट नॉट रियली। बाय द वे प्लेड।
हम्म। किंग एच8 फटाफट खेलते हुए 19 मिनट्स फॉर लेवॉन एंड 12 फॉर मैग्नस। यार ये तो बड़ा डिप्रेसिंग सिचुएशन है। मस्ट विन में ये पोजीशन आ गई फिर तो लगेगा भाई मैं क्या ही कर रहा हूँ। बाय द वे लुक एट दिस विंसेंट वर्सेस सेंडारोव। दिस पोजीशन इज आइदर विनिंग और इट्स नॉट, एंड इट्स नॉट बेसिकली। तो
वाओ साज
बेसिकली
भाई,
सेंडारोव
this
नॉट
position is
गोइंग
either
इनटू।
एक second, let me recap what you said. This position is either winning or it's not. Wow.
मतलब देयर इज नो लाइक मिडिल ग्राउंड, देयर इज नो मिडिल ग्राउंड।
Wow.
कहने का मतलब, अरे यार इट्स लाइक सेइंग कि दिस पर्सन इज आइदर मैरिड और इज नॉट।
Wow. The sun revolves around the earth or the earth revolves around the sun.
नहीं नहीं वो डिफरेंट हो गया।
I either take a left or I take a right.
आई
Wow.
आइदर टेक अ लेफ्ट और आई एम लेफ्ट। नजरिए की बात होती है।
Wow, Saj bhai. I think साज भाई को एक और टाइटल मिलना चाहिए भाई, सुपर जीएम का तो दे ही देना चाहिए कम से कम।
आई नो क्रेजी ह्यूज इम्प्रूव।
क्रेजी इनसाइट्स।
ये सब लोग यार अमृता इंस्पायर्ड चैट भाई क्या
I
क्या चल
don't
रहा है
know
चैट में
actually.
भाई। भाई
It's not even a
अमृता जी
हाथी चीटी
आप,
जोक चैक, I don't know.
अमृता जी यहाँ क्यों आ गई भाई। अमृता जी को आप सुन रहे हो क्या चैट? व्हाट्स गोइंग ऑन, व्हाई व्हाई अमृता जी?
Either you have
ईदर यू
black
हैव
pieces
ब्लैक।
or you don't. Exactly.
एग्जैक्टली आई मीन इट्स नॉट इवन अ लाई। लाइक आइदर यू प्ले चेस और यू डोंट, सिंपल।
Either you're watching the stream or you're not, and clearly you're not.
एग्जैक्टली क्लियरली इनफ पीपल आर नॉट राइट नाउ। हर जोक्स आर वेरी, अरे अच्छा तो अब मेरे जोक को अब खराब हो भाई, ये जोक थोड़ी ना था। देखो आई थिंक जोक की बात अलग है, बट व्हाट आई मेंट टू से वाज कि इस स्पेशली व्हेन यू गो इनटू लाइक अ सिंप्लीफाइड वर्जन ऑफ एन एंड गेम, देयर इज नो रूम कि यू आर बेटर, स्लाइटली बेटर या स्लाइटली वर्स। लाइक आप थोड़ा पुश कर सकते हो या नहीं, या तो आप जीत रहे हो या फिर आप नहीं जीत रहे हो बेसिकली, या फिर गेम ड्रॉ हो रहा है।
वाह।
लाइक देयर इज नो
या तो
लाइक मिडिल
आप
ग्राउंड।
या तो आप जीत रहे हो तब नहीं जीत रहे हो। चैट समझे क्या? चैट समझे क्या? पहले हाँ लिखो, यस लिखो, सबके सब जो जो
हाँ
समझा
मतलब
वो
आप
सब यस
पुश
लिखो
नहीं
भाई।
कर सकते, लेकिन आप पुश नहीं कर सकते,
हाँ, ट्रू
लाइक
ट्रू
इन दैट
ट्रू।
सेंस।
Yeah, I mean, I got your point in the first go itself, but I think
हाँ
मजा आ
हाँ
रहा था
हाँ, क्रेजी
भाई।
क्रेजी। मजा तो आ रहा है भाई। D5 खेला मतलब ये मैच अब ड्रॉ हो रहा है बेसिकली, मेरा कहने का मतलब ये है।
अभी केमर कुछ निकालेगा भाई, हाइपर कुछ क्रेजी विन।
हम्म। तो ही गोस D5, आई थिंक वेरी लॉजिकल मूव। नाइट F3 कुछ पॉसिबल हो सकता है, लाइक मेरे को D4 पे बिठाना, बट या आई थिंक ड्रॉ, ऑफर ड्रॉ, तबलास इनकमिंग।
आई थिंक हमें, डू यू नो ड्रॉ इन मेनी लैंग्वेजेस, लाइक किस किस लैंग्वेज में क्या बोलते हैं ड्रॉ को?
डोंट थिंक सो, आई थिंक आई नो रशियन, उसमें तबलाश बोलते हैं, एंड आई नो हिंदी, सॉरी आई नो इंग्लिश, उसमें ड्रॉ बोलते हैं, दैट्स इट।
सो लेट मी चेक या। हवाई हवाईयन में ड्रॉ को बोलते हैं हुकी।
भाई आप कुछ भी बोल दोगे यार, रहने दो, मत करो गूगल ये सब।
अफ्रीकन में बोलते हैं टेकन।
अफ्रीकन, अफ्रीकन में बोलते हैं, वाह वाह टिकू भाई वाह। सुन
भाई
रहे हो
लैंग्वेज है
अफ्रीकन लैंग्वेज?
अफ्रीकन्स।
अफ्रीकांस होती है मेरे भाई।
अफ्रीकान्स, ओके। पोर्टुगीज में बोलते हैं एम्पाटे।
अफ्रीकन भाई अफ्रीकन। एशियन में क्या बोलते हैं भाई?
भाई अंटार्कटिका में क्या बोलते हैं भाई?
थोड़ा एशियन बताओ यार। हिंदी में
एंड
आधा आधा, हिंदी में ड्रॉ ही बोलते होंगे शायद।
इंडोनेशियन में बोलते हैं गंबर।
गब्बर।
मेन गंबर। रशियन में बोलते हैं रिसोवाट।
ग्रिसोवात। अच्छा स्पैनिश में बोलते हैं
भाई
ताबलास।
सुसु कौन सी लैंग्वेज है?
क्या?
सुसु भी कोई लैंग्वेज है अपेरेंटली, आई किसी गूगल ट्रांसलेट।
Yeah, I'm moving on. Vincent plays bishop f8 and bishop c5 check का threat. साहिल भाई।
क्रोएशियन में बोलते हैं कर।
अबे छोड़ो
ओके,
ना
आई डोंट
यार।
वांट टू स्पीक इट आउट लाउड, आई विल। दिस साउंड्स बिट ओके। Okay, moving
क्यों?
on.
ड्रॉ कोई हो भी नहीं रहा है, लाइक आई डोंट नो व्हाई कोई किसी का गेम
So
ड्रॉ भी नहीं हो रहा है अब।
Croatian में Croatian में बोलते हैं CRTATI. So I don't know how you pronounce that. I'm gonna move on. By the way, F4 played.
भाई हार रहा है ये ड्रॉ भी नहीं हो रहा है।
तो साज भाई, तो आपने जो पूरा फिलोसफी जाना था अभी 10 मिनट पहले, सारा झूठ था है।
बट कम से कम CRTATI तो नहीं बोला मैंने।
भाई देखो, मैंने प्रोनाउंस नहीं किया भाई, दैट्स मोर इम्पोर्टेंट।
सही बात है भाई, बात तो सही है। F4 बिशप C5 चेकअप इनकमिंग, एंड देन A5 B5 करके कुछ पुश करो भाई। सिंडारोव तो नहीं जीत सकता ये, दैट्स फॉर श्योर। कोई गौरव भाई बोल रहे हैं मंगोलियन में टिकू बोलते हैं।
भाई आई विल टेक दैट।
कुछ भी भाई।
बाय द वे, इट लुक्स लाइक कि ब्लैक पुश कर रहा है एंड सिंडारोव के चांसेस CRTATI के वेरी वेरी लो।
ये अब क्या खेला जाए? दूसरे गेम पे जाते हैं बाय द वे, लेवॉन वर्सेस मैग्नस। दिस इज द करंट पोजीशन, and I think only Levon is the one pushing here. I think one sort of idea that I see for black, Sahil, is that black can play C3 like at the right moment. उसके बाद अब कैसे जीतोगे? तो मतलब कोई भी नहीं जा रहा भाई टाई ब्रेक में।
उसका हारेंगे भाई। If I play H4 as white and you manage to play C3, I think I lose probably, yeah? So I think maybe white can play C3 here just to block that completely.
C3 भाई वियर्ड चाल है C3 तो, बट या कुड बी प्लेड। एक सेकंड, C3 में B4 नहीं कर सकता मैं?
C3
दैट लुक्स रिस्की नो।
B4, अरे बाप रे। CB4?
CB4 आई डोंट नो, लाइक CB नाइट B4 भी मर रहा है आई गेस। C3 चेक भी बहुत टेम्पटिंग लग रहा है देख के, खेल के देखे क्या? C3
By the way,
B4।
Divya was so against Sahil. Exactly, bro. What was that? What was that, भाई? Support करना चाहिए भाई दूल्हे राजा को भी। Oh my God, दूल्हे राजा sounds so cringe. Anyways, हाँ बताओ साज भाई।
अनिशा जी देखते, अरे सहज भाई किमर के साथ आपका कुछ रिश्ता था ना भाई, कैसी कैसी बातें कर रहे हो अनिशा जी आप?
What?
हाँ उसका नाम विंसेंट है, एंड आई रिलेट टू लाइक द फर्स्ट हाफ ऑफ हिज नेम। रुक्सी वन खेला उसने।
How do you relate to the
बहुत ही
first
गंदा
half?
जोक मारा।
साज भाई मेरे को
विन है
थोड़ा
ना भाई,
explain तो करो।
विन है ना भाई।
तो first half of his first name आपको बोलना चाहिए था।
हाँ हाँ
आपने बोला
ठीक है।
first name तो।
आप क्रोएशियन में फिर से बताना क्या बोलते हैं।
भाई वो उनको बुलाएंगे ना, आए थे ना कमेंटेटर, उनसे पूछेंगे अगली बार जब वो आएंगे।
क्रेजी।
By the way, losing for Sindarov.
लूजिंग? अरे तो तीसरा रिजल्ट भी पॉसिबल था। हम खामा खा मैंने अपनी बेइज्जती करवा दी। मुझे लगा ये तो डेफिनेटली ड्रॉ होगा, बट ओके आई डोंट, इज इट रियली लूजिंग?
Saj bhai, either it's losing
साहिल
or
भाई
it's
इज दिस
not.
रियली? बात तो सही कही आपने, या तो विन है या तो
Learn from
लर्न।
the master, bhai. Learn from the master.
सही है भाई, सही है। H4 G5 आ रहा है भाई। सबे भाई ने ये सब सुन रहे हैं और बोल रहे हैं कि भाई क्या चल रहा है।
भाई समय भाई is the only one who knows मैं कितनी बार चीख चुका हूँ पिछले आधे घंटे में। That's the best part.
अच्छा, इवन आई कैन,
अब
इवन आई कैन नॉट हियर इट।
नहीं, I mute myself no चीखने से पहले, so you don't hear it.
अच्छा 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 अच्छा।
समय भाई HD में देख रहे हैं स्क्रीन में भाई मेरी
हम्म
चीखें। But anyways, फिलहाल के लिए
हम्म
G4 के बाद I think टाइमर जी 2-0 जीतने वाले हैं. He's gonna confirm that third
हम्म
spot he there, right behind
हम्म।
Magnus and Aronian. भाई ये कोरा को ब्लॉक कैसे करते हैं यार? कितनी बार ब्लॉक करो साला ब्लॉक ही नहीं होता है। I just watched the video, Salbhai. How did you even play that chess game with that commentary the whole time? Exactly, bro. I was distracted. I blame Divya. Exactly. I blame Divya for that blunder, yeah? Like dead drawn position है blunder, one move blunder. So दिव्या ही गलती है भाई. सहज भाई गायब हो चुके हैं.
am
सहज
I
भाई
भाई,
गायब हो चुके हैं.
भाई
तुषार
फिर से
कपूर की
वही
तरह.
हुआ यार। मेरा फोन का नेट चल रहा है बट लैपटॉप का नेट डिस्कनेक्ट हो रहा है। आई डोंट नो हाउ दैट इज इवन पॉसिबल।
But सहज भाई, either you have the internet or you not. So I mean,
और यू
it's just
नॉट। वाह, क्या बात है।
और
क्या बात है।
तो I
और
think
यू नॉट। सुना
तो
चैट
I
आपने
think
क्या?
it's just very simple to understand, yeah.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। आ गया, चलो
You
बढ़िया। नाइट जी टू
invited
खेला
Divya,
उसने।
but Divya team bride ना भाई. How do you know she's team bride? ये दिव्या का
हम्म।
alt तो नहीं है. नहीं, but still, come on. Commentary as a chess player, she should be unbiased. Like 60-40, not 100-0.
हाँ, अभी किसी को आपने मेरी और वो केटी वाली कमेंट्री दिखाई ना भाई। लाइक
भाई
वो
देखो,
उस वीडियो, पता है,
that
सुनो
is
चैट, आई टेल यू, बहुत कम लोग हैं पे चैट में, तो मैं खुले में बता सकता हूँ ये बात। हम, मैंने और केटी ने एक मैच खेला था वर्ल्ड कप के टाइम पे, एंड साहिल भाई वाज द कमेंटेटर देयर। बट वो कमेंट्री इतनी ज्यादा बायस थी कि आई कुडंट इवन पोस्ट इट एनीवेयर। जस्ट सो यू नो, साहिल भाई, लाइक यू गॉट
no,
अ
but
टेस्ट ऑफ योर
see,
ओन
that
मेडिसिन
was
देयर।
past midnight. So past midnight, the rules don't apply.
तो क्या हो गया, तो क्या हो गया? ऐसे
Yeah,
थोड़ी ना होता
past
है।
midnight rules don't apply. I think
ऐसे कुछ,
during normal hours, working hours, I think rules apply.
ऐसे कुछ, ऐसे कुछ नहीं होता भाई। दूसरी चाल के अंदर ही सहज हारने वाला है, सहज हारने वाला है। लाइक आई वाज लाइक भाई, व्हाट इज गोइंग ऑन?
अरे what is going on से याद आया, only move by the way D4 for Vincent Keimer, otherwise white could be back.
He either finds it or he nots.
Exactly. Well said सहज भाई, आपको फिलोसफर होना चाहिए या फिर नहीं.
I know. चल यार, कुछ तो मजा आया आज यार। लेट्स गो।
हाँ, हाँ.
भाई एक चेयर तो देखो, ऐसा लग रहा था उसकी चेयर पे। अरे ऐसा नहीं हो रहा भाई। आई डोंट थिंक सो भाई। जस्ट सो यू नो, मैं साउथ अफ्रीका में 6 साल रहा था। लाइक अर्थक्वेक्स बहुत कम आते हैं वहां पे। लाइक मेरे टाइम पे तो एक भी बार कहीं पे सुना भी नहीं था मैंने, टच वुड, बाय द वे। बट
भाई कैसे
लाइक
घूर रहा था
नेचुरली
गेम,
इट्स
दिखा
वेरी।
दिखा भी कैसे घूर रहा था. भाई सिंदारोव की आंखों में डाले घूर रहा था भाई.
ओ B3 ब्लंडर, D4 विनिंग,
वेट
completely
व्हाट.
winning. Either he finds it or he nots. D4 is completely winning.
भाई ही फाइंड्स इट, या यहाँ पे तो फिलोसफी भी नहीं झाड़ सकते, ये तो सिंपल चेस है. D4,
या तो विन है
BC4.
या फिर विंसेंट है।
साहज भाई पूरा फन स्पॉइल कर दिया यार नेम जोक के साथ. क्या साहज भाई, मतलब भाई दिस इज 3 पॉन सैक क्या. ओ वेरी
हाँ
इंपॉर्टेंट. आफ्टर D4, like D4 played, BC4, D3, CB3, B3, AB3. I thought A3 होगा but not A3, AB3 now.
हाँ, क्योंकि नाइट E1 नाइट नाइट C2 करके आप रोक सकते हो स्क्वायर को, तो AB3
हाँ.
के बाद इट्स विनिंग।
So very important to kind of change the pattern there.
हम्म, बढ़िया। आई थिंक विंसेंट अबाउट टू विन। King E2 maybe is possible, साहिल भाई। हाँ, देन D3 चेक, CD3 एंड CB3। गई है पोजीशन यहाँ। ही इज लॉस्ट, डेड लॉस्ट।
गुड बाय. सो उसके साथ एक टाई ब्रेक तो कुछ चांस ही नहीं है. Now the only tie break that
हम्म।
could happen is Magnus versus Levon, which is also very unlikely because Magnus has 6 minutes and Levon has 16. So फिलहाल के लिए let's stick to Vincent's game. I think that's going to finish first,
हम्म।
but I think maybe we'll have no tie breaks today for the first time in this tournament.
हम्म। क्रेजी, पहले दिन में ही नो टाई ब्रेक्स। ऑल्सो मैग्नस के गेम में अभी अभी आई थिंक विल स्टिक हियर, बट या मैग्नस के गेम में भी नथिंग, इट डजंट फील लाइक इट्स गोइंग टू गो इनटू अ टाई ब्रेक। सो आई थिंक बोथ गेम्स गोना फिनिश नाउ इटसेल्फ। ऑल्सो वन इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग इज कि मैग्नस का टाइम भी इतना कम है। लाइक 11 मिनट का फर्क है उधर।
Exactly.
या आई थिंक विंसेंट को समझ आ गया, इज नॉट इवन ऑन द बोर्ड, कंप्लीटली विनिंग। मे बी चेकिंग आउट अदर बोर्ड्स हियर।
ये साउथ अफ्रीका पीछे मेरे को क्रिकेट जर्सी लगी.
नहीं नहीं, चेस का भी सेम है।
भाई सिंदाव के पीस प्ले से आई एम सो इम्प्रेस्ड. एंड बाय पीस प्ले आई मीन लाइक जिस तरह पीस घुमाते हैं मतलब हाथ से, मतलब क्रेजी.
पर उससे कुछ हो नहीं रहा. आई थिंक ही इज जस्ट डेड लॉस्ट. Do you want to switch to Magnus's game?
भाई
Or do you want to stay here?
भाई कैसे खेलेंगे ढंग से, उसके सारे पीस को तो चक्कर आ रहे होंगे, इतना घुमा दिया उसको. लाइक हाउ विल दे हिज पीसेस प्ले वेल इन द गेम?
Either you play well or you don't.
ताज भाई, और यू नॉट.
Or you not. Sorry, bhai. Sorry. English automatically खुद ही ठीक हो गई.
या साज भाई, डोंट बी द डिक्शनरी, लाइक जस्ट गो विद द फ्लो साज भाई, जस्ट गो विद द फ्लो.
You either go with the flow or you not.
यस, दैट्स इट.
I hope ये मैं GCL में ना बोल दूं, but
भाई
आगे
जीसीएल
नहीं
में भी
मेरे को.
क्रेजी क्रेजी रहेगा. बाय द वे, इट्स गोना बी एन एपिक इवेंट चैट, बिकॉज इंडिया के सारे प्लेयर्स खेल रहे होंगे. We'll have
Hmm.
Gukesh, I think everybody is playing, right? I might be misquoting here, but Gukesh, Vidit, Prag, Arjun, Neha, like everybody is playing. Ronak, so it's going
Hmm.
to be a lot of fun.
बहुत मजा आएगा उधर. Will be amazing. Falcon जी बोल रहा है I think I have a solid 15% chance of defeating Magnus in freestyle. भाई हाँ भाई, delusion में सबको रहना चाहिए कभी कभी.
वाह,
Not
इतना
bad.
सीखने को मिलता है स्ट्रीम से, और नॉट.
Hmm.
दिव्या अपने बड़ी को साथ दे रहा था, बट टिक्कू आपने उल्टा किया. नॉट फेयर.
Or not.
भाई,
भाई यार मैं
मेरे
भाई
शादी के दिन
मैग्नस
मेरे को रोस्ट कर रहे हैं भाई, इससे ज्यादा क्या नाइंसाफी हो सकती है?
भाई यार वो तब से सोचे जा रहा है लेट्स गो टू मैग्नस's बोर्ड टू सी कोई अपडेट हुई है, क्योंकि मैग्नस लुक्स लाइक ही इज ट्राइंग टू ग्राइंड इट आउट अ बिट. एंड ओके द पोजीशन इज नॉट बेटर, बट यहाँ पे एटलीस्ट देयर इज मोर होप फॉर अ टाई ब्रेक. वहां पे तो डेड लॉस ही है.
इज देयर होप सहज?
और नॉट.
यस, यस, दैट्स द स्पिरिट सहज.
और नॉट. क्या सिंक में बोल रहे हैं भाई हम.
ओए
और
क्या
नॉट.
क्रेजी है भाई कमेंट्री, मतलब इतना. वी नीड इंडियन प्लेयर्स इन द टूर्नामेंट चैट, अदरवाइज हम यही करते रहेंगे.
हाँ भाई.
विल देयर बी इंडियन प्लेयर्स इन द नेक्स्ट टूर्नामेंट?
और नॉट. बाय द वे F6 खेला उसने नाइट F3. E6 के पॉन थोड़ा वीक. और नॉट.
भाई बस, भाई बस. और नॉट.
ये सही मिल गया भाई. ये सही मिल गया भाई.
Okay, I mean
um
knight a4, yeah. Knight a4 looks like tempting to attack the c3 pawn.
C4 नहीं आ रहा उधर.
Oh, c4. Maybe king d6 then. I don't know. This keeping it solid. Don't see how white is creating any chances.
Knight A4, C4, and King D6. Interesting. Also, Rook D7 kind of looks interesting as well after C4. कि तब आप Knight D4 नहीं खेल सकते. खेल के दिखाते हैं Knight A4. Okay, this is correct. C4. मैं सोच रहा था Rook D7. हाँ, okay, it's right. It's right, yeah. क्योंकि Knight D4 नहीं आ रहा अभी आपका. Looks interesting. But yeah,
साहिल
I
भाई
feel this
हंसी
is
बांटने में यकीन रखते हैं, बिल्कुल भाई. सुयश भाई, आपने आपने पते की बात करी है एक्चुअली. हंसी बांटे हंसी, बिकॉज हंसी तो फंसी. और नॉट. पता हो गया भाई. कम ऑन, कम ऑन, कम ऑन, लेवॉन, सिंदारोव जी.
Knight A4, by the way, played. I think he's gonna go C4 to defend the pawn, and then Rook D7 looks super tempting to me because there is no Knight
सुपर.
D4 incoming.
अरे
Super.
व्हाट अबाउट नाइट c5 check? Isn't it a super move as well?
भाई King C2 है ना. और
But
not.
still, super check.
लगता है आपने वो खांसी की दवाई ले ली है साहिल भाई.
भाई हंसी की दवाई भी होती है क्या?
भाई खांसी बोला है मैंने.
अच्छा, खांसी.
क्या बोल रहा है. What are your Falcon जी बोल रहे हैं, what are your thoughts
भाई
of having separate section of for open and women? Do you think it's unfair for low rated GMs 2450 who earn very less compared to women players of same age? बट बड़ा targeted question पूछा भाई मेरे से, क्योंकि I am one of those GMs. Literally, I am one of those GMs like who is like kind of who is talking about. But no, I don't think so. I don't think it's unfair. There are other sort of ways to make money as well in chess, like besides just playing. I agree कि chess में थोड़े ज़्यादा पैसे होने चाहिए खेलने के लिए, but there are other avenues as well for those GMs. So and also like I think आप सिर्फ rating से define नहीं कर सकते. Like I think for a girl it's much harder to reach that ranking, at least right now, than it is for a guy. Like for many other reasons. I don't want to get into why it's like that, but there are like many different factors there. So yeah, that's my take. Sahil bhai, what's your
And
take?
also very important, right? If let's say there was no women's section, what is the benefit? So basically, the जो women players है, they will make like they will not make money from professional chess, right? But Magnus और Kaikaru same ही जीतेंगे. या Gukesh same ही जीतेगा. So basically, less number of people make money out of chess if you remove the women's section, basically. So I just feel like overall, a lot of players get to play this game and play this professionally because there's a women's section. And also, as I mentioned, like there are certain like roadblocks because chess is a male-dominated sport. Like it warrants a women's section. But however, to the contrary, Humpy ma'am से हमने पूछा था ये कि like what is the number one way for women to kind of reach the level of open section players, right? Like for example, play the world championship someday. उन्होंने कहा था don't play the women's section. The only way is to play in the open section and kind of challenge yourself to reach the top. So I think it's a double-edged sword. On one side, you get to play these events and make a living. On the other side, you also limit yourself in some way because you don't reach the top. By the way, they have repeated moves twice. So unless Magnus has a trick up his sleeve, we might be seeing a draw just about now. And yeah, oh no, he plays on King C2.
Of course, he cannot take a draw because then Aronian just directly qualifies. And now, by the way, knight a4 के बाद मेरे पास knight d4 है. So I can kind of target the e6 pawn there. But yeah, still very equalish. But Levon has to be careful to not give Magnus that type of position जहाँ पे वो grind कर सकता है basically. बट आई थिंक साहिल भाई आपने एकदम बढ़िया से समराइज किया. लाइक जस्ट अगर वो लेवल चाहिए, लाइक पोलगर ने वो एक प्रेसिडेंट सेट किया ना, लाइक डोंट प्ले इन द वुमेन सेक्शन एंड देन आपका लेवल ऐसे इंक्रीज होता है. लाइक दिव्या आल्सो इज अ ग्रेट एग्जांपल फॉर दिस. आई मीन लुक एट आई मीन she played like after winning the World Cup, she played the Grand Swiss in the open section and then she performed so well. I think like I don't know uske liye, but if I was Divya, I think I surpassed my own expectations there. So I think you are absolutely right in that sense.
Yeah, yeah. After that great performance, she got to commentate at my wedding. So, and
हम्म.
completely roasted me after that. So not sure, but yeah, I agree with you.
भाई अगर
Jokes
वो ना
apart,
जीतती वर्ल्ड कप तो मतलब उसको आपकी कमेंट्री गिग मिलती क्या? बिल्कुल नहीं.
नहीं
इट्स लाइक
मिलती. True, true, true.
यहीं से तो आपको
Opportunities
इट्स
open
लाइक अ
up.
लैडर.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
सो
True,
मेनी
true, true.
और नॉट.
ये अच्छा पकड़ लिया. तीसरा कमेंट रहेगा ना, कभी राकेश भाई आएंगे, कभी कोई और आएगा. ये अच्छा है भाई. उनको
राकेश
कंफ्यूज
भाई.
करने के लिए.
पर चैट को भी समझ नहीं आएगा, बहुत कम लोग देख रहे हैं, वो तो चैट को समझ नहीं आएगा उस
हाँ.
टाइम.
साज भाई अब कब शादी कर रहे? क्वेश्चन बाय न्यूटन्स बैकयार्ड.
यार अभी टाइम है. बट क्यों भाई, मेरी शादी क्यों करानी है आपको?
बिकॉज मैग्नस ने कर ली, हिकारू ने कर ली, तो अभी को कमेंटर ने कर ली. दे लाइक आप भी कर ही लो भाई. बहती गंगा में हाथ धो लो, समथिंग लाइक दैट.
हम्म. देखते हैं भाई. अभी तो एज आई सेड मेरा बड़ा भाई है, तो फर्स्ट दैट एंड देन इट्स गोना बी मी. तो अभी टाइम है भाई.
बाय द वे, अरोनियन जी अपना चश्मा तो एडजस्ट कर 4 बार कर लिए 4 सेकंड में. एंड आई थिंक नाउ आई डोंट सी द प्रॉब्लम विच इज टेकिंग ऑन C4. क्या इशू है भाई? जस्ट टेक ऑन C4, मूव द नाइट समवेयर, अटैक द C4 पॉन. लाइक व्हाट्स द प्रॉब्लम? व्हाई
आपको
डज ही लुक अ
प्रॉब्लम
बिट
बताता
वरीड?
हूँ. उसके पास बार नहीं है ना, ये प्रॉब्लम.
भाई तो बट ही नोज, या आई मीन लाइक मैग्नस कांट बी बेटर हियर, आई एम अज्यूमिंग.
ऑफ कोर्स भाई, ऑफ कोर्स. लाइक इट्स आई थिंक ही इज जस्ट टेकिंग इन द टाइम. एज आई सेड, लाइक वो पोजीशन नहीं देनी मैग्नस को जहाँ पे वो ग्राइंड कर सकता है. देन आई थिंक ही विल बिकम अनस्टॉपेबल एंड देन इट्स वेरी हार्ड फॉर अरोनियन टू प्ले टाई ब्रेक्स फ्रॉम दिस पोजीशन ऑनवर्ड्स, क्योंकि यहाँ पे उसको पता है कोई चांस नहीं है मैग्नस के पास. सो ही जस्ट बीइंग एक्स्ट्रा केयरफुल. Meanwhile, taking a very quick look at Sendarov's board because he is dead lost and now he's just thinking उसको A3 खेलना चाहिए, AB3 खेलना चाहिए. Isn't A3 just winning?
A3, I think A3 looks winning. I don't know if AB3 also, I guess, should be winning, but I guess A3 is further away, so makes sense. But I would
Hmm.
rather take on B3, Saj, because I remember that knight C2 idea you mentioned. But
Hmm.
okay, even bishop d4 there wins on the spot. So I guess it's just a matter of choice. Can we
Hmm.
show that by the way? Like a3, knight e1, I think a2, knight c2. Bishop d4, I can't go instantly because it comes with check. So first maybe I move the king. Let's say I go king, I don't know, uh, d6, yeah? And now next move I go bishop d4 and it's winning.
Yeah. So a3 खेला, knight e1 आया, a2 आया, knight c2, but you have to be careful, don't play bishop d4 right now because knight d4 is a check.
Yeah.
Then knight c2 वापस ले आओगे तो king को हटा लो d6 पे and then play bishop d4.
Yes, and it's completely winning now. Simple.
And played, by
So
the
I
way.
think 91 on the board. I think Vincent is about to seal the win. A very elementary variation for a player of his level, and I think Sindarov could be seconds away from resigning.
Hmm.
Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. The
Bishop
bishop
d4
d4
सीधा ही खेल
is
दे.
first.
Bishop c3 now, I guess, and just a2 a1 and resignation incoming. Or not.
Sindarov bhai thoda sa. But okay, Sindarov should be happy. Yeah, third place is not bad. I mean, fourth place is not bad. In an
Hmm.
event जहाँ पे मैग्नस खेल रहा है, फैबी खेल रहा है, it's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, for sure. Bishop c3 or king c5. GG. भाई, I think resign करो. कुछ बचा नहीं है यहाँ पे.
Yeah, this looks like it's over. Bishop c3, d4 खेलते हैं, but I don't see how that helps. a2 just, I think it's time to resign. You can't even you might trap the knight, but you won't trap the bishop. c3 square बढ़िया है. Yeah,
इन
I think it
मैक्स
should be
आप क्या
resigned.
अचीव कर लोगे इधर? मैक्स मतलब ड्रॉ ही कर सकते हो ना मैक्स. एक और
Do
क्या हो
do
जाएगा
do
इधर?
do. I don't know if you got the reference, Aj bhai, but मजा आया.
मार्क्स वर्स्टापन.
Yes.
कोर्स भाई, मैं F1 देखता नहीं हूँ, बट स्टिल ऑफ कोर्स दिस एवरीवन नोस.
भाई इट वाज क्रेजी भाई, 2 पॉइंट से मतलब ही मिस्ड द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप, इनसेन. ओके, फिलहाल के लिए.
हाँ, रियली.
Oh, he's moving the king, by the way. Very interesting.
किंग d6 वापस. अब नाइट c2 के बाद फिर a1 क्वीन. कभी ना कभी तो a1 क्वीन खेलना ही चाहिए ना. या तो मेरे हिसाब से यू नो व्हाट यू शुड डू, किंग c6 नाइट c2 किंग d5 करके रिपीट कर दे.
Nah, bhai. There's no way. There's no way he
Like
does
there
that,
is
yeah?
no, but Sindarov is not like, what choice does he have? Like he has to repeat, no?
Okay, now A1 queens कर दो यार, खत्म करो कहानी.
He has no other choice. Or not.
सूर्या जी कह रहे हैं, I have won several world championships. Glad to have you in the chat, bhai. Um,
कौन सी चैट पे?
Chess 24 India. जहाँ पे we have a crazy watching of 120.
क्रेजी भाई, डबल होगी भाई. क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई? A1 खेल दे भाई. विंसेंट को ही नहीं ड्रॉ करना. बाय द वे, मैग्नस लुकिंग भाई, वो पोजीशन आ रही है जहाँ पे वो ग्राइंड कर सकता है. जस्ट पुटिंग इट आउट देयर. सी सच
Really?
अ डेंजरस प्लेयर भाई. हाँ. As soon as it's finished, oh, I think he just resigned. Yeah. No, he plays king e4.
Wow.
Sorry, not no resignation yet. Let's take
I
this
mean,
pawn.
bishop E1, yeah? I mean, simplest way to.
Oh, but h5 है ना मेरे पास.
And then,
Bishop d2 is nice because there is no h5. पूरा एकदम लॉक हो गया.
but what's my next? Acha, you'll force the king back and then king d5, yeah?
और bishop f4 भी मर रहा है.
True, true, true.
So you meant king f3, then king d5, yes. GG. I think Vincent is about to win, securing third place in the freestyle finals in Cape Town.
There is one thing though, I read somewhere Twitter pe ki the players who have played the top three in the standings are like in some order, like Magnus, Kamer, and Caruana. and they are the only three players who've played all the tournaments. So it's obviously going to be them who finish top three. But I think also it's like you have to win events to qualify to the next one. Like top four out top five, I think directly qualified, right? So it's also kind of fair, but also like it's very obvious to predict who will be the top three in the overall standings.
Correct. Bishop C1 played by Vincent. Is this resignation
Yeah,
time?
yeah, time to resign. I think you can't avoid losing a pawn and draw.
No, Vincent
Oh
won,
no, Vincent won.
of
Yeah,
course.
I saw draw for a second there.
अच्छा किंग e4 पे रखा था उसने already. That's why it
Uh,
registered as a draw first, but
okay,
Vincent
so
did end up winning.
so that means Saj bhai, we have all the standings from ranks 3 to 8. And now it's all about the final. Who will win Freestyle South Africa? And if we can go through the ranks, rank number 3, Sindarov. Rank number 3 is Vincent. Rank number 4, Sindarov. Rank number 5, Caruana. Rank number 6, Arjun. Rank number 7, Hans. And rank number 8 is Paramaksudlu. And now it's about the top two ranks.
Yeah, between Magnus and Levon. And that's a very big difference. Yeah, 80K का difference है दोनों में. It's a lot. Levon just pushed g5, gaining some counter play on the king side. White can play maybe c5 in this position. Looks a bit tempting. Ah, no, c5. I have a5 check. Never mind.
Oh, actually, G5 I really love because you're trying to exchange as many pawns as possible. And let's not forget, Chad, कि यहाँ bishops नहीं है. So, we could even reach a rook knight versus rook endgame, but Levon will defend that comfortably. So, even though Magnus is doing Magnus things, it's still unlikely that he wins this. And time देखो तो 1 minute, 2 minute है, and Levon has 10, 11 minutes. That also plays in Levon's hands.
Magnus goes rook a3. By the way, looks like it was the best move in the position. Was it the best move, Sahil bhai? Rook a3?
Yeah, the best move again, and putting pressure on the a6 pawn. Now, difficult choice. Do I play rook c6 or do I give a check on b7?
Bhai, do you think Magnus is going to win this game? Straight up.
I think clock अगर बराबर होता ना, I think he would. But with this clock situation, Levon has so much time. Like it would be very hard to imagine that happening.
5-5 Maggies?
I am in. If you want to go to 35, I am in by.
35 ठीक है फिर जीसीएल में पूरा सेटल करूंगा या तो 35 होगा या 25 होगा ठीक है
ठीक है. So basically,
आई थिंक
if
मैगी विंस दिस
so Magnus wins, then you get 5 Maggies. मतलब कम हो जाएंगी. And if I win, then I get 35.
ठीक है
And अगर Levon wins, then I also win. क्या? या क्या? Levon wins, then nobody wins. Yeah. No, I mean
no I
Levon wins
mean
would be
I'm
mine,
just
right?
saying
मेरा ही होगा. I think that would be me winning. I think.
I'm just choosing one Magnus winning that's it
ठीक है.
मतलब
तो बाकी दोनों.
I'm willingly taking a very bad like bet in the sense very bad bet क्योंकि
But
आपके पास
Levon
दोनों
to
कलर
जीतने
है
के
एंड पोजीशन
chances
भी इक्वल
also
है
is very low ना. Like I would say it's like
yeah but
1%.
Magnus can overpress of course Magnus can lose on time but like position एकदम dead drawn है and
हाँ.
you are getting two results. So it's a very bad bet for me. I'm just letting you know कि I know it's a bad bet, but I still think Magnus is going to win this.
चलो
अंदर
5
से
Maggies on
एक
the
आवाज
line.
आ रही है.
By the way, दो ही moves हैं ब्लैक के पास. Knight b5 और knight b7. I mean, you can't go knight f5 apparently, for example. b5 पे खेलना है knight को. Very important.
Knight b7 looks interesting. c5 के pawn पे pressure. साहिल भाई, sorry chat, आपको क्या लग रहा है? You think Magnus wins this or not? Falcon जी बोल रहा है in Norway chess total number of players were reduced from 8 possibly more to 6 and open to accommodate same price point for women's section. So this is the case where even elite players suffer. Falcon bhai, do you know this for a fact? Ki the player number was reduced to accommodate uh the women's section.
And also,
I don't
would
think
you
this
feel
is
कि alternatively, like
I
you will
don't
have
think this is
6.
I mean I think this is a complete assumption on your part. Like I don't think you know this. I
And
mean
also, I think you might not have 6 open section players if there were no women's section. Like maybe you will have 2 more. So in all, I think maybe it's still is even if you're correct, like it's still a plus, right? That would be my guess.
by the way knight b5 खेला उसने. Magnus having a minute and a half. Rook d3 perhaps is looking interesting to me.
Yeah, rook b3, rook d3 also cutting off the
Rook
king.
b3.
Rook
Best style
d3,
क्या है?
rook b3, your move.
B3 इज बेस्ट। नहीं, मैं तो रुक D3 बोल रहा था भाई। रुक B3 इज बेस्ट या। अच्छा, फिर A4 करके किंग C4 अलाउ एंड रुक B6 से कुछ काउंटर प्ले।
Yeah. As somebody who lost to Magnus with the past C pawn, I can tell you he works magic with it. so
हम्म
so I'm a bit scared about my five Maggies. Of course, Magnus wins Kare Ganguly ji. Yeah, I mean it is definitely a possibility. The only problem, as I mentioned earlier, is the 50 seconds in the clock.
छोटी सी
साहिल
प्रॉब्लम।
टिक साहिल टिकू को बोलो तुम्हारी शादी के बारे में। नहीं नहीं भाई, मेरे को शादी की बात नहीं करनी, वरना वो राघव जी अभी सदमे में आ जाएंगे, रो पड़ेंगे वो चैट में, तो लेट्स अवॉइड
I
इट।
also saw that भाई।
तो
राघव
थोड़ा सा
भाई।
रो पड़ेंगे, उनके आंसू दिखेंगे मुझे फिर टपकते हुए। तो फिलहाल लेट्स फोकस ऑन द चेस।
और नॉट।
और नॉट नाइस। बाद में पीछे पीछे से कोई देख रहा है, मैग्नस के पीछे कोई तो है, कैमरामैन ही होगा। ओ रुक F3, दैट्स सच एन इंटरेस्टिंग आइडिया।
Oh, that's Lennart, no? Yeah, that's Lennart Woods.
या
Fun fact, by the way, इसका brother is a international master, and I've played him actually in Tata Steel. भाई इतना इतना क्या ऐसा क्या हो गया कि साहिल भाई आप कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहे हो? लाइक इतना भी घटिया फैक्ट नहीं था यार। अच्छा, आई अंडरस्टूड व्हाट हैपेंड। आपका कैमरा नहीं
भाई
दिख रहा ना, तो आई
आई
कांट
आई
रियली सी
आई
यू।
स्नीज लाइक 9 टाइम्स जब तक आप फैक्ट
अच्छा
बता रहे
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, क्रेजी, ह्यूज इफ ट्रू।
थे। और नॉट।
ये रुक F3। ये सही मिल गया भाई। Okay, so rook F3. Now Levon के पास 8 मिनट है, so plenty of time to sort of find a defense here. Slight problem, but just why I'm thinking Magnus has a good chance is this is where I think his instincts will just take over. And he's insanely good in such positions.
या ट्रू। एंड ये रुक F3
Why
से चालें जो हो।
else? हाँ, जैसे मैं एक comment पढ़ रहा हूँ. Why
रुक
else
F3
would they
चालें जो
reduce the number of players?
हाँ
2024, 2025 were only two editions where prize funds were equal and number of players were six. I think they could reduce the players क्योंकि they wanted to make it more elite. जैसे जो लास्ट नॉर्वे चेस का जो इवेंट था, वहाँ पे वर्ल्ड नंबर 1, वर्ल्ड नंबर 2, वर्ल्ड नंबर 3, वर्ल्ड नंबर 4 ऐसे ऐसे करके खेल रहे थे, टू मेक इट लाइक टू गिव इट मोर लाइक प्रेस्टीज, कि सिर्फ टॉप 6 प्लेयर्स खेल रहे हैं, समथिंग लाइक दैट कुड बी द रीजन, कुड बी द रीजन एज वेल। सेम फॉर द वुमेन सेक्शन एज वेल।
And how many players were there in the previous edition? Yeah, I think that
आई
will be a
थिंक
good comparison. By the way,
8 थे, आई
pawns
थिंक।
exchanged. क्या करो साज भाई?
आई थिंक 8 थे पिछले वाले में, अब 6 हुए, इफ आई
Then it's
रिमेम्बर
not
करेक्टली।
a big loss, I feel. अगर दो open session players गए and 6 women players आ गए, that's already a plus, I feel.
हम्म
So at least that's my take. I could be wrong there. But knight d4, best move played, and now playing rook d3 or rook g3, both very nice moves. I also like rook h3, by the way. Why not just attack the pawn?
ये नाइट F5 करके मे बी मैं बचा सकता हूँ पॉन को। Yeah, 27 seconds for Magnus is not. By the way, Rukesh 3 played. Wow. Crazy move. Knight F5 is good here, or
Maybe knight e4, knight g3. I don't know if that works or not, but there are ways to still
Knight E4
like.
तो बढ़िया है। Knight G3 तो नहीं यार, Knight G3 तो थोड़ा, Knight E4 रख के बैठ जाएंगे बस। Like I'm sensing the position is becoming better and better for Magnus.
Yeah. In fact, यहाँ पे the best move is e5. You have to find e5. Otherwise, why just spins a pawn basically?
Is it like really bad if you don't find E5?
Yeah, it goes from plus zero point 0.4 to plus 0.8 if you don't find e5.
क्या बात कर रहे हो? Really? Oh wow.
या साज भाई
Might
आपकी
see a
पांच
tie
पाई
break.
या आपकी पांच पाई गर्म हो रही है।
Crazy. मतलब 5 आपकी कम हो रही है भाई, मेरी तो नहीं मिल रही।
Okay, still Levon पे भरोसा है भाई। I think we like imagine Levon at 30 seconds here, same as Magnus. Like you would
हम्म
imagine him collapsing, but वो 6 साढ़े 6 मिनट ना can really be helpful.
हम्म Magnus super focused here. Stress नहीं लग रहा मुझे among अमन भाई. I think he's very focused because he can sense that position में थोड़ा chance है, and okay, he's down by a point. It's a must-win position for him. I think probably he's locked in. Stress I think कम है because I think he's already won the Grand Slam. या तो उतना stress नहीं होगा इधर. That's what I feel at least.
Agreed. And Levon right now thinking, I have a chance to win my second freestyle event of the year, and that to do it in style by beating Magnus. I mean, it's every chess player's dream to beat Magnus because the world notices you. In fact, if an Indian beats Magnus, you will see a tweet from the Prime Minister, you will see tweets from everybody, and there you go, yeah. Best move played, Saj. I told you that time difference is the big deal, and now suddenly it's close to equality again.
Okay. I think you might be right. Rook takes h6 looks a bit risky to me for some reason. I don't know what that reason is, but 25 seconds for Magnus. He has to make a move now. fe5, okay. That was apparently quite. भाई मैं engine on कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि थोड़ा stress आ रहा है. What now? King c4, king d5. Okay, good, very good. Isn't this bad for black? Isn't this bad for Levon? Like really bad?
It does look bad. The only question is, can Black just activate his rook, pick up the couple of a pawn and the h pawn, and then sack the knight for the pawn? I think that's the formation I feel which might just work. Yeah, because a2 pawn bachana almost impossible hai.
Hmm. Like rook knight versus rook, you are saying is the best scenario here for.
I think that has a high probability. Although king d5, nice move. Maybe king
Oh
d7.
wait, that's a mistake. 96 आ रहा है. Knight f4 check.
But is it that deadly? Like 96 पे maybe rook h4?
Yeah, but rook यहाँ पे खराब होगा ना? Then like rook j2 or something.
Oh, he
Yeah,
plays
played.
it by Levon. On fire today, yeah?
Oh, rook
Okay, this has to be
j3.
a draw. This has to be a draw now. I'll be shocked if this is not a draw, yeah? Is rook g3 a
Rook.
blunder, Saj?
Yeah, rook j3 is a blunder.
Wow.
It's a huge. By the way, knight c7 check only move in the position. Otherwise, black is in big trouble.
Oh, I think then, Saj, you might get your Maggies because knight c7 तो नहीं होने वाला, I think.
हाँ, exactly. अच्छा, बहुत एक cool tactic है. Look at this. Rook g3 by the way is lost, but if you go knight f4 check, king e5, rook g3, this is fine. क्योंकि takes के बाद you will go knight d3 check. अब point है कि king अगर को आपने d5 पे रखा तो knight b4 करके ये मर रहा है. But if you put the king on d4, अब knight b4 नहीं आ रहा, but you will play knight c1 attacking this and also threatening knight e2 check जिससे ये
Oh,
मर रहा है.
that he's not gonna see that, yeah. There's no chance he sees that, I think.
Of course he will see that. He has more than 5 minutes on the clock. For sure he will
Really?
see that. I mean, come on. It's Levon.
Come on, come on, come on. Levon, मेरी 5 मैगी 35 मैगी हो सकती है भाई. That is crazy. भाई का चश्मा कोई साफ करो यार.
Okay. I think he will find knight f4 check. He has more than enough time. Knight
See,
Indians are
again,
really tricky. True, bhai. Actually,
that
chat, I think bishop endings are even trickier. For me at least. Same colored वाली. They're very tricky. Like I think जब तक एक
wow.
advanced level पे पहुंचते हैं ना तब तक बहुत tricky रहती है वो.
Why he
Oh,
finds
played.
it? By that time, he's utilizing his time so well. Levon finding only move after only move and check now. Doesn't trade rooks.
गई मेरी मैगी भाई. And rookie 2 आ रहा है ना नेक्स्ट मूव में. हाँ, इनमें से एक
Yeah,
मर जाएगा. नीटू भी मर जाएगा. What's
35
up, Yash
Maggies
bhai?
incoming.
How's it going? Doing good, bhai. Doing good. Finals चल रहा है freestyle का. I think this is the last match if Magnus does not win, and Levon would be the winner of this edition. एकदम सही crunch time पे आए हो भाई आप. King f5 as played by Magnus. Rookie 2 is what we are expecting, but Rook g7 check looks very tricky.
Rook g7, you have to go to the back rank. Yeah, that's always a bit scary, I think.
यहाँ पे तो और नॉट भी नहीं बोल सकते क्योंकि और नॉट इलीगल हो जाएगा.
I mean, you could play king f8. Okay, again on the back
वो भी
rank.
तो
Okay,
बैक
okay.
रैंक किया ना. वो भी तो बैक
हाँ
रैंक
हाँ
किया ना.
हाँ.
Rook f6 check played. Rook f2 only move by the way now.
By the way, rook e6 check पे क्या हो रहा है? If you play rook e6 check and try to repeat.
King d3 and white is better.
There's no
He
rook
plays
here.
rook f2.
Wow. भाई लेवॉन आज मतलब पूरा परफेक्ट चेस खेल रहा है. लुक एट द एक्यूरेसी दे हैव इन दिस गेम. 97.3 and 97.4.
Wow. I mean, of course, the finals की accuracy यही होनी चाहिए भाई. Attacking this, attacking this, attacking the a2 pawn as well. तिरछी नजर वहां पे. White can go rook g7 check. Played by the way, king d8. Back rank पे already king आ चुका है. यहाँ पे आपको साहिल भाई ये बोल सकता हूँ कि यहाँ पे अगर अरोनियन के पास 1 मिनट से कम होता तो ही वुड हैव पैनिक्ड हियर.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And also, I think
He
problem
looks
है कि
very.
अब it's a choice, yeah. Either you activate the knight and the king and try to mate, but you lose both the pawns, or you
Hmm.
try to save one of the pawns, but then there's not enough time to create any sort of initiative, and then black just equalizes comfortably. So it's just not enough time.
Hmm. True भाई, true.
15
भाई गोवा
seconds.
एक्सपीरियंस वाज क्रेजी. यश भाई बहुत मजा आया. इट वाज लॉन्ग 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 इवेंट, लॉन्गेस्ट आई हैव डन, बट मजा आया बहुत भाई.
He needs to play now. Plays, check, repeats the position once. Cannot read repeats, but might do it.
रिस्क है ना भाई, किंग C6 नहीं आ रहा क्या किंग D7 के बाद?
Maybe, but check आएगा ना. हाँ, C5 pawn is hanging.
आई एम नॉट श्योर व्हाट वाज दिस. आई थिंक मैग्नस इज सॉर्ट ऑफ ऑन गॉड मोड राइट नाउ. आई थिंक वो पुश भाई, अभी भी मुझे लग रहा है वो जीत सकता है भाई somehow. I don't know why.
You know, the best part is Levon is not hurrying. Look at this. I mean, King D7 is
Hmm.
such an obvious move, but he thinks first. I love that. He knows he's moments away from potentially winning the tournament itself. He will not risk it. खाएंगे हम बिस्किट जल्दी
King
करो कमान 12 सेकंड बाय द वे 10 सेकंड फॉर मैग्नस
Rook G7 check, King D8. एक बार दो बार रिपीट हो चुकी है पोजीशन. Now he cannot play Rook G8 check anymore. He has to move the knight somewhere. Knight B3
प्लेड
played. Which pawn do we take? A2 or H2?
आई थिंक मे बी A2 आई हैव अ स्लाइट प्रेफरेंस बिकॉज वाइट के दो पॉन है क्वीन साइड पे एंड ऑल्सो आई थिंक मे बी H2 इज अ बिट हार्डर टू डिफेंड राइट आई मीन देन A2
Good point. I think it hardly matters.
या ट्रू
I think वो दोनों pawn ही sack करेगा at the end, and one of them is just he will just sack the knight for the last pawn, and
या
we'll see a rook
या
knight versus rook. आपकी
या
favorite endgame.
Bro, do you Gukesh shows some quality of future goat? Do you think, Sajbal? Do you think Gukesh has some qualities of future goat?
Of course, of course he does. That I think in simple terms, that drive to play for a win always. That's what
And Saj,
separates him from everybody else for me.
a core question: do we take that A2 pawn now?
Mm, मार ही देते हैं, I think. I think Rook A2 feels okay. If you're not getting checkmated, like कुछ knight D4 तो नहीं क्या, knight C5 I guess. Oh, knight C5, knight B7, knight D6 is the idea. Risk, risk, risk.
Oh wow,
Silvan, do you think Gukesh has goat tendencies?
for
What about
sure,
you?
100%. Yeah. Oh, he doesn't take the pawn, by the way. He doesn't take the pawn. Gives a check instead.
King E5, Rook H. Oh, look at this. King E5, Rook H5, King D6, Rook D5 is checkmate. Funny.
Very clever.
Chess can be funny as well.
Basically, forcing the king to go back. Yeah. Very smart.
हाँ, क्योंकि अगर आप किंग E5 गए तो Rook H5 के बाद किंग यहाँ भी नहीं आ रहा, यहाँ भी नहीं आ रहा. यहाँ जाएगा तो नाइट E8 चेक है मेरे पास. He plays King D3. Logical. फिर से चेक. अच्छा. This is good, no? There is no way to progress. You cannot even put the king on C5 because knight E6 check is there. Oh, I think we are.
Ah,
Yeah, this is a draw now. 16 seconds for Magnus.
I think he senses it. Yeah.
Yeah, he sees it. He calculates it. 8 seconds. King D2. Oh, that's not a pretty move. Rook H2 check. Incoming.
I would even just take the pawn actually. But consult it.
कौन सा pawn?
A2.
Rook
Check
A2.
and take.
भाई क्यों फालतू में मतलब उसको इनिशिएटिव देना फिर से, लाइक चेक 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 देते रहो. King doesn't have any place, any safe place. Maybe King C3, King C3, King B4, King A5, something like that. हाँ, that's his idea. Because Magnus is just fighting like, I mean, he's fighting with every single thing he has.
Yeah.
You have to give it to him, bhai.
By the way, Levon has 3 minutes now. So, as we discussed, if he's under a minute, तो कुछ भी possible है. So, ideally, you want to find like a way to equalize quickly. By the way, 96, nice move, I think. पर किंग को
No more
तो
repetition.
breathing नाइट C5 रोक दिया और breathing space मिल गई थोड़ी सी.
Hmm. 13 seconds for Magnus. Actually 26 seconds. थोड़ा glitch हो रहा है. Rook D7, King C8. Okay, knight पे attack. Where should we put the knight? C7 पे it wasn't looking that good. Maybe knight. Oh, bhai, knight D8 and knight takes C6 and then rook H2 check देके rook A2. Rook knight versus rook हो गई draw.
Wait, knight D8 C7?
तब भी rook H2 rook A2. मैं दे दूंगा C8.
Ah, got it. Got it. Okay, then it's a draw, yeah?
Yeah, probably.
And knight D4 is also a draw.
But
Take, and
let's
check
not
and pick up the
forget,
pawn.
Magnus is the only player who won Rook Knight versus Rook against Vidit in the World Rapid Championship. It was, I think, World Rapid
Oh,
World
so you
Blitz.
mean he'll push, yeah? In the end game?
Of course he will push. Of course, 100% he will push.
Wow.
C7 played. Ah, he's not even allowing it. Aronian is not going to allow it. There's not going to be a Rook Knight versus Rook today, sir. सहज भाई ये फाइनल मैच है क्या? हाँ भाई, ये फाइनल मैच है, बिल्कुल फाइनल. ये मैग्नस इज राइट नाउ डाउन. सो इफ ही विंस देन टाई ब्रेक पे जाएगा. अगर ड्रॉ होता है तो इट्स फिनिश्ड राइट देन एंड देयर एंड लेवॉन विल विन. He will be the defending champion.
Also, by the way, rook D5, rook D7 incoming. Very nice move. Rook H5, cutting knight C5 ideas and so on. I think once you lose the C7 pawn, it's just over. So rook D5, rook D7 का क्या defense है? I don't see anything actually.
Yeah. And there it is. It's a draw.
Oh, that is a draw. And इसके साथ ही सहज भाई, Magnus Carlsen does not win for once. Levon wins the event.
Yup. Defending champion wins 2 events back to back here in freestyle. What a performance by Levon. Defeats him with the white pieces and holds the position down in this slightly complicated rook knight endgame against the goat of chess. Levon is the winner and well deserved, I have to say. He remained unbeaten throughout the whole event.
Yeah, we can see him very, very happy. Smiles across. And Magnus, of course, would be happy as well. I mean, second place is not bad. And he, of course, wins the entire tour. So, yeah, I mean, freestyle chess was a lot of fun. I think जगह भी इतनी सुंदर है. Like, कितना क्या ही view था भाई उस जगह, like, उस balcony से. Oh, it was just beautiful. And at the end, Arjun, I think sixth place, not ideal, but not bad either.
Oh, for sure not. For sure not. I think it was I think one day went a bit bad for Arjun. And apart from that, I think he performed quite well. But yeah, sixth place, decent. But congrats to Levon.
Yeah, absolutely. And Chad, इसका मतलब freestyle chess is officially over. And this is the end of freestyle chess for 2025. Let's see if 2026 में कैसा इनका schedule रहता है. But the next event, Sahaj bhai, for us will be Global Chess League, and उसके बाद it will be World Rapid Blitz. You'll be commentating on both, and also we'll be together in Mumbai भाई. तो मुंबई में होगा Global Chess League, मजा आएगा.
Absolutely भाई, बहुत बहुत मजा आएगा. Also दिल्ली से थोड़ा दूर जाएंगे तो हवा भी थोड़ी will be amazing. तो बड़ा मजा आएगा वहाँ पे ग्लोबल चेस लीग में. एंड वर्ल्ड रैपिड एंड लिस्ट पे यू आर गोइंग टू बी ऑन साइट विद योर बेटर हाफ. कैन आई से दैट?
Yeah, भाई sure. And वहाँ पे hopefully I get to shoot some content and मजा आएगा because वहाँ पे Magnus भी होगा, so we'll get to see Magnus in action, in Rapid Blitz. And of course, all the Indian players will be there in both the events actually, GCL as well as World Rapid Blitz. So Chad, December promises to be full of fun-packed, fast-paced chess, and we'll bring you all the action on Chess 24 India and Chesscom India. With this, Sahaj bhai, thank you for joining for amazing commentary for the freestyle chess tournament. We can see Levon enjoying on that beautiful balcony I talked about. क्या ही view है भाई, समुंदर, पेड़ और झरने, भाई क्या नहीं बचा. And Sahaj bhai, any final words?
No, it was just I think very nice to commentate with you, Sahil bhai. Especially एक वो अलग feeling आई इस बार, because you just got married, so congratulations for that. And yeah, it was a great event to cover. And kudos to Arjun, kudos to the winner Levon Aronian, and of course, congratulations to Magnus for winning the overall Grand Slam as well.
Yep. And congrats to Magnus, congrats to Levon. And chat, we'll see you next on, I think, 14th of December, 3 days from now, with the Global Chess League. And it's going to be an exciting event. For now, I wish you goodbye. Take care. Good night. See you soon. Bye bye.